thank you all for being here. Everybody who's here and also our folks that we have in the Zoom. We had quite a few people that are participating remotely. So I just want to acknowledge that we have 2 meetings going here. We're going to try and keep it as smooth as possible with the couple of different formats that we're presenting in, but please let us know if you notice anything that we can do to make it a little bit more a better experience for in the room or out of the room. So this is our 10th annual SageCon Summit, and we are back to Ontario for the first time in quite a while. Linda's very excited to have us back here. It's great. It is the farthest away from most of our other locations. For some of our partner meetings, we did sort of a matrix of where we should go and travel costs and trying to keep things as accessible as possible. And Ontario is always a little bit difficult to swing because it's so much travel for so many people on the other side of the state, but we have to also realize that it goes both ways. You guys make it across the state to Portland and Salem for meetings from here, and we wanted to take the time to acknowledge the incredible amount of work that's happening in this part of the state. There has been a tremendous amount of collaboration and synergy with the coalition around the Malheur Rangeland Partnership, a lot of activity with response to the 2024 fires. And so just excited to be here, a little bit weird to be in this place with so much public land and so much federal investment from NRCS and other federal agencies, and not being able to have a lot of them represented here in the room. But I do want to acknowledge that while they're not here, we're still going to talk about their work and figure out how we can keep the energy going in this time while they're not physically present. There's a lot of them that are still working and not getting paid for it. So I want to also thank them for their commitment to the resource that we are all here and working so hard to have our outcomes that support the vision that we have spent a lot of time cultivating over this past decade. So thank you all for being here. And I'm just going to do a quick little overview of our agenda for the day. This morning, we're going to start with some welcomes and introductions, and then go into our session on local collaboration, where we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that work that I mentioned that's happening here. And then we're going to zoom out a little bit, and after our break, talk about our regional programs that we do with SageCon. So focusing on some of the work that's been done in the mitigation arena, some of the things that we've been tracking with sage grouse populations, an update to the conservation assessment and strategy, and then a new effort that we've been spending a lot of time on over the past year with our Sage Step native seed effort. And then we're also going to hear about the latest of what's going on with our RFPAs. Then we'll take a break for lunch. We're going to have a buffet lunch just on the in the breezeway out here. So we'll break, have about an hour to eat and meet and greet, and then we'll come back and we're going to have an awesome restoration panel that is a synthesis of a lot of different practical information about different restoration techniques and work that's been happening, especially in this post-fire landscape. Then we're going to take another little bit of a break and then come back for more on that with a few different speakers. We're going to have an interactive activity, do some mapping, and then we're going to have Andrew Shields from Terra West come up and talk about where we're going to go for our field trip tomorrow, some of the things that we're going to see while we're out there, and some of the history with developing the first mitigation bank that has been approved in the state of Oregon. So very excited, a lot to cover, and we are just going to, I guess, a few housekeeping things. I want to make sure that people know where the restrooms are. So if you go out here, they're just straight across the lobby. Exits are out both sides when you walk out of either of these 2 doors. You can also go out that door and get to the exit. There are, because of the Zoom presentations or Zoom participation, we do have a mic with these these Zoom mics on attached to them. So if you have questions, please raise your hand and we're going to bring you one of these mics so that we can be sure to include the people that are in the room, and I will try and repeat the questions so that they can hear them if you get ahead of yourself. But we'll have 2 nice long breaks to do some networking in addition to lunch, but we do want to make sure that we start promptly afterwards. So we'll get back in here on time. I'll give you a couple of notices ahead of time for that. Our objectives with the summit are consistent, but I want to make sure that I touch on it because it is the reason that we gather here. It's really important to connect and talk about our work that's happening in so many different arenas. We all come to this from a limited vantage point of what we can do and understand, no matter how long we've been doing it, no matter where we've been doing it, no matter how many different jobs we've had over the course of our entire careers. We all are limited in what we can understand, and our chance to get together here and connect and share that understanding of the places and the systems that we're working within is just really powerful. And that is how we will be able to create these resilient rangelands, and within that, resilient communities, and potentially meeting new people, sharing new ideas. And that's how we get our work and opportunities going forward. So we are a pretty nimble group that has changed a lot over the years. And so through these knowledge exchanges and forums of gathering, it's really an exciting way to share what we know and inspire our future work. So thank you for being here. And I wanted to also start, we had a letter from Jeff Merkley that he sent to support the summit. Every year they always send folks that are participating in the meeting. They're not able to be here because of the shutdown, but they did send a letter and wanted to support the event. And so I'm going to read that real quickly. Said, greetings. Thank you all for participating in this year's SageCon Summit, despite these unprecedented times. Oregon has always had a collaborative, team-oriented approach to managing greater sage grouse and conserving sagebrush habitat. Through the Oregon Way, I have hope that we can maintain healthy populations of these iconic birds. Fortunately, our wildfire season in 2025 was not nearly as devastating as in the previous year. I hope that the ranching families and public lands are recovering from the immense 2024 fires. Challenges remain ahead of us, and we will all work together to protect core habitat, not only from devastating wildfires, but also from the spread of invasive grasses and other vegetation. I will continue to be a partner alongside you in protecting our communities from these devastating effects. As the ranking member of the Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees many of our public lands, I fought to ensure resources are available for federal agencies and partners involved in managing these sagebrush ecosystems. Whether it's funding to prevent or suppress catastrophic wildfires or critical funding for agricultural research centers like the one in Burns, I'm committed to continuing the work alongside you. Thank you again for the hard work each of you is contributing now and in the years to come. Please know that I will continue to look for opportunities to protect our rural communities and ecosystems, and I hope you have a productive summit. All my best, Jeff Merkley. So I just am excited that there's continued support from state, federal, county, local. We have so much interest and so much history with our group and what all we've been able to achieve together. And so I'm excited to highlight that and do a little bit of a background about who we are. So right now, as far as who we are working at SageCon, I am the coordinator. I have been here for about 3 years. This is my 3rd summit, and I do this in partnership with a lot of other folks, but primarily for putting together this summit. I've had a ton of support from Vanessa Schrader. She is an OSU Extension faculty. She, in addition to working on events like this, has also been really helpful with our workshops and trainings that we do throughout the year. And then Megan is no longer a part of the SageCon team directly, so I've labeled her as our technical coordinator emeritus, hoping that she'll continue to support and give what she can when she can. She's been an invaluable resource as far as bringing together a ton of ideas over the course of the more than a decade that she's been a part of SageCon, an incredible amount of institutional knowledge. And so She has been a big contributor over the course of this calendar year and will continue to be in some variety of capacities in the future. But thank you, Megan, for everything that you've done. I'd like to have a round of applause for Megan for a decade of support of this work. And then in the larger structure of SageCon, we're supported through an advisory council, which is an assembly of folks from around the state in different capacities who join and bring their interests. This is a really, so we used to call them the Sage Grouse implementation team. And that's sort of a legacy of how we've evolved over the course of the past decade, because a lot of these different agencies and collaborators at the time that the SageCon partnership was established, there weren't dedicated staff that worked on sagebrush and sage grouse issues. There were a few of them and they were somewhat far between. And so now most of our agencies and most of our counties have somebody who specifically does this work. And so we now have this sort of mid-level, it's different from our local implementation teams. It's different from our agency coordinators at the state level, but it's our SageCon Advisory Council. And these are the people that get together and really do a lot of the thinking in between the summits and trying to figure out how to keep us on track and drive us in a way that reflects the interests and needs of our larger sagebrush biome in the state. So just a brief overview of most of you that are in the room. This is a really cool opportunity being closer to Idaho, being a little bit further north. We have some different groups that have never attended the summit. So could I please have a show of hands of people who have never attended the summit before? Wow, that's awesome. That makes me really happy. So a big set of people that are coming from different places and interested for different reasons. And so we're going to capture some of that in our post-summit survey just to understand who's here and who it is that we are including in our partnership and bringing these tools to. Just as sort of an overview of the different things that SageCon does, we really focus at our center on local partner coordination and support. That is everything to us. We cannot get any of the big ideas happening in terms of conserving and moving the needle on important habitats and important economic development if we don't have people on the ground that are supporting these restoration endeavors. And so then we also have our funding and policy piece where we're raising money and raising awareness to bring these issues to the forefront so that they're still in the middle of conversations. You know, we're always hearing, well, sage grouse aren't listed, so why is this still such a priority? And so keeping that conversation going, ideally, we don't want them to be listed, right? If they're not listed, we're doing a good job at our work. We are managing this species and these landscapes in a way that is conserving our healthy ecosystems. And so then we also want to be able to get together and talk about this. So our communications and convenings, this is a combination of our events. It's also our newsletters, our website, our different webinars that we've put on over the course of the past couple of years, and then our science and technical support. So we're still trying to figure out what that's going to look like in this upcoming biennium with a shift of people who are working in and for and with SageCon. So stay tuned for that. And then we also just in the background of everything have a great network of intergovernmental communication and support. So at all of these different tiers of our partnership, we are always striving to have great communication, both from top to bottom and bottom to top. So our model of how we work in this arena is to support the local partners with as much investment as we can, giving them support through our technical expertise, consistent messaging, the ability to have forums for communication. And then in turn, we ask for them to participate and be a part of these networks. Our locally led implementation happens in our entire sage grouse, in the entire sage grouse habitat area of Oregon and extends beyond that into areas where we hope that we can recover. We have a lot of different efforts in terms of data collection and private lands conservation. And so we're going to dive into that a little bit more in our talks, but I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an overview and background of what we do as a partnership. And there's a lot of new people here, so it's fun to be able to share the work and see how we might be able to expand our audience and benefit more. First up, we're going to go into our locally led collaboration session. I'm going to start with Nicole. She is here in a very special capacity. She was the coordinator for the Malheur Rangeland Partnership. She has since taken a job at Gallagher Fencing, but she is an incredible resource that has brought this group together in a way that we were looking for decades. And so we're very honored that she was willing to come back and speak about this and try to fill the gap until we get somebody into the new job.
Awesome. Thanks, Rachel. Well, welcome to Malheur County if you are from far away. I'm just going to do a little background on the Malheur Rangeland Partnership. Didn't do much fancy, just wrote some notes down and kind of going to go off of my memory too. So here about two and a half years ago, Julie Vold was the LIT coordinator for Vail, the Vail LIT, and she left. And so that kind of left, oh, really? Okay. So she left and it left a bit of a hole. And so we weren't sure what to do. Julie had created some really good momentum with the group. And we knew that locally led collaboration here in Malheur County was going to be really important. So a small group of us, NRCS, the SWCD, watershed councils, we kind of got together and got a game plan on what we wanted to do. Originally, I really did not want to focus on that. But then as we kind of talked about it more and then there was some momentum, I took that on. And I was the coordinator for the Owyhee Watershed Council at that time. So we used council capacity dollars to support that effort. We got the group together, like I said, about right at 2 years ago. Had our first meeting and it was like, well, let's see where this goes. We had great momentum. I mean, it was really exciting. So the first meeting was a bit clunky, didn't really know where to go with it. And then we just kind of continued on. Let's see. I think also we did have an RCPP within this region with Trout Unlimited. And so some of those partnerships were already there with that. And so that kind of helped us too. So like I said, we were a little bit clunky at first, finding our footing, kind of hit the ground with a geographical kind of strategy and found that it wasn't really time for that. We needed to do some more basically partnership establishment. We needed some organizational formalization. And we also needed some capacity. If we were going to make this go, we really needed to get some capacity dollars to support the effort. So we did a group mission vision that went together really, really well. And then I started seeking out some funding. We were able to get a partnership capacity TA grant through OWEB, and that helped kickstart our basically getting our organizational documents in line. And so we started that process. We got most of the way through it. We were using Ann Moat's governance document. She had it laid out into kind of an organizational how to go about that. We started doing that. It was going pretty good. And then we had fire season hit. So the Cow Valley Durkee, Bonita, and other fires, that took a lot of our time. That really shifted us. But I think what was really great about that is we were together. We had a group, an active partnership working together with a common goal and a common mission. And so that really helped us organize quickly. I mean, as quickly as possible, right? In that instance. So we were able to help a lot of folks that we probably otherwise wouldn't have been able to help. We were able to bring in OSU Extension to do a lot of assessment work, which was amazing. Helped us get some of those assessment plans, restoration plans put together, really determine what was worth restoration, what wasn't. So that was a key piece with funding being limited. And then we were able to go back into that governance document. So that kind of brings us to where we're at now. Our charter governance document is dang near done. I left right before that finished. So sorry about that, team. But it's almost there. And then I think once that gets put together, then they can roll into that geographical strategy, utilizing a lot of those mapping systems and go from there. So, and then we also, I guess I should say, the position is fully funded now. So there's state funding in there, federal funding, thanks to Rachel and all of her hard work. BLM and NRCS within our Mountain Waste joint venture, and then Pheasants Forever. And then we also were awarded a partnership wildfire capacity TA. So that one, as soon as the new coordinator gets on, they'll be able to roll with that one. So that is funded, and that covers the Durkee, Cow Valley, and Bonita fires. So if you know of anyone, the Hawaii Watershed Council is actively recruiting. So send them Michael Ann's way or Rachel's way, and yeah, that'd be great to get somebody in there. Do you want to do questions or?
Yes. I guess
Okay.
2 questions and then.
Okay. If there's any questions. Sorry, that was kind of quick, but.
I also realized that in my hurry, I didn't go through my intro slide about our locally led collaboration and talk about what the significance of the Malheur Rangeland Partnership is within the broader LIT network. And so maybe I'll back up just a minute and give you guys a little bit of perspective on this. So our local implementation teams are something that was the brainchild of the ODFW Conservation Assessment and Strategy for Sage Grouse that came out in 2011. It was a really cool idea, and it's been sort of evolving and changing based on our available resources and our interest and our ability to communicate our needs over the past 10, 12 years. So we have a new structure as of about a year ago. 2 years ago, we started talking about it. A year ago, we got funding in theory, and then government funding has just been so strange that we finally were able to bring people into these positions this fall. So in September and October, we were able to bring on 4 LIT coordinators. So could you guys raise your hands? I'm really excited that we were able to have you guys here. We have awesome Becca, Priscilla, Anna. They have traveled here from their different geographies, and they are all working on a similar process to what Nicole has described, but in a way that fits their local communities, a way that fits their prioritized geographies that they've found to be the places that they need to work, both in terms of on the ground, but also pushing forward on different issues like in the Prineville LIT, we have a lot of issues related to recreation and development from the encroachment from the proximity to the city of Bend. So just different issues based on location, but really adapting to the situation while hopefully using the resources that we have in this huge network of researchers and people that are able to bring a lot of ideas to the places that we need to actually make the actions happen. So as our funds are limited, it's really important that we take the time to prioritize where we're investing and how we're spending these funds, and our local implementation teams are truly the key to making that happen. So between getting funding, hosting workshops, developing some of these partnership documents that Nicole mentioned, we are sort of in this period of a huge opportunity and excitement. These positions are funded for about 3 years. We'll see if we're able to sort of wiggle with extension. We're in a lovely position where we have enough money and not enough time because we've been sort of pushed back in terms of when we can start people. So hopefully there's this grace period where we can get a lot of things up and running and projects identified through the local arenas. So that is the background that I should have set you up with. So does anyone have any questions for Nicole or about our general LIT system? Yeah, Josh. Oh, wait, no, Vanessa's going to bring you a mic. I know you're loud, but. Not loud enough.
Hello, is this working? I think that's good.
Thank you. Who are the LIT coordinators housed under? Is it different organizations? Or are they housed under ODF&W or Soil and Water Conservation Districts? Or what does that look like? And then do they make recommendations about these projects you're talking about? Or how does that work as far as their authorities?
So it's different in every place. So that was part of our process, was identifying who was the most well-positioned to host these positions. So we have the Baker position is hosted by Baker County and they sit at the ODFW office. The Prineville position is at Crook Soil and Water Conservation District. Harney is at Harney SWCD. Lakeview is at the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council, and Vale is at the Owyhee Watershed Council. So varying depending on what resources they had and connections to other organizations in the community. We really wanted them to be positioned locally so that there was sort of buy-in that this was something that the community wanted, making sure that they wanted to host these positions, not that they were sort of being put upon them. And then as far as authority, within the LITs, there is an LIT board. They call them different things in each of the locations, but it's essentially representation from a federal, from NRCS, BLM, ODFW, a conservation partner, a landowner, and the hosting organization if they don't fall under one of those. So it varies, but that's how they make the decisions, is through that oversight committee. Any other questions? Okay. And then just as our other focal area of locally led collaboration, we are going to have, after we have a couple more folks come up from this Malheur area, we are going to have a brief talk from Jennifer about the CCAA program, which is our private lands conservation program, focusing on voluntary conservation on the private lands throughout sage grouse habitat. So within this geography that we have up here. So next up, we have, let's see, we have a presentation from the RFPA in the local area, two RFPAs. Derek Bruckhart and Steve Mayer are going to talk to us a little bit about their experience in the Cow Valley fire last year. So we're going to bring them up and get their presentation going.
Okay, good morning. I'm Steve Meyer with the Oregon Department of Forestry, rangeland specialist. I work with the RFPAs, the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations in Baker and Malheur counties. And got Derek Burkhart here with me. He's a board member for Ironside RFPA and the vice chair for the Vale RFPA. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the Cow Valley fire that happened in 2024. It started July 11th. It's actually, the cause is still under investigation, but started along the Indian Creek Road, kind of Cow Valley towards Ironside. Ended up, when it was all said and done, ended up being 133,000, a little over 133,000 acres. You know, and last year, the fire season, I've been doing fire for a long time, and all the normal stuff that we did just didn't work last year, just because of the fuel conditions and that. Fires just ended up getting really big. But part of why the fires, you know, the BLM, a lot of BLM took control of the fire. But it's within both the Vale and Ironside RFPAs. And so they spent a ton of time working on these fires and helping the BLM out. So the Ironside RFPA, it's the first one that was ever formed in Oregon back in the 60s. And as of last year, they had about 60 volunteers, 27 pieces of equipment. And part of my position, so we do a bunch of training for them, wildland fire training, and then get him equipment, federal excess equipment, some military stuff, and then they get them put together into engines for fighting fire. So the Ironside RFPA, it's around 356,000 acres that they protect. That includes the BLM ground as well. But they have agreements with the BLM to help. They can go on the BLM ground to help put fires out. So the Cow Valley fire, the majority of it was within the Ironside RFPA. So around 73,500 acres. And so the RFPAs are nonprofits. They're formed under the Board of Forestry with the Oregon Department of Forestry. And so they're all volunteers. And so they spent over 400 volunteer hours, the Ironside folks did, over 400 volunteer hours, and used roughly 13 pieces of equipment. That doesn't include all the pickups and side-by-sides and all that kind of stuff that they used as well. And again, just all volunteer time. Okay, so the Vail RFPA, again, this was numbers from last year. Because of last fire season, both Ironside and Vail have really increased their number of volunteers and how much equipment that they are able to use. So last year they had 41 volunteers, around 60 pieces of equipment, and it's a little bit bigger. They protect over 1 million acres, including the BLM ground there. So the Cow Valley fire was around 40,000 acres of it was in the Vail RFPA, and they spent a ton of time on it, 1,400 hours, all volunteer time, working on the Cow Valley fire, and 15 pieces of equipment. And again, there was a lot more than that, but that's the stuff, the equipment that the RFPA actually owns. So that's just a quick kind of overview of the Cow Valley fire and the RFPAs that affected. And so Derek is going to kind of talk from the RFPA standpoint, what it looked like out on the ground.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Derek Burkhart. I am a locally born and raised 4th generation farmer rancher. Always been a part of fighting fire. We'd always been members of the RFPA. Growing up, probably started too young, but fire's just a part of our lives. 2024 was a fire season we thought we were ready for, and it took a drastic turn for the worst. Fuel loads, heat conditions, and the sheer amount of fires, honestly, just we thought we were ready, but our capacity just was not. Timing, it kind of started with the Bonita fire on that July 11th. We were also focused on that fire and getting out of it at 6, 7 in the morning, that the communication was lacking. So the Cow Valley fire, as we were all battling Bonita, the Cow Valley fire was behind us, and no one realized because it's so smoky that, and actually I think we had pretty much gotten the Bonita fire out, and we're leaving, and that's when most of us, RFPA, BLM, and all of that, realized that we were kind of on the wrong fire. There was a much bigger one in the mixed. I might use your slides too for kind of some reference. Talk louder. Sorry. Nobody wants to hear me. So you can see the Bonita fire there on the bottom left. That's where it kind of, the horrible day started. Then from there on, it went out. My family's property is right there in the middle towards the north end. So we ended up having our entire property get burnt. Of course, time of day, the Cow Valley fire kind of smoldered and went southeast. By the time the equipment and the crews and everybody was there was the evening time, which is when the wind picks up coming out of the northwest, and away it went. The front was too big. There was no stopping it. Safety wise, I mean, insane winds, and the air support that we had on the Bonita fire, it just couldn't happen on the Cow Valley fire because of the wind and smoke levels. It had already gotten out of hand. Huge effort from the RFPA volunteers. We put a lot of time, blood, and sweat and tears into it. It's because we care. It's our family generations that we've put together and taken care of the land. Cow Valley fire was a lot of sage grouse habitat. There was some prime habitat that got lost there. We have been seeing some sage grouse in this new year. I guess I'll kind of get onto my list here. Why RFPAs benefit sage grouse? We're on the ground constantly, daily. We're there. Fire season, we are ready. We reduce the wildfire risk. The bird's primary source of food is sagebrush, and that's what a lot of our lands are covered in. A lot of us are involved in the CCA programs. I am involved in the SWCD as well as the RFPA and being a private landowner. So as landowners, we care about the bird and the overall health of the ecosystem on the rangeland. So it's nice to use the bird for our own overall health of our properties. The field management and prevention, fighting the fire and owning the ground, a lot of the ground, and working with the CCA programs, we know what helps us fight the fire and keep it smaller. So we're doing fire breaks, we're doing native seeding, we're doing invasive control. We just see the benefits of all of it. Our knowledge and stewardship, we're all locals, we're landowners, we're there. We're committed to protecting our private lands and the public lands because we're all working together. Challenges, limited funding is kind of a struggle. Our capacity, we thought we were sitting pretty good with all of our private owned equipment, slip tanks with a couple 100 gallons of water. And when the fires get so much bigger, you realize that we could really use more equipment. That's what's changed from 2024 to 2025 is we drastically improved our heavy equipment. Now we, instead of rolling around with a few 100 gallons of water, we're traveling around with thousands of gallons of water that we can actually make a huge difference. I think this year we actually had more fires than last year, but our acres burned were hundreds of thousands of acres less. So that was a huge benefit. The RFPAs protect roughly 17.5 million acres, and a lot of that is sage grouse habitat. Like I said, capacity and funding, from 2024 to 2025, we've gained, just in the Vail RFPA, we gained 28 new active trained members, which it's sad that 2024 was so devastating, but it really did inspire a lot of people to come out and help and join in the fight. So I know a lot of you are already in the fight with RFPAs, but if you ever want to help out, we'll take it. We have a lot of support, collaboration. We work with our local BLM, Oregon Department of Forestry, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, County Emergency Services, OSU, all of that. The collaboration efforts are huge. As you can see here today, it's nice to see us all together, bouncing ideas and working together. Coordinating, our biggest assistance here in the Vail Ironside area is working with the BLM. There's a lot of public ground out there, and we feel very lucky because we work well with our local guys. The BLM has been amazing. We get a lot of support from them. So overall, we're growing, we're getting better. We've learned from 2024. We'd like to continue growing our capacity and being more prepared. We've made leaps and bounds on grant funding and machinery, but there's enough volunteers that I feel like we should keep growing. We do have a lot of mutual aid agreements and joint training and use of people's, what would the word be? Their focus areas. We got a lot of help on our radios and stuff from the BLM on what they are better at us, because us landowners, we get by with a lot. Nice, look. I guess that is where I'm at. So is there any questions? I'd love to answer questions. I've never got a 1-minute warning before.
I'm just curious about how you prioritize when you're on the ground. You talked a lot about habitat, personal property, stopping the fire in general. How do you think about it?
priority is just stopping the fire as fast as possible. That's the goal. Wherever we're strategically our advantage is, that's where we need to get at it. I mean, we want to keep it as small as possible. Yeah, I mean, generally our best success fighting fire is in the more annual invasive grasses. It's what the denser the brush gets, the harder it is to stop. The invasives take less water. So if we can stop it in the invasive areas and keep the sagebrush areas more intact, that's the overall goal, especially for the cattle and the sage grouse. So.
All right, good morning, Derek. Thank you
Good
for the
morning.
presentation. And looking into the future, yeah, I see that you all have acquired a lot of equipment, but what's that next step? You know, the wish list as far as dreaming for the RFPAs to be more effective, I guess, over the next 5 years. Are there any kind of goals that you all have or visions on maybe being more effective or having support at the national, state, local levels? Kind of what's that next big hope for RFPAs to be more effective?
We're making leaps and bounds the right direction. The House bill stuff in Oregon is going to be a huge benefit. It's all about capacity. We are inspiring that much more people to help, but now we need the proper equipment to fight and for safety purposes to continue on. So cut me off.
No, I'm just trying to feel the transition in, so it's not so clunky, you know.
Yeah.
Talk.
Just continued growth overall. The more I found that it inspires more people to help if they have the appropriate firefighting machines to use. It's a little harder when you're beating up your personal inventory, but if what we've gained, I think around 10 pieces of heavy equipment and being able to scatter that out and have them strategically placed. So when the fires happen, we're that much closer, because a lot of time we are the first ones there. I mean, sometimes it could be a couple hours before another entity shows up. So we're the first ones there. And the more prepared we are, hopefully the smaller it is.
And Allison Rayburn's actually going to talk a little bit later, a little bigger picture about the RFPAs. And so she'll touch on it, but a lot of it really is funding. You know, their budgets are really small. And you get a fire season like 24 where they had, thousands of gallons of fuel used and tires and, just wear and tear on equipment and that kind of stuff. So funding's a really big one for most of the RFPAs.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. Next up, oh yes. So next up, we have Katie Wolstein. She is an OSU Extension faculty, and she is going to talk to us about the opportunities and the moment that came from this partnership and the work that they've been doing. So I'm going to hand it over to her. There we go.
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, everyone. I'm the Rangeland Fire Specialist with OSU Extension. And for today, I'm also your friendly governance scholar. So wake up. We're going to get a little bit academic in here, but I'm hoping to share maybe some more technical points about partnerships, what we know from scholarship on that very thing. Did you know people actually study how to effectively work together? And then apply some of that to the example of the Malheur Rangeland Partnership. And so I hope I'm stating the obvious. Partnerships look different depending on their function and need. And what often gets overlooked or taken for granted is the components that go into it. And so again, not all partnership formation, the mechanics of it, and then also how we work together.
Not sharing the right screen on Zoom.
Okay. I will keep talking. They're going to look different in different places. And so as a clumsy metaphor, I worked really hard on this. You wouldn't expect the same actors in a marriage as you would in a NEPA ID team. Likewise, the roles performed to do NEPA are likely not the same things as in a marriage. And so like, yes, ha ha ha, but also that very much applies when we're talking about partnerships. So formal collaboratives, less formal groups, local government. I think we could all do a lot more thinking on the pieces that go into that. And so we need to be intentional about designing our groups, our partnerships, so we have the right people working through effective processes so they actually produce outcomes. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today, using the specific example of locally based organizations, because that has been something that SageCon is increasingly supporting around Eastern Oregon. There we go. So again, partnerships, they take shape. Ideally, they're evolving, but it should be a function of specific needs and context. And so this takes generally two different forms. A lot of you will be familiar with this. The first of these is top down. Typically, there are expectations transmitted from higher level actors. A lot of times this is centralized government. It might be the incident commander on a wildland fire incident. And they're transmitting those expectations to local levels. This is really good for efficiency, for a uniform approach across an area. The trouble with this is it can be harder to integrate local knowledge or conditions into higher level decisions. This makes a lot of sense, right? If you have a lot of different local groups with different flavors, different needs, it can be really hard for one kind of top-down policy or guidance to reflect the nuance on the ground. And so examples of this, the Incident Command System is your classic top-down arrangement. Endangered Species Act regulation. And so there's a rule for gray wolves in this area, greater sage grouse, and on the ground, please follow these. Disease management is another one. And so situations where we all need to be kind of following the same set of guidance, top-down can be an effective model. The inverse of this is bottom-up, and I think some of you have heard of this before as well. And so this is typically when there is a need or actions derived from local levels, and typically there is some kind of interaction with higher levels. But the benefit here is it can indeed be tailored to local conditions. It's more responsive to emergent needs. And so you can typically think of these bottom-up groups as being just a little more nimble, right? They're interacting with people on the ground. There's close to real-time feedback from these systems. And so you can respond a little more effectively. Now, one of these isn't better than the other. I'm not here to talk about the role of government, for example, in our lives. What I would like to highlight, though, is that forms of governance should reflect the need. Fun fact, because I promised this would be fun, right? RFPAs, we heard about them a moment ago, they're actually a lovely blend of both top-down and bottom-up forms of governance. What does that mean? So every Rangeland Fire Protection Association is landowner-led. It's a product of its local context. Our RFPA coordinators here, they will be the first to tell you every RFPA is different. Their interests, their motivations, what gets them coming out on fires is different in different places. Yet what makes the model effective, we heard a moment ago from questions from the audience, there is a need for some kind of top-down support. So resources from higher levels. So ODF is procuring equipment for the RFPAs. Training, there is some standardization of the training that RFPA members are required to participate in. And so you might be wondering, why are we looking at arrows? Why is Katie talking about this? SageCon is also a super example. And so it evolved from a more government-led organization. For those of you who are around in the 2015, 2016 years, it was convened by the governor's office, right? And this was in response to the potential for an Endangered Species Act listing. And so it makes complete sense that a more top-down approach would work for that situation. In order to preclude the listing, we needed actors on the ground to all be marching in the same direction, making a big effort to conserve sage grouse habitat, reporting in a uniform way so that those top levels said, indeed, this species does not warrant listing. In recent years, and Rachel and I were talking about this just last week, we've actually seen an inversion of that model in SageCon, where the focus within this organization has become one that is really interested in supporting those locally based groups. These groups have emerged in response to local needs. What are they? The local implementation teams. And so Rachel had made the point that they are all hosted in each county by a different entity. That is because the networks, the social networks within those areas, and even, you know, the resources and capacities, they're different in different places. And so it wasn't appropriate for a uniform approach. It wasn't appropriate for SageCon to say, LITs are all this one thing. They're all going to be hosted in this way. And here are the funding mechanisms and here are the actions that they're going to take. In some ways that can be challenging because, as you can imagine, if each little group is doing its own thing in a separate way, there is a need for higher level actors, say SageCon, to be doing the work of linking those separate groups on the ground so that they're able to share knowledge, they're able to learn from each other. And again, there is some way to communicate about how the actions on the ground in these locally based groups add up to something that makes a difference for ecosystem function. And so again, I was asked to focus on bottom-up emergent organizations today for that reason of SageCon having this new focus going forward. Within each of these, there's also a spectrum of formality. So how partnerships actually function together. And so for those of you who have heard me talk about collaboration before, you've heard this, but not everything has to be super formal. Sometimes we're feeling pressure like, oh, we're a real group. We need to have a note taker. We need to have meeting minutes. We need to have a elected board. We need to have all these things. Not necessarily. What is the point of your group? Will those things serve the function of that group? If yes, then absolutely. If there is a different purpose to your group, for example, informal knowledge sharing, then perhaps you don't need to be doing that. And so asking the question, what are we here to do? Are we exchanging information? Are we altering activities? Are we sharing resources? Are we enhancing each other's capacity for mutual benefit and a common goal? The point is each of those questions require different levels of formality in your processes. And so on the less formalized end, it might just be information sharing through informal social interactions. These are really flexible. They're low cost, right? The trouble with them is that it can be ambiguous and there's few mechanisms for accountability. And so if we're in a context where there is some top-down pressure, say an ESA listing, this may not be the appropriate way of working together for your group. Somewhere in the middle, where there is some written down rules, perhaps, that group members are engaging in, more clarity than purely informal arrangements. You have some written agreements. Maybe those are community agreements of practice, maybe even MOUs. The trouble is you might have some conflict then between written rules and informal practices. On the far end of the spectrum, and again, this could be appropriate for a kind of a context that might have a litigation risk or be really laden with a lot of rules, say a wildland fire, you might want a more formalized process. And so this is defining clear rules, roles, accountability, consequences when people aren't following the rules. For that reason, it can be rigid, it can be slow to adapt to maybe emergent or new needs. But again, when people know what they should be doing, it can clarify those roles. And so if nothing else, if you've tuned me out the rest of the day or so far today, that's okay. I would like everyone to just keep in mind the way we form partnerships and the way we function within them, it should be by design and not default. I think we just get in the habit like, oh, we're in a collaborative, this is how we collaborate, right? I think we should all be thinking carefully about the actions and the way we work together within those groups. It would serve us well. So we heard a bit about from Nicole about the Malheur Rangeland Partnership. And so she described its emergence, I would say. And what she was describing, if you want a take-home fancy governance term, there was a governance gap, right? The LIT had been serving this role. The LIT kind of receded, right? And so there was still this need to be working together in a coordinated fashion for sagebrush conservation, sagebrush ecosystem conservation. There was a need for an entity to convene all the different actors because it was a fairly, think of it as we have a lot of actors in this space, right? Soil and water conservation districts, watershed councils, NRCS, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, all the rest, OSU. It is really hard unless there's a convening organization for those individuals to, yes, do their jobs on the ground, but also talk to each other about it and, even better, coordinate their actions so they make a difference across multiple jurisdictions. And so there was a need for an organization to convene. And so that question, what is our function? It became clear that just first and foremost, a venue for all those individual organizations to talk about what they're doing and how can we actually strategically do that work better together. Another question that must be asked is who needs to be engaged. So a lot of us, maybe participating in collaboratives is written into our position description. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that we have everyone we need in the room. On the other hand, sometimes we're like, invite everyone. It'll be better with more representation. There is a place for that for sure. But again, if we're not clear about our function of that group, having more voices without a clear goal it's not going to make it easier. And I'm guessing some of you have been in groups where that has been the experience. Lastly, this group experienced, this group pursued a less formalized process. And this is pretty common when you have emergent organizations or partnerships in this case. There's a need, we're not totally sure what it is, and so we're going to take our time to understand what that is. And so Nicole described, we started out mapping and developing a decision framework. It was a number of meetings. I found it really inspiring, but thanks to her leadership, she really thoughtfully realized that in order to follow through with these, lovely grand plans that we were making together, we didn't have what we needed to then act on it. And so we, the Malheur Rangeland Partnership, then made a little bit of a shift to the right end of that continuum toward a little more formalization. And Nicole described the group focused on developing governance documents. And the reason for that, yes, some funding was needed, and that's easier to tell that story. But it also was, we needed a clarity of roles, like who are the people to follow through on something like this strategic management plan that was being developed for the county. And so that's just an example of how we take what we need, again, depending on the purpose of the partnership. And so that is all I had today, even though I would like to point out, I really hope you can see this in the back of the room. In terms of the spectrum of formality, this is the far, far left, very informal. This was the Ironside RFPA's sign for their meeting. I'm looking for Derek. Is he still, yeah. Do you know where this sign came from? It's the back of a construction sign, and it says meeting. And then you follow the gravel road for several miles, and indeed, you were at the meeting. So we would call that informal processes for that particular governance arrangement. Thanks, everyone. I think we have time for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I always enjoy your talks. It's more of an observation, really, and it's that, like, with our LITs, it seems like we're also experiencing sort of this evolution of more of a bottom-up evolution. Things are developing in a more of an organic way than the top-down didn't necessarily work that well, and we needed the community support to actually create the need and have the buy-in to support the LITs. So just an observation.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Michael. I would push back a little bit. I think the top-down served what we needed at the time, which was to preclude that ESA listing. I did a study actually on the CCAAs in Oregon a decade ago, and what we found was it was actually what you're describing right now. There was an initial top-down arrangement, because again, things get serious with an ESA listing, and there is a need to act and demonstrate that you are acting and it's going to make a difference. And so you do need that overhead structure and some more of that like uniformity that I described on that slide. But you're absolutely right, Michael, and I think any of the ranchers in the room who are enrolled in a CCAA, or those of you with SWCDs who support it, know the reason CCAAs were successful, why there was so much uptake was because they made sense for the local context, right? There's a list of accepted practices that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said, yes, these will help conserve sage grouse habitat. And then the ranchers felt that that left them with enough autonomy to make it make sense for those ranches. And so I think it's a perfect example of a blend, or maybe initially top down, but very much bottom up. And so a blend of the two. Yeah, Autumn.
Yeah, I had a question. So I've lost count of how many collaboratives I've been involved in, but what you were speaking to was kind of going from one direction to another, either left to right or right to left. My question is more about, couldn't it be considered more fluid in that it isn't just one direction, but sometimes a collaborative is going one way and then changes midway and comes back? Can you speak to that? As I guess my question is, does that weaken the collaborative if they aren't consistent in their, their mission or their function? Or is it, or does it strengthen it by being adaptable?
Yeah, so I'm going to be obnoxious and say those were bidirectional arrows. So technically, yes. I'm trying to think of an example, but in theory, absolutely, right? Because again, the way we work together should reflect what it is that we're needing to accomplish. The process for working together, therefore, should not be the same at all times, right? You've been members of collaboratives for really long periods, like with a single collaborative, and I'm certain you've seen that they've changed needs and objectives over time. They've changed membership. Sometimes there will be an unexpected event, like a really active wildfire season. And so the ability to pivot is necessary. And so I'm wondering if kind of embedded in that, because I know you're very smart about the way you participate in these groups. Yes, there may be formal documents. Again, there's a spectrum of how much people like to write things down. And so I wonder if you're asking, when there are formal rules for working together, is it appropriate to throw those out the window and be like, no, we're going to go less formal? I can't speak to that. Again, I think it would need to be based on, like, what is it that our group is needing to do? Are our current working practices, community practices, working for us? If not, we need to change those. And then it could be a slide more back toward that left end, the less formal. If anyone has an example of having that experience, I would really love to hear it. I feel like there are examples out there. I'll think on it. Thanks for the question.
So I do want to just say, great conversation. For everyone in the room, I don't think everyone's been here forever, so I'm gonna define a few acronyms. It's my pet peeve a little bit that we use acronyms all the time. So ESA, no offense to you, Katie, we all do it, is Endangered Species Act. CCAA is the Candidate Conservation Act with assurances, agreements with assurances. This is the difficulty with defining acronyms, and SWCDs are soil and water conservation districts. So if anyone has, you can raise your hand and say, define that acronym if you aren't familiar with it. All right. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I would also like to follow up a little bit on Michael's comment and just say that by having that structure in place, I think that it really benefited us when we were seeking funding for all of the LITs by being able to explain to a lot of our national funders that there is sort of a state approved process for what we're trying to do. So while it looks different, it's sort of like, hey, we're doing really well by adapting to different situations, but we're also trying to fit within the structure of tiering to these larger action plans, and we're not just sort of going it alone in each of these different places. So I think it does take both. So next up, we're going to talk a little bit about the Candidate Conservation Agreements with Assurances program. This is near and dear to my heart. I coordinate the 5 different counties that are working on this, and it's something that I'm really excited that we've had the opportunity to bring Jennifer on. She works for the Powder Basin Watershed Council, and that is also a great example of adapting to the situation. The permit was, well, it was originally held by a different entity before. It was sort of a mismatch. It didn't work. And then within the community, they found that this was a better situation by hosting it with a different organization. And so we have had an incredible uplift in terms of ecosystem outcomes and landowner recruitment, relationships, all because of the work that Jennifer's been doing. And so I'm excited to have her tell you a little bit more about the program and yeah, take it from here. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Touch it. On the thing. Sorry. Okay. I will be technically challenged because I've been given a microphone on top of all the other stuff, so just bear with me. Anyway, Rachel introduced me, so I know the 1 minute card comes out quickly, so I'm gonna get going. Except it's not working. Where's it?
It thinks everything's a right click, so just try to
Just right there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. For some of you that are not familiar with the history, we'll go through this really quickly. The sage grouse has been in decline since the 1900s and through this century, since the European settlement. It has declined about 80% of its historic population since the 1960s. So in 2010, it was considered for federal listing. They came up with a warranted but precluded decision and said they will review it again in 2015. So you're starting to hear some of the action that happened because of that. So in 2014, some of the landowners in Harney County went directly to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and asked them, what can we do about this? Because they were considering what a big impact that would be if the sage grouse got listed. So we came up with the Sage Grouse Conservation Agreement with assurances, CCAA, which is not quite as much mouthful, so started in Oregon. By 2015, we had added all of the other counties that sage grouse occur in. So 2015, that deadline came up. They reviewed it again and said, we do not need to list it because we see all the efforts that are happening on the ground with conservation in Oregon and other states across the West. But oh dear, I went too far. So from 2014 to 2025, we have been developing these landowner agreements in order to conserve sage grouse. As you're kind of hearing, those have mostly been run under the soil water conservation districts and once in a while under a watershed council in the situation that Rachel was describing. Our program outreach and implementation is just an ongoing circular thing. We're continuing to try to add people to that. As some people were sort of speaking to, I think Katie kind of mentioned, needing to move that direction from a top down to local. 2021 was sort of one of those for SageCon, is that we kind of realized we'd been operating for a while and the counties are all kind of doing their own thing. We need to make sure this data is backed up in one place and we're just a little more consistent about how we are doing that. So I would describe that as one of those situations that we were talking about where we're kind of adaptive managing that partnership. So we now do have more consistency, I would say, between the counties. We meet and talk with each other about our different situations and also a shared database that we all operate out of and GIS mapping that we use. So 2024 was our 10-year milestone. So out of a 30-year program, we're starting to kind of look at where we're at and what we've accomplished and where else we need to try to go. The CCAA program intention really is to coordinate and collaborate multiple entities in this long-term approach to sage grouse conservation across both public and private lands. That's where we've kind of been missing the mark in past history of sage grouse management, is that it was run mostly by federal and state agencies and not so much involved with the private landowners. So this is what the CCAA program specifically is about, is engaging those private landowners into the conservation effort. So a few of the things that we really focus on when we work with those private landowners is to assess the risks to the sage grouse and their habitats on their private lands. Then we identify with them the conservation actions for that individual landowner that they can help implement. And that is helping us to promote long-term practices with that landowner that we hope to keep that rangeland that they're in possession of in better health and function, and some education with them about how to do that on their ranch. So here's a map just of where we're at with the CCAA program. You can kind of see our different counties here. If I can get this right. There we go. So I'm up here in Baker and Union. This is Malheur, Harney, Lake, and then we've got Crook, hope I get this right, Crook, Deschutes, and Grant. Okay, so right now we have SageCon oversees the whole program statewide, and then we've got 8 counties and 6 different permit coordinators. So we're kind of lumping a couple of the counties together. This is also a great map just to show you what we're dealing with. This orange is private land and the gray is public. So you can see that different counties have a little bit more private land than some of the others. So the tenets of our program are to kind of keep this whole program together. We need to make sure that those ranches are still economically sustainable, because they're not going to want to work with us if we're telling them they can't have a business going on. But our focus really is also that environment, is we want to protect and grow that core sagebrush habitat. But this is really key also, that we can build these collaborative relationships so that landowners will want to start working with us on the whole sagebrush rangeland conservation and habitat. And so these are some of the benefits that we gain out of the CCA program. First and foremost is that we're hoping to conserve a species and keep it off the ESA listing. What we do for the landowners with this program is we give them assurances that if they enroll in this program voluntarily, that they have been signed off by the Fish and Wildlife Service, that if the sage grouse was to be listed, they would not go under any other regulation, that they've already demonstrated their effort and concern to work on sage grouse conservation. What it also does for them is that we partner with a lot of other agencies, and if they're enrolled in the CCA program, they often can get prioritization on some of the funding that goes into conservation. This also builds up that trust and cooperation. And if we want to talk reality, there has been, a lot of distrust between some private landowners and government agencies in particular. And so we're trying to rebuild that wherever we can as well, just that they understand we're all working together to try to keep them and their livelihood going, but also better practices that we can do to keep sage grouse around as well. And in effect, what that does is we put more land under conservation. And then we're working together, and neighbors talk to neighbors. And as long as we're working on that, it kind of builds its own momentum if they build that trust with us. And we're working to put public and private land in. So quick on how the CCA program works. We do outreach to the private landowners. It is a voluntary program, so they can decide to sign up or not. When a rancher, they're usually always ranchers, they sign a letter of intent to enroll in the program with us. Then we meet with this landowner, establish a working relationship with them, start to gather information about their ranch, their intentions for their future with the ranch. And then we're allowed to go out on their ranch and collect the field data that we need in order to enroll them in the program. This includes a lot of GIS mapping and noting of where features are, looking at the habitat and condition of that. And then we develop this. I'm like Vanessa. It's called a site-specific plan for that rancher. So I'll call it SSP a lot after this. So there's the CCA program, which they're enrolling in, but they each individually get their site-specific plan that applies to their ranch in particular. We get those signatures on there, and then they get enrolled with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is just kind of that same thing in a little bit different diagram, but I wanted to show we create a draft plan. We go back to the landowner, talk with them about that, make sure they feel really good about this plan. It's a 30-year plan. And then at that point, we finalize it and send it off to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We go through some, questions and stuff with them, and then it gets signed off and they are enrolled in this program. Within that, every single year, we talk with the landowner and we look at where they're, what they've done that year. We get that documentation, short little report, and every year we're turning that back into Fish and Wildlife Service as a monitoring. And then every 5 to 10 years, we're going to go back and readdress that whole site-specific plan as a, remap their property, go out and look at eco states, that sort of thing. This is a list of a lot of those conservation measures that someone referred to. We have a lot of flexibility in it, but these are the things identified as threats to sage grouse. And so we work individually with the landowner on what things they might need out of this list, and then what they're willing to do and what works for them. We also don't, we do hold them accountable for some of it. They do need to be working on some of this actions. And so in a sense, this is kind of how it works. We've got our private ranch. We hand them their SSP, which is kind of their playbook for the next few years. And they might have this outlined in it as things they need to work on. So this is an example of, we want wildlife escape ramps put in their water troughs, or some livestock exclosure fencing around this nice riparian area to keep it available for sage grouse. Here's an example of one of my ranches. And I think I'll keep moving really quickly through this, but these were the things they came up with. But I thought this image was really good. This is kind of an example of how we helped them work with our local weed cooperative, and there was white top in this mesic area. And within 2 years after spraying and working with that themselves and with the funding from that, you can see how much this has improved with basin wild rye. And again, here's another project. We had a ranch that this reservoir, the cattle didn't want to go down off this cliff. I keep doing that. Didn't want to go off the cliff there. And so we were able to put a solar pump in from the reservoir, run that through the troughs back into the reservoir, and put livestock exclosure up. So where are we at after 10 years? We now have, I want you to remember, 10 years ago, there was no one. This is how far we've come. 66 different plans have been developed in 10 years. We've now enrolled over 800,000 acres. And I like to say on our wish list, if we could have 1 million acres, we're 81% of the way there. We're not going to stop after that either. And I didn't have this for all the counties, and Rachel was very busy when I decided I wanted to add this. So this is an example from Baker Union County, how much is in core, what we consider priority core habitat, and general use habitat versus non-habitat on those ranches. So we've enrolled on our ranches, out of 8 landowners, 77% of that is in our core sage grouse habitat. Ooh, dang it, sorry. This is an example of what we're, and there's more reference to this that I can hand you if you would like it, but we categorize them into these eco states. So I kind of use some sage grouse up there to show you what's good and what's not. A is that really nice sagebrush habitat. B is more grassland, which they still use. C is starting to have a lot of weeds in it with sagebrush, not as great. D and E are not good for sage grouse. In general, those are very weedy, degraded habitats. The meadow mesic is what our broods need during the summer, and so we're trying to increase that as well. But you can see where we're at. We're kind of, you know, even with our A and C right now across the whole program, and we're trying to uplift all of that into that A and B and M if we can. So here is in terms of the conservation actions where we're at after 10 years. Remember, we started at 0. We've got 2,300 acres in conservation easements. We've removed 15 miles of fence that we felt like were a threat to sage grouse leks, where they can get injured flying off the leks. We've seeded almost 10,000 acres in more native, better seed. Invasive treatments and juniper, you can see. We've installed 199 water escape ramps, and I have seen how much that helps all wildlife. I've seen dead raptors in them, dead rabbits. So anytime we can get a landowner put those in, it's great for all wildlife that's small. We've also marked a lot of that high-risk fence around leks, 71 miles. And since we're talking about RFPAs, we've got at least 83 of our landowners are enrolled in RFPAs for wildfire as well. Quickly, this is just a list of all the people we work with in partnership with these CCAAs. They either work on our LITs to help us, they help with grants or funding in terms of with the landowners that they work with CCAs. So that is us.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any questions for Jennifer?
It's always fun to hear an annual update on how the numbers are ticking upward. I was wondering, you know, revisiting site-specific plans every 5 to 10 years. I'm imagining that some of these are coming up for revisiting in the last couple of years. So I'm curious how that process has been going. What insights are you seeing? Wow, we're doing a great job. Just slight change in, of course, rinse and repeat. Or are there any things where like, no, we need to take a different tact here? So that's always it's an interesting part of when a partnership matures, of like when you're out of just the new phase and then you're revisiting what you've done.
Yes, I think that's a great question. We are pretty new into that. And I think even, you know, we're the whole program, that's our first time going through that. So trying to figure that all out. Because of what happened in Baker and I came on, we are at 10 years. There was really no 5 years because no one was around. So I am starting to go back out on those properties now, and we'll be doing that. Mostly what we're doing is looking at the eco state change. Has stuff uplifted into an A. You know, if we decided 10 years ago that we think they need these water troughs, and now 10 years we can go back and say they're still having issues in a pasture with that or some fencing on a riparian. Those will be the changes that we'll look at. So it's almost like redoing the whole baseline inventory, but without putting it through that whole big document. So it's kind of just looking at what's changed and then giving them new conservation measures to work on, or getting their feedback after 10 years as well. So.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right. Next up, we are going to have Megan come up and give us a fun, quick overview of some of the best of our landscape planning tool.
So this is something that we've talked about every year at the summit, but there's been a lot of really cool changes. And so I just want to make sure that we have a few minutes to highlight some of the most useful tools that you may or may not know about.
Thanks, Rachel. Hey, everyone. It's so good to be here. I can't believe it is the 10th SageCon Summit. I've been to all 10, and I think there might be a couple. You want to raise a hand? John O'Keefe, I think you've been to all of them. Stu, maybe Andrew. A few of us old timers, between the being here for 10 years and getting this emeritus. I'm going to go with distinguished, not old. That's how I feel right now. So yeah, as Rachel mentioned earlier, I have been the technical coordinator for SageCon for 10 years in my previous role at the Institute for Natural Resources, or INR. Just about 4 months ago, I took a new job with the Nature Conservancy. It's been really cool. I get to still work with you all in Oregon, and I'm also working across the Western US in 6 other states. So really happy to be here. My role in SageCon will be sort of phasing out, but this summit I couldn't pass it up. So I'm going to sort of represent INR here, talking about the SageCon landscape planning tool, which, if you don't know, this is the sort of web-based mapping tool that hosts a bunch of geospatial data. It's a very curated list of data, but there's quite a bit of different types of data on there. You can scan the QR code. I believe Naomi is putting in the chat the links for folks on Zoom. Okay. Let's see if I can get the slide to advance. Okay, great. So just real quick, navigating this tool, the left toolbar, the main features are you can view layers, you can use the EcoState summarization tool, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. You can download data. There's this I want to button up here and the tools button over on the right, lots of ways to interact with this tool. And the 5 things I'm going to talk about are summarizing EcoState maps over time, exploring some of the newer finer grain data sets that just were recently released a few months ago, digging deeper into vegetation condition using BLM monitoring data, bringing layers directly into a web map like ArcPro, ArcMap, and using markup tools in the web app if you don't have a mapping platform. But first, exciting news. We've been talking about EcoState maps. Jennifer just referenced them with the CCAA presentation. We've finally published a paper on EcoState mapping. This is an OSU extension publication. There are a bunch of them on your tables if you'd like to take one. There's also a bunch in the back. So EcoState maps are this sort of broad snapshot of rangeland condition. And we have maps that cover the whole biome now, and you can look at change over time. And this publication really is trying to help through sort of best practices for using this remotely sensed data and examples, help people understand how to leverage this data set. So I hope you all find it useful. If you find any typos, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Okay, my 5 cool things. So summarizing EcoState maps over time. So this is the EcoState summarization tool you can get to from that main menu. And I wanted to make sure people know about this. It's been around for a couple years, but you can go to an area of interest. You can draw a shapefile. You can draw on the tool. You can upload a shapefile. I think you can use like a KMZ from Google Earth. Find an area that you're interested in. Pick which time slices you would like to summarize. It goes back to about 1990 up to the most current maps, which right now are the 2022 to 2024 time slice. And it gives you a report summarizing change over time. Really good sort of high level snapshot of condition. This is available biome-wide. The SageCon landscape planning tool is mostly an Oregon tool, but the EcoState maps cover the biome and you can summarize over time. So I know there are a few folks outside of Oregon that can use that. One of the newer things here is there's been some advances in remote sensing technology recently, and the Rangeland Analysis Platform group has released some new vegetation maps that are both finer in scale. So many of these vegetation maps have 30-meter square pixels. This is 10-meter data, so it's a little bit finer scale, and also a little bit more nuanced data. So there is a data layer of invasive annual grasses, not just sort of all annual herbaceous. There's a sagebrush specific data layer rather than all shrubs. And so in the landscape planning tool, you can go in and look at these data sets. They seem to be perform pretty well in many parts of the landscape. They're not perfect. There's also this elevation heat load index. You're going to hear about this in Cameron's presentation this afternoon. This is a more finer kind of nuanced look at kind of a measure of resistance and resilience on the landscape. It's in this landscape characteristics folder. And so these data sets are helping us get a little bit finer grained in terms of our understanding of the landscape. And I will just mention real quick, up in the legend, to get the legend for these data layers, you have to click up at the top. It doesn't appear below the data layer anymore, unfortunately. Okay, I'm really excited about this one. This is pretty new. We have put the BLM assessment, inventory, and monitoring AIM data into the landscape planning tool. And so now you can look at real on the ground data over top of these maps. So it's right, the data layer is right there next to the eco state maps. It's kind of front and center right when you open the tool. And if you click on a point, zoom in a little bit, click on a point, and you can see the sort of summary of data from that point on the ground. So it will tell you the date it was sampled. Make sure you pay attention to that. That's right at the top. The AIM data started, I think it was 2016. The AIM data collection started. So it could be a pretty old plot. It may or may not match the time frame of the maps. A bunch of information about percent cover of these different, vegetation components. And then I think one of the coolest things is you get some species lists. What are the noxious species there? What are the deep-rooted perennials? What are the shallow-rooted perennials? What are the sage-grouse preferred forbs? And so you can look these codes up on the plants, the USDA plants database, but it gives you way more information about what is really there. Not just, are there a bunch of perennials, but which perennials, how much? So I think this is really cool. If you use a program like ArcMap, ArcPro, you can bring data layers directly into your map through a web service. Actually, Rachel was the one who pointed this out to me. I probably should have known about it already, but what you can do is in the landscape planning tool, if you click on a layer and the little 3-dot button next to it, a menu will come up. You can click get layer information and then click on that service URL button. And you just copy the sort of website URL path. And then in Arc, you can add data from a path. There's a button for that, and you just paste in that URL. It just brings in the data directly. You don't have to download it. You don't have to figure out how to symbolize it. You don't need a layer file. It just comes in directly. So this could be really useful if you have a map of your CCAA property or something you're already using, and you can bring these data layers in. Conversely, if you don't have a mapping platform, there's quite a bit you can do actually in the landscape planning tool. So the fifth thing here is using markup tools. So the tools button over in the upper right is what you'll want to open. It opens this menu at the top. You can do a bunch of stuff. You can draw things on the map. You can add text. You can share or save that map. You can actually upload shape files temporarily. You can, draw a shape and then export it to a shape file that you can put in a mapping platform. There's a lot of different things you can do. Okay, I have 1 minute left. Just enough time to say that, so, now that I'm not at INR anymore, don't worry, the INR team is keeping this tool up and running. So my colleague Mirka McCune, who isn't in the room here, she is going to be the contact for the SageCon landscape planning tool. She's been the one behind the scenes anyway, making this all work all this time. So if you have questions about the tool, there's actually a question, there's like a questions or feedback button right on the home screen. You can get in touch with her or you can email her directly. And then Toby, raise your hand. Toby is he is in a new role at OSU where he is taking on some of the INR rangeland work, which is really exciting. So Toby is also a person to contact at INR. And Jesse, you're here in the room. Do you want to raise your hand? Jesse Laney is also another colleague at INR who's been working on this stuff. So all of this will continue. I'm going to be watching and cheering from a little bit further afield. And thanks for your attention.
Thanks. So this is a very selfish question, but for those of us that work in other ecosystems such as dry type forests, is there anything like this for those other places? Like this, I love this tool so much. I use it all the time. I need it for the forest too. Do you know if anyone's developing that or anything? I mean, I just need to know.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. I don't know of anything being developed like that, but Jesse, Toby, this is a thing maybe to take note, and we've had conversations at INR about that need. I think there are a lot of forest maps out there as well. I think maybe the challenge is there are so many and they're much more complicated. And so, eco states were a pretty key way of just sort of like boiling things down pretty simply, about as simple as we could get away with. So yeah, I don't know that there's a tool out there for forest. There are fire related tools. There's a little bit more specific tools, but it'd be cool if INR could develop a forest and woodland. So Jesse's writing it down. He's putting it on his to-do list. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Yeah, it's a great tool for the reason I put it at the end of our local collaboration set is just because it is something that's nice to be able to zoom in, pull up a quick map, send it over to a landowner. You don't necessarily have to have a lot of GIS experience and expensive ARC subscription. It just allows a lot of flexibility and a huge amount of data right there at your fingertips. So I do encourage you, reach out to me, reach out to Mirica. She's incredibly responsive. If there's something that doesn't make sense or isn't working, usually within the hour, she's back to you. And it's just an incredible tool. So thank you for listening for our morning session. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back together at 11 and coffee at the back, restrooms, and we'll see you guys soon. All right, so we are going to kick off the second session of the day. We are talking about a few of the different statewide efforts that SageCon has been a part of over the course of the last decade. And we like to use this forum as a chance to update folks about what's going on within a few of our different efforts. That way we can just be clear and make sure that people are aware of the different opportunities there are to engage with SageCon, and a few of the different things that have been ongoing for a long time, just kind of the status of where we are with them. So we're going to kick off this session with 2 talks about mitigation coming from a few different perspectives. We're going to start with a West-wide public lands perspective. We have Lee Davis here from the Nature Conservancy. He's worked on public lands policy related to mitigation across the sagebrush biome. And so we're going to hear a little bit of his perspective, and then we're going to zoom into Oregon, and we're going to bring up Greg Jackal from ODFW, and he's going to talk about our specific sage-grouse mitigation policies. So we're going to save questions for the 2 of them until the end. We'll combine them. And so if you guys have questions for Lee or for Greg, we'll take those after the 2 presentations. But first up, we have Lee. Great. So you have to stay on the left side of the mouse pad and hit that to go forward.
All right. Well, good morning and thanks for having me here. It's nice to see you all. My name is Lee Davis. I am the Public Lands Policy Specialist with the Nature Conservancy's Sagebrush C program. I'm based out of Reno, Nevada. My background is really in terrestrial plant ecology, but I spent a number of years working on research projects and for Nevada Department of Wildlife's Habitat Division, doing a lot of project planning, project review, and working a lot with our state conservation system there, our state conservation credit system, excuse me, which is our mitigation program. So I'm not here so much to talk about the specific details today, but more to kind of do a little bit of stage setting, to talk about what we mean when we talk about mitigation, so we're all on the same page, to talk about what I personally and what my organization thinks makes a good mitigation program, and really to talk a little bit about the necessity for public lands mitigation to offset development that we vitally need in the Western US, but also to do it in a way that can support our public land users, our ranching and grazing community, and it can support our local economies while still providing opportunity for us all. This is a picture that I took from the Martin Fire in Nevada, the largest wildfire in my backyard in the state's history. I'm standing in the middle of a sagebrush seed strip aerial stripping project with my crews back when I worked on this. And that should tell you that my happy place is out in the middle of nowhere, not standing up in front of big groups of people. I like reading dusty policy and writing dusty policy, but bear with me. So a little bit about getting on the same page. What do we mean when we talk about mitigation? And if I need to go faster or slower, let me know. Mitigation really comes with multiple steps. When we talk about mitigation, we tend to focus more on the last step, which is really offsetting the impacts of development on lands. But really there's a hierarchy. And this is important when we work on public lands because we're talking about, first off, doing our best the best job we can to work together for land use planning so that we put projects in appropriate places. We do appropriate siting, appropriate scoping in a way that brings local voices in and accounts for our needs. So we talk about avoiding impacts where we can, especially with discretionary projects that can be located in a lot of different places on the landscape. We talk about minimizing impacts when we can, and that's where we talk about required design features and other measures that are built into, say, the Western Solar Programmatic EIS, whether you loved or hated that. And then finally, our last step is really getting to some of the programs we're going to talk about where we offset unavoidable residual impacts. And that's really what a lot of the 2015 sage grouse plans that are the state-run mitigation programs focus on. But a big part of the behind the scenes is that avoid and minimize aspect. So really at its core, this entire hierarchy is about how we balance use and sustain yield for human needs and ecosystem durability. And if you work with BLM, balanced use and sustained yield should be pretty common things we talk about. We tend to focus a little more on the first, on balanced multiple uses. I think focusing a lot on the sustained yield for a lot of us in this room is equally, if not more important. So let's talk about the benefits and the framing of mitigation. Again, we've got discretionary and non-discretionary activities. Discretionary activities, we can put them in a lot of places on the landscape, and we want to put them in places where we have relatively low habitat value, right? We've also got a lot of non-discretionary activities, and frankly, a lot of those non-discretionary activities like mining support our local economies. We get jobs out of them, tax base out of them. It's good for our state and our counties. This is a real world example. I'm not going to say where it is. I just want you to recognize there is a very large open pit mine in the middle of this picture that might be a little bit difficult to see. It's about 7.5, 8 miles north to south and about 6 miles wide at its widest point. Really important source of revenue, really important tax base. It's also right in the middle of all these lovely colorful blobs, which are a massive mule deer migration corridor close to my home. It's not important to know what all those colors represent. Just know that they represent lanes that the mule deer travel up and down. They represent areas where those mule deer stop along their migration, and some of them represent critical overwintering or oversummering habitat. And this is a real good example because I can guarantee you most of the people who work that mine also chase those deer on the weekends, right? So we get jobs out of this. We also want to do what we can to offset the known and possibly not quite known impacts to those deer where we can. Because again, outdoor recreation hunting, vitally important to our state's economy, really important to who we are as people and our heritage as well. So let's get to the why of mitigation a little bit. You're going to hear us talk about things like debits and credits. A debit is really an impact from development. How we calculate those debits is really complicated. It gets into a lot of mess. I'm going to leave it there. You'll hear people talk about HQTs, habitat quantification tools, and my arrows didn't line up, but whatever. We also talk a lot about credits, and those are the offsets to impacts. And we can develop those credits on private land. We can develop those credits on public lands. Some of them can be credits that protect the landscape. Other credits, really important credits, are ones that lift up the value of the landscape. We call those uplift credits. Benefits of this: investment in local economies and landscapes. When we've got a massive mine, the amount of money that we're talking about on paper looks really large. It can be tens of millions of dollars, but it is really in reality often a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of the profit coming out of any one development, not always. There can be barriers there, but I'm going to argue to you that it's also good business. It's good business to invest back in local economies and landscapes. We're going to talk a little bit at the end about the need to work on policy to be able to generate credits on public lands. I think this is important because generating those credits on public lands can be a diversified income stream for permittees and others. And ultimately, our goal here is improved land health. It's not just avoiding listing of ESA species like the grouse. We want improved land health conditions. So if we're going to have those impacts, we need them in a lot of cases, right? We also want to have the benefits. This is a real world example, but we really want to go from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen here. This is the Boohoo fire, 2007 fire, Central Nevada. TNC started working here with Nevada Gold Mines, NGM, in 2014 to identify restoration opportunities across a landscape that's about 880,000 acres. Most of this is related to offsetting impacts to sage grouse from their mining operations. And you can see what was once largely a cheatgrass dominated site is now grouse habitat. We've got sagebrush, perennial grasses. We've got wildflowers. The lek that was really close to here had about 10 males in attendance when this first picture was taken. May 2025, when the second picture was taken, earlier when the counts were done that year, we had about 45 males in attendance. So we are having on the ground impact. Now, NGM has invested several tens of millions of dollars into this, but they see this again as good business. It supports the local economy. It supports the community. It also leads to wildfire resilience. We want this right-hand side picture, not the left-hand side picture, because we know we're going to get better post-fire results. I'm going to gloss over this real fast just to say that this whole process of generating credits and debits and working with project proponents in the community to minimize our impacts, to avoid them when we can, and to finally, where we can't, offset them it's a fairly complex process. It involves a lot of moving pieces. It involves a lot of land use plans, resource management plans on the BLM side. It involves a lot of NEPA. It involves a lot of back and forth with the project proponents, developing what we think the impacts of a project are going to be in terms of those debits, finding appropriate credit projects if they don't already exist in a state-run bank or some other kind of banking system. And then ultimately getting those projects in place on the ground so that we have on-the-ground success and credit release. Am I okay? Okay. So we can get into specifics there, and I'd love to talk about it, but I'm going to gloss past that. When we talk about what a good mitigation program looks like, internal to TNC, we've got our 10 essential practices. This is based on work around the globe, also based a lot on very long-standing work around wetlands mitigation, which, if you know the history of that, has come with some successes and some serious utter failures too, but we've learned a lot out of that over the past 40, 50, 60 years. The important thing here to know is that out of these 10, I'm going to highlight a couple of them, but these are all really critical, but equivalence is one that I want to start with. When we finally get to what should be our endpoint of offsetting projects, any credit, any uplift project that we develop on public or private lands should have ecosystem equivalence, hopefully replacing what was lost by development. Now, that gets into issues of location and time and space. It takes a lot longer to develop an uplift credit than it does to develop a debit, right? We can go out and we can develop an open pit mine relatively quickly compared to going out and saying restoring a sagebrush ecosystem. How close those things are to each other is important, right? In some cases, we might want them to be really close, especially if we're having a significant impact to a local population. In other cases, we might want to talk about and think about how far apart they can be at maybe a landscape scale to support an overall broader population, or the meta population trends, if you want to get into that. Inclusive stakeholder engagement is really important. The local community does need to be involved to the degree possible. We also are looking for long-term durable outcomes. We have to have mechanisms built in so that if our credit project burns, we don't just lose that total ecosystem function. And again, the mitigation hierarchy, which is engagement of that full hierarchy, is an absolutely critical starting point to any discussion we have around building durable, good, long-term mitigation programs. So mitigation on public lands, there's a lot of text on here. I'm not going to talk a lot about this, other than to say, we start with that land use resource management planning process when we have a project proponent come to the forefront, or frankly, when we go through the RMP process at a broader landscape scale, when, you know, on the rare occasions we get there. We've got required design features. We've got exclusion criteria, right? Like if we're putting solar or wind out, we want to put that in places that are already cheatgrass dominated systems along roadways to the extent possible, so we don't have to build really long transmission corridors through good habitat. We've also got a lot of legislative underpinning supporting this. There are needs there for sure. I'm going to kind of gloss right past that in the interest of time, but I also want to say there are some good examples on BLM lands that's operating already. The Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan is a regional plan in Southern California that's done a good job of saying, all right, when we develop individual projects, how do we then develop offsets for those? We've got the Nevada Bank Enabling Agreement. That's what you saw my pictures from, the before after picture in Nevada that we work on with NGM that came out of the 2014 kind of lead up to the 15 grouse plans. That predates Nevada's conservation credit system, but we've worked together to learn a lot of lessons since then. And then we've got the myriad 2015 state greater sage grouse programs. So durable mitigation programs that we do, the underpinning of this is robust policy. We need robust policy that provides clear, uniform direction, but still allows for local decision making. And that means that we need to, why is that important? Because we don't want people to make decisions that are, say, arbitrary, right? We want to get our credit projects through. Project proponents want to get their projects built, but we do need robust federal guidance. And that means we need to have serious talks about mitigation leasing guidance, both policy and maybe even legislation for federal lands so that this can happen. Right now, most of our state programs aren't developing credits on public lands. And that's going to be an issue for our state programs for their long-term existence and survival. And it's going to be an issue for project proponents. We need clear jurisdiction, clear implementation guidance and workflows, clear accountability and clear purpose. And I am right on out of time here, so I'm going to turn that over and say thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Lee. All right, we are going to have Greg come up and he's going to step in with the next presentation. And then, like I said, we're going to do a combination question set. Greg Jackal is currently the interim sage grouse mitigation coordinator for ODFW, and he's been in the job for over a year. If you guys came to the summit last year, you might have seen him give a talk on a similar topic, different, a few different points, but we're excited to have him back as mitigation is a hot topic in our state right now. So thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm bad at holding this too close to my mouth and I talk loud. Okay. And then do I got to stand in front of the camera too? Okay. Thank you. Just hit the space bar. Scroll. Okay.
Click on it. Or yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Rachel. As she said, I'm kind of the interim sage grouse mitigation coordinator for ODFW, and I've been in this role for about 1.5 years. So this is my second SageCon. So I haven't been 10 years, but appreciate being here in Ontario. I'm just going to give a kind of an annual update from what I've learned in the last year, because I've learned a lot. And so I just want to kind of share that with everybody in the room. But I also want to kind of give a prop to SageCon, because originally that's what developed and built this program is SageCon and all the technical resources that basically came together to build the HQT, to build the mitigation manual. So it's all baked into the cake, and just kind of give a props to everybody that's here today. So I'm going to talk about kind of 4 milestones, kind of the trainings that I participated in last year. I'm going to talk about the LCDC commission adopting the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife sage grouse maps, which was very critical. Land Conservation and Development Commission. So DLCD is also kind of the state agency that runs that. Thanks. I'm going to talk about the sage grouse mitigation bank approval, which is really cool, and you guys are going to be able to tour that tomorrow, and then just kind of give a really broad overview project update. So I kind of want to just speak overall to some of the training that I received last year. And Josh, you ready from the governor's office of Idaho? They held a training in Idaho and Boise last October, the Conservation Fund. And I'm going to put a plug out to the Conservation Fund because they have basically free webinar content right now. You can go online, take their 8-part series. I mean, it's a ton of stuff. It was a week-long training. Josh was there. I mean, I thought I knew a little bit about mitigation going into this training scenario, and it kind of blows your mind about the detail in a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to kind of explain it through a few example slides, but just wanted to give a real plug to the Conservation Fund and let folks have that resource available if you have time or have more questions. So again, Lee did a good job talking about what mitigation is, avoidance, minimize, and then if you have to get down to where you have to compensatory mitigate. In Oregon, we have 3 options for you to do. You got the original option, which is PRM, which is permittee responsible mitigation. And again, just look at the pictures because I think the pictures show a kind of a cool scenario through these slides. So in the permittee option, basically the project proponent or the developer is going to basically fund the mitigation. They're going to find the land, they're going to work with a willing landowner, and the liability stays with them, right? So they basically have to develop the project, the agencies review it, but the liability stays with that permittee. And so it's one options developers have. Second option, which we have in Oregon, is the in lieu fee process. And so in lieu fee is where it's one of the 2 that are considered third-party mitigation, where the developer pays a third party to do the mitigation for them. So with this option, you can see in the middle, it's either got Nature Conservancy or state agency, which in this case, it's the state of Oregon. We haven't exercised this option yet in Oregon. We have administrative rules and set up to do that. It's a fairly expensive process. We have a calculator that accounts for everything that goes into a successful mitigation program, and it's full cost accounting. So it's basically assumes that we're going to purchase the land, we're going to manage it for 50 to 100 years, we're going to have people restore, do all the restoration projects. And so that's one of the reasons why it's very, very expensive, address wildfire. So I haven't used this one yet, but it's one option in the toolbox. And then finally, mitigation bank. So, excuse me, again, we'll be seeing that tomorrow, but the other component to the mitigation bank that's key is the time. So ideally with the bank, you have all the uplift actions occurring and done prior to them selling credits. But as you can see with a bank, you have project proponents on the right buying credits, and the liabilities transferred to the bank owners. And then you have the agencies reviewing the instruments and approving them, and then the actions get done on the ground. So those are the 3 that Oregon can do. There is a 4th, you don't have to read all this, but if you look on the bottom right-hand side, there's a habitat credit exchange, and that's Nevada's program. So Nevada does the CCS, or Credit Conservation System, where they basically work with developers that are producing debits and landowners that are producing credits, and they basically hold the Bitcoin, and they're kind of an exchange. They don't get in the room when they're negotiating the costs of those exchanges, but Nevada holds those credits. So just another option for the Western states to do mitigation. So with that, Nevada has intensive program. They have the SET, and so I don't know, the sage grouse ecosystem technical team, I think is what the SET is. And so they have annually, they do a 3-day course in Nevada where they certify all their field agents to go out, measure sagebrush, very detailed. and you have to pass a course in order to be the consultants that go out to either verify debit projects or credit projects in Nevada. So then just finally, another cool thing that happened last winter was they did the Western States did the first annual mitigation summit in Reno. I know Josh and his team attended along with me, and Nevada, Colorado, Wyoming, Washington, and California were online. And I think Boise, I think Idaho's going to host it this winter. And hopefully we can get some maybe partners to attend that, not just have state agencies this year. So I guess the second development we had this year was the adoption of the Oregon sage grouse maps by LCDC, which is the Land Conservation and Development Commission. So why that's important is that kind of translates down our maps, so the ODFW maps, down to the county levels for development actions on the ground. So we updated our maps, we added some core, and so that's why it's important. You can see on the map some of the changes. What we're working on right now with DLCD is updating the development layer. So we need to do that for the added areas of core habitat. So we're working on that. And then just real quick, I don't know, oh, I got 5 minutes, so I got a little bit of time. So tomorrow you guys will be visiting the Sage Grouse Mitigation Bank, the Northern Great Basin Bank. And I just want to touch on how that approval process occurred. So when I first started last May, basically just out of the gate, we came to a meeting here in Ontario. We had an IRT, which is an interagency review team meeting. We involved local ODFW staff, local BLM staff, and Fish and Wildlife Service, and Tara West, who's here today. Kind of met with them in a room, went over the management plans, a lot of the documents, conservation easements, and then the next day went out on the field and toured the property that was proposed for the bank. And then as we talked about earlier, in July, Cow Valley Fire came through and affected half of the bank. You guys will look at that tomorrow. So between July and June of this year, I spent a long time reviewing all the documents and identifying some, going back and forth between Tara West and the developer and looking at changes to the management plans and reviewing the documents. And we basically came up with an approval in June by ODFW. So first bank approved. I did notice this morning there's an article in the paper. So if you guys want to check that out, it's pretty cool. And why it took so long is that's all the stuff that's in a mitigation bank application. So all those exhibits, a lot of them are pretty detailed, a lot of legal documents. My brother's the attorney in the family, not me. So we had to rely on our DOJ assistants to kind of review some of those management plans and the conservation easements and some of those items. So it takes a lot, and that's mainly why. And then I'll just end my presentation with a couple updates. So kind of some ongoing projects that are actually getting close to developing. So one is Calico Gold Mine, which is not too far from here. I believe they've got through the BLM process and they're getting real close to the consolidated permit review, which is the statewide Dogami process. So that's coming out real soon. High Tech, which is the company down that's exploring lithium at the McDermott Caldera. We just approved their Mod 6, which is a real small adjustment to their exploration permit last week. And there was a small credit sale. And so they're basically working through that. And then next year, they're looking at the added exploration, which is the BLM EA that probably some of you in this room have reviewed. So that hasn't happened yet, but they did get a little bit of mitigation for the Mod 6, which was basically like 5 drill sites and a water well. And then Pleasant Hill ODOT Quarry, which is just up the highway here and going towards Baker, expanded a little bit, and they needed a little bit of mitigation credit. So those are the main projects other than B2H that have actually triggered mitigation and actually have sold credits to date. So that picture on the right is Disaster Peak and McDermott. So with that, I'll leave it for questions.
Awesome. Lee, can you come back up just in case? And if anybody has a question, Vanessa will run the mic over to you. Anya.
Thank you both for your presentations and work on this. I'm curious if you could expand a little further on this, yeah, future necessity to be able to do mitigation on public lands. Like hats off to the fact that we have our first mitigation bank in Oregon. It makes sense that it's happening on private lands where you can often move quicker. And yeah, sometimes in a more durable way, but then, you know, I don't know the exact percentage, but some big percentage of our lands in Oregon or in our sagebrush ecosystems are public. So just seems like y'all have thought a lot about it, and I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, so I'll start and then turn it over to Greg here. But you know, right now, like I said, most of our uplift credits and protection credits for that matter are being generated on private lands across the West. And that makes sense because a lot of our music resources are on private lands and those are high value. That said, when we get to really large projects like linear transmission corridors, like we're looking at in my backyard, those have significant impacts across a really large landscape. And we need to be able to generate a lot of credits to offset that. And frankly, the utilities that we're working with, they've got the money and we want them to do that because it's part of what we want out of our state governance. But we've got to be able to do that on public lands to meet that debit need. So we've got the state programs. We put a lot of thought and effort into those. There's a lot of variation between those state programs. What we don't have right now is consistent federal guidance on how to use BLM's right-of-way permitting process or other mechanisms that ensure durable multiple use on public lands so that, you know, mitigation, which is essentially restoration, right? But in this context, is happening at the right places so that it's not conflicting with other uses, prior existing uses. It's not existing with people who already have, say, mineral rights, because we don't want to go and put a mitigation project on like an area that might end up being a lithium mine in the near future if we know where those locatable minerals are. So we really need clear guidance that also doesn't rely on, if we're getting really wonky DOI solicitors' opinions, like we need a handbook and a manual and some kind of like durable guidance also so that there's business surety, right? Like if you go out and you develop a credit on public land, you want to know what paperwork do I need to fill out, what handbook, manual, part of the Code of Federal Regulations governs that process, and what does that process look like so I can come in hand with everything I need to my authorizing officer to get that done. And again, so that it's in place for the life of the project, because typically credits have to be on the ground for 30 plus years to count. And I'm going to turn that over.
Yeah, well, you nailed it. I only have a few things to add. I think for Oregon, it's just, if you looked at that map that I think Jennifer put up where it had private land ownership and sage-grouse habitat, some of our service areas, which I didn't throw that slide up, but we have 3 service areas where if the development happens in that service area, you have to mitigate in that service area. So there's some service area in Oregon where there's not as much private land. And then I'll just add that some of the habitat, the best sage-grouse habitat and probably most resilient habitats are on BLM lands. And so I think there's that aspect as well. And so we got to figure out the durability component because these are public lands and there is the ability to do recreation, different things on it. But I think some of those, at some point, we're gonna have to look at those, and the mapping tools are really powerful to show where those like resilient landscapes are. And a lot of times they're on public land. So probably the best place to mitigate.
Any other questions?
Is there with,
Hold on.
I'm coming to you, Mark. Oh, got it.
With energy development, solar and wind kind of really seeming to take off, are there particular or special mitigations or plans or anything different for those than any other kind of development? More extractive?
Yeah, I mean, there's not any differences. We run them through the habitat quantification tool, and they'll probably have a little bit different of an impact than say a mine that's throwing out a bunch of sound. So like a solar development, obviously it's going to fence the area and you'll have direct habitat loss, but you'll probably have less indirect habitat loss than say a power line or something that throws out a bunch of sound.
Well, thank you to both of you. Appreciate you coming up and giving your different perspectives and experiences. All right, so next up, we are going to have Skylar Vold present. He is requesting access. I trust him.
Thanks, Rachel.
Awesome. Glad that you're here. I'm gonna pull, or you're gonna share your slides. There it is. You are showing yours. Okay. I'm actually going to switch and have Skylar present his own slides.
Oh, okay.
Unless, is that easier? Is that okay?
This works. You gave me control.
Oh, okay, perfect. Great. Well, just a little bit of background for those of you who don't know Skylar. I was very sad that Skylar was sick today. He normally gives us a wonderfully animated presentation and can make the trends of sage-grouse populations fun and interesting every year. So while he is not here with us in person, he is still working hard from Burns. He is our ODFW sage-grouse conservation coordinator, and he is going to give us a little bit of an update on both the populations and some of our progress with the massive lift that ODFW did this year with updating their conservation assessment and strategy. So take it away, Skylar.
Thanks, Rachel. Can you hear me fine? Louder, quieter?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect.
Sound good? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Yep, again, Skylar Vold here, sage-grouse conservation coordinator with ODFW. I do apologize that I can't be there in person. It's always something that I look forward to, catching up and being able to connect with all of you. But I thought I would save you all from infection this year and catch up with you all next year. So jumping into our annual LEC monitoring objectives, note that these 4 will change, but they were basically employed in 2025. So up to 2025, we wanted to monitor over half of our occupied and pending LECs in each priority area for conservation PAC annually. The PACs are our sage-grouse biologically significant units, so they really represent a population of sage-grouse on the landscape. I will have a map of these areas later. And then we also want to conduct multiple counts on over half of the monitored LECs, and our trend LECs, which are typically the LECs that have been monitored for over 20 years. They would all get 3 counts. And we would try to count all of the LECs in every PAC every 3 to 4 years. So going forward, this might not actually be the case. We are going to contract with the USGS, which helped us develop our new population model, which I'll touch on in a minute, to actually help us develop a LEC survey optimization protocol. And because we have our new population model, this protocol will help inform that new model and help really maximize our effectiveness to count the LECs that we need to count, get the data that we need to get with potentially less survey effort on the ground. So going forward, we're going to want greater spatial coverage, which means survey more LECs per PAC annually, and likely fewer repeat surveys. So those trend LECs, going to them 3 times in a season, that likely will not be the case going forward. Jumping into the 2025 LEC survey season, overall, we had relatively good access and survey conditions. So we were able to conduct 1,614 ground counts and 46 aerial surveys. This covered 60.9% of the known LECs, so 771 of 1,267 LECs that we know about in Oregon. And then on average, each LEC was surveyed 2.15 times. And we had 118 observers this year, which is pretty typical. and also really impressive when you think about it from ODFW and other state agencies, many federal partners, and other partners in the sagebrush as well, all getting up very early, sometimes before 3 a.m. to get out to some of these locations at sunrise. I guess backing up just a second, I forgot to mention what a lek was. So leks are the breeding locations that sage grouse attend year after year. The males display for the females, and biologists are able to go to these known lek locations on the landscape, count the number of males, and then by counting the number of males, we're able to get our sage grouse population trend estimates. We go to some of these lek locations multiple times in a given season, and that way we were able to help, well, USGS was able to help us build a new population model, which really relies on these repeat counts. So our 2025 population estimate was 50,912 sage grouse. And if you were here for the presentation last year and saw that we had in the upper, I guess like 26 or so thousand sage grouse, you're like, wait a second, we just doubled our population in 1 year? No, we did not, unfortunately, but we did see a good increase using the same model from 2024 to 2025. We had a 15.1% increase, which is still very exciting. Now we're only 4% below the adjusted 2003 baseline population of 53,000 sage grouse. And the reason that we have more sage grouse now than we did last year, significantly more, is because we have this new model. More sage grouse, yay! Okay, so this new model is pretty cool because, again, super fancy. USGS helped us develop it. It relies on those repeat surveys. It's called an N mixture abundance model. So it is estimating true abundance using those male counts. And one of the big pieces here is that it accounts for imperfect detection, which our previous model did not. So we know that going out to these lek locations, we're able to get a good number, a good count, but we know that it's not a perfect count. We know that when we're going out there, we're probably not counting every male that's on the lek. And this new model is able to account for that and adjust the population estimate accordingly. So in this graph, you can see the bottom line is the previous model. The top black line is our new model. The 2003 adjusted baseline, we kept 2003 as that baseline population. You can read about that in the updated CAS if you want to. We don't have time to get into everything about this model or about the back calculation that we did, but do know that we do have about 20,000 more sage grouse than we previously had. So using the same reference data, we can see that in 2017, we're about up to that 2017 population, and we're about up to our estimated 2003 baseline population. And hopefully the populations keep improving because we don't want that next dip. You can see that in 2019, we had our lowest population estimate ever recorded. When the population trends eventually go down because lower precipitation on the landscape, we don't want that to be lower than 2019. So we've heard about all the conservation work that's being done. I would attribute some of these increases to those conservation efforts. And hopefully we can continue to see our population trends increase. So when we break this down by pack, priority area for conservation, in 2025, you can see that many of our packs had about a 20 to 25% increase from 2024, which was really exciting to see. So the Crowley pack over here on the, well, actually, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Oh yeah, there it is. Crowley pack, Steen's pack, Juniper Mountain, Brothers, Paulina, and then down here, Louse Canyon, Trout Creeks, Pueblos, all of these packs, oh, and Warner, can't forget Warner, and Little Tucker Hill right there. They all had over a 20 or about a 20% increase from 2024, which was awesome. Some of the areas that didn't have the increases were the Beatty's pack actually had about a 5% decline, Baker pack about a 15% decline, and then we didn't have as steep of increases in the Cow Valley pack right here, 4% increase, Cow Lakes 1% increase. These areas that didn't have the increases that we saw in some of the other packs were likely attributed to the 2024 wildfires. So there was a large wildfire on Hart Mountain. We did see lower population trends in those leks on Hart Mountain in 2025 compared to 2024 and compared to the surrounding area. Cow Valley, we heard about the Cow Valley fire, the Durkee fire, the Bonita fire. That was all in this area that covered Cow Valley pack and Bully Creek pack up here. So we likely saw some impacts to our population trends from those wildfires. And then Cow Lakes over here north of Jordan Valley has been struggling for a while. This population this area has quite a bit of invasive annual grasses and did see some wildfire impacts in 2024 as well. So we had some major wins in 2025 across the range, Brothers being one of those. That was extremely exciting to see a 24% increase. But then we also saw a couple declines across the range as well. We expected these population increases based on our hunter harvest in 2024. So we have had 3 years above average precipitation and 3 years above average production. So 2022, 2023, and 2024 have all been above average. 2024 sage grouse production was the fifth highest since 1993 at 2.25 chicks per hen. The long-term average is 1.49. We had 55% juveniles in the harvest. The long-term average is 47%. And you can see here on the y-axis is chicks per hen, x-axis is year. 2022, about 2 chicks per hen. 2023 was the highest chicks per hen ever recorded at 2.5. And then 2024, 2.25 chicks per hen. So this is what's driving these increased populations. More chicks on the landscape, more juveniles, more first-year birds, and then ultimately more adults. So our populations have continued to benefit from this increase in our really our winter and spring and summer precipitation that we've had over the past few years. Jumping into our aerial lek searches, so we conducted helicopter searches in the North Steens Pack and Sheepshead Pack in 2025, contracted 43 hours of flight time, which covered 1,600 miles of transect. These efforts located 7 new leks, 6 in the Steens Pack and 1 in the Sheepshead Pack. There were several more potential new leks that we found, but just still need to be confirmed on the ground. And then, if you remember from last year, we conducted aerial lek searches in the Southern Steens Pack and in the Pueblos Pack, 64 hours of flight time, which covered 2,500 miles, located 9 new leks, 5 in the Pueblos and 4 in the Steens. And what's important to note that in 2025, our ground confirmation confirmed an additional 4 new leks, 3 in the Steens and 1 in the Pueblos, which was very exciting. So these efforts have been really important in helping understand how lek locations shift across the landscape. These shifts can be driven by disturbances such as wildfires, typically habitat driven, but sometimes the birds just decide to dance somewhere else, so we have to keep track of them, and the aerial searches are the best way to do so. Okay, so I'm not going to touch much on the update to our Oregon sage grouse CAS because I'd have a 1-minute warning. So you can read all about the CAS update if you go to our website, and you can download this plan, read the 200+ page document. It'll be very exciting. Do it on a weekend. The ODFW, or Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, adopted this updated plan on September 12th. And as a piece of this updated plan was the habitat maps, the updated maps that were adopted by the Commission in 2023. So these maps now live inside the updated CAS. And Megan failed to mention this, but the sage grouse updated habitat core and low density layer is on the SageCon landscape planning tool. It is definitely a top 5. So get on there, download that updated map, or just look at it if you want to do that. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Skylar, for the update. Scott Harris, Institute for Applied Ecology. How was the 2003 baseline determined? What methodology was that? And are there any caveats with using that?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. It's a good question. So the 2003 baseline population was originally established in the 2011 version of the Conservation Assessment and Strategy. And the 2003 year was established because it was a good midpoint between a previous trough nadir in a population cycle and a peak in the population cycle. We kept 2003 as the baseline so that we would not be seen as moving the goalpost. So this was established in 2011. Our back calculation was just used to determine a new 2003 level, as opposed to establishing a new baseline for the state, as 2003 was already in Oregon administrative rule as the baseline sage grouse population for Oregon.
Sorry, I always have a question. Skylar, this is Autumn. I was wondering what other states utilize this new USGS population model, just for like consistency and comparison across modeling across states. I don't know if you mentioned that, but I missed it. So
Thanks, Autumn. No, that's a great question. As always, Oregon is at the forefront of sage grouse conservation. So we aren't the first state to use an N mixture type model. Montana has developed their internal N mixture model, but I'd say that maybe we're the second state to use this type of model. And already Idaho, potentially Nevada, and maybe some other Western states are looking to use a similar model that USGS just developed for us. And you can actually find the full report inside the Sage Grouse Conservation Assessment and Strategy. It's pretty detailed, and it goes through exactly how this model works, how it was developed, and why we're using it, and maybe even why it's, I guess, a better methodology. So pretty cool. We're very excited to use it. I can't hear you, Rachel.
Can you hear me now, Skylar?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So Allison Rayburn is going to give a presentation on the RFPAs at a broad state level to complement the prior RFPA presentation that we heard. So I am unfortunately throwing her under the bus and making her the last thing between you and lunch. So we'll have her come up after I give a brief overview of our Sage Step native seed strategy. So in addition to forgetting to put her on the agenda, I'm also having her keep you from lunch. So I apologize, Allison, but she will be up after me. And that way, when you're looking at your agenda and you're trying to figure out what's going on, that's what happened. So I have just a quick presentation because I wanted to update you on sort of a new initiative that we've been spending some time on here at SageCon over the past year. In the early part of this year, the state of Oregon released our Oregon Native Seed Strategy. It was put together by the Oregon Native Seed Collective, which is
The groups that you see here with their logos, it is a broad variety of state and federal agencies, nonprofits, very similar to the SageCon structure, but they're working on native seed at the state level. And so they put this together as a cohesive planning document, because we all want more long planning documents to help try to expand the supply chain of native seed to our various uses across the state. So we're hoping to be able to increase the pace and scale and decrease the cost of native seed for projects. And then this also places a really high emphasis on ecological restoration as the priority of our restoration projects, thinking about biodiversity and climate resilience over just that pure revegetation. So while we have all different types of projects, this is recognizing the need to place the right seed on the ground at the right time in order to make sure that our plant communities remain intact over the state. And so while I was working on this a little bit, it seemed like a natural role for SageCon to step in and look at this from a Sage Step perspective, because a lot of these goals that we identify in the strategy are relevant to what we're doing over here. So this is sort of a pared down version to make it digestible on a slide, but the seed strategy consists of 5 main goals, and it's making sure that we have native seed available. So I don't know how many of you, I'd like to see raised hands, have gone to do a restoration project and not been able to get a hold of the seed that you wanted to do the project. Okay, so handful of people that are in here. It's something that I've heard from a lot of people. It was something that I experienced when I was working at the Soil and Water Conservation District. We wanted to be able to do high quality restoration on different properties, and the availability and timing of getting seed was very difficult. We want to be able to develop timely resources for decision making, so that if you are a grower, you can understand what the needs are going to be and anticipate that in order to plan out this long timeline that it takes to develop a lot of these perennial seed sources. And then being able to make informed decisions with land managers, so that you can anticipate maybe what they're going to want to buy, the amount that they're going to want to buy, the ecosystems that they're going to be working in. And then the 4th goal is conservation seed banking for sensitive species. This is what I know least about, but it's important in terms of our biodiversity across these landscapes. It's something that we have a lot of interest in. It's a little bit of a different vein than what we've spent the most time on, but equally contributing to the strategy. And then implementing communication strategies and just getting some reliable funding. That's all we need. I was going through and I was like, oh, they just peppered that in at the end. We just need some money and we'll be fine. So I think it was interesting just talking about this, and when we had a gathering a couple weeks ago, being like, well, it's not a priority with a lot of our federal administration and agencies right now, but continuing to have these conversations so that we can do the best type of work on the ground in our area is important still. So the reasons that we are wanting to have this step down strategy is that we've seen through grower networks around other parts of the state that it is something that is a resource that is highly valuable for growers. We want to make sure that there's a network of communication so that they can grow and prosper in these businesses. It is, there's a disproportionately large amount of disturbance in our Great Basin ecoregion of the state. So if we can figure out some strategies to do this well, we are going to be able to make an impact over a huge number of acres with some concerted planning and the development of this group on this side of the state. We have some great similarities in our plant communities. So while obviously there's a ton of diversity and it's not the same everywhere, like I said, we can have some strides forward by capitalizing on those similarities. And then we want more opportunity in a restoration economy. So we have people that are looking at their farming and ranching operations and trying to figure out either how to diversify or how to maintain their business when there's challenges like limited water. Down in Harney County, there's been a big shift because of the availability of water, groundwater resources. And so looking to things like this that might be able to produce produce an industry that is not as reliant on those inputs is an opportunity that we'd like to check out. So SageCon's role in this is using our existing network, both with the SageCon partners across the state, great bodies of research, great researchers that are able to respond to some of the needs that we're identifying, and these local LITs that can listen to what the issues are in some of these places and identify the needs, and also just for raising funds. One of the things that I was finding when we were developing seed projects was just how absolutely in-depth the process was from the time that you identified that a seed was ready on a plant to when you were able to go out and harvest it, dry it, clean it, and then eventually get it in the ground. So there's a huge long back process, including the knowledge of the plants that are on the ground and when they're available to be harvested for the seed. And that includes a lot of driving. It is a very complex process. And then once you get it in the ground, it can be 1, 2, or 3 years before these plants are able to actually put out a productive amount of seed. So that seed increase time is pretty significant. And if we can strategize on how to do that together and guarantee some markets for some of these seed producers, it could be a good thing for people in our area. I threw this map together. This is a map of places that are providing plant materials currently. So as you can see, there's a lot of different reasons for it, but most of the plant materials that are being produced for consumption in our area are being produced outside of our area. So we have a few sort of on the fringes, but currently you guys see EcoSource is right there in the middle. And then we have a couple on the far edge in Terrebonne, so Terrebonne and Bend area. There's pretty big variety in terms of a lot of people are producing seed or plant plugs and potted plants, which is important, but it's really difficult to do restoration at the scale that we're talking about when you're producing those big plants that need to be distributed across a large landscape. So we are trying to figure out how to plan small to mid-sized projects with ecologically appropriate seed that can support resilience for smaller local growers. So we're trying to do some of this coordination work, and we were really excited to have a seed summit earlier, about a month ago in Bend. We were able to bring together all kinds of folks, planners, growers, buyers, researchers, and it was the first time that a lot of them had been in the same room together, working on similar but different parts of the same problem. And so it was really fun to sit down and hear them talk about their ideal business, their ideal seed sourcing, and get some of those ideas together and try to find where those things would intersect and we could have some opportunity. So it was a great chance for network development, bringing together those interests. The timing was pretty incredible in terms of the federal participation being available. If we'd have done it a week later, we wouldn't have had those insights. We had some really great presentations from BLM, and I think that that was really helpful to some of the growers in terms of helping them understand and navigate the system that they're working in. So a lot of times there's some of these mismatches that we see where BLM and growers are kind of coming at it from different angles. One of the biggest challenges is sometimes after fire, when you're doing ESNR plans or bear plans, they have to buy their seed within 60 days of that fire. And so sometimes that can be really challenging for a small grower to understand what that ask is going to be and have the materials available to provide that. So these are just some of the differences that we saw. Obviously, you know, if you're looking for really specific things like sage grouse food, that is a very different project than if you are just trying to get soil stabilization and make sure that there's something on the ground to eat for a cattle operation that, like we heard, there were many of them last year that just lost everything in a fire. So we have to balance some of those needs. And so having those conversations about where we can meet that ideal versus real was awesome. We broke down the goals and objectives. If you guys get a chance, I left one of the seed strategies out on the table out there, and then also printed out the objectives. And it is one of those documents where you just look at it, and it took weeks and talking to so many people to figure out what does this mean? How do we actually apply these objectives? What are our problems? What are our shortcomings in this area? And where are some opportunities? And so it was really great to hear from the group what their specific interests are, and that there's just a general want for there to be that type of organizing and figuring out how to work in these landscapes to provide seed that is ecologically appropriate and putting high quality restoration on the ground when we're losing millions and millions of acres just in a matter of hours. And so it's something that's coming along, and I just wanted to share that with you because it's been something that we've been wanting to pull together for years, and we're excited to be able to cultivate this network, work with some folks in local areas to develop some seed menus, things that they would like to see available, and then potentially get that seed into soil and water conservation districts and watershed councils' hands in order to be able to do projects that use that seed and have it be something that those individuals own and are able to use as a project generating technique. So we're excited about it. There's a lot going on, and I just wanted to thank those that supported this. OWEB gave us some good funding to be able to host the event. The Seed Collective put together the document. Dry Fly Management Company is doing some really great things in terms of just bringing people out to their ranch, showing them what they're doing, trying to figure out how we can do some things with shared equipment, shared ideas. And then a special shout out to Stu Garrett, because he's been screaming from the rooftops that we need to do this for a long time. And it was just really, really valuable. And so that was a great example of us getting the opportunity to hear from people on the ground and figuring out how to scale up and address these problems in a real way. So thank you guys. Allison, make your way up. Would you mind switching for me? Does anybody have any questions about a Sage Step native seed strategy? We get our presentation switched.
All right, so I'm Allison Rayburn. I'm the Rangeland Fire Program Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm super appreciative for Derek Burkhart giving you some firsthand messaging directly from an RFPA member earlier. I can't compete with that, but I appreciate some extra time to talk about the program as a whole. Myself, Steve Meyer, who was up here earlier as well, and our 4 colleagues, thanks to the Oregon legislature, are funded to full-time support Oregon's rangeland fire protection associations. So if any of you, if this is a new acronym for you, in Oregon, so federal land is protected from wildfire by federal agencies, Forest Service, BLM, national parks, Fish and Wildlife. Private forest land is protected by the Oregon Department of Forestry. And residential areas, wildland urban interface areas of population to have rural fire departments, rural fire protection districts are protected by those. But that leaves about 8 million acres in Oregon with no wildland fire protection. And so starting in the 1960s, ranchers in Eastern Oregon said this isn't acceptable. And Oregon passed a statute that allows the formation of rangeland fire protection associations. So there's some newsletters on your tables if you want to take a look. The maps on the back, it shows the progression of these associations forming. We're up to 28 associations now in Oregon with a request for a 29th potentially in the works. So, you know, these are, so to give a little background on them, there's 28 of them now. They're independent associations, completely volunteer driven. We have 1,200 volunteers that go out and fight wildland fires in Eastern Oregon, completely volunteer for their lands, their communities, their neighbors. They have 800 pieces of firefighting equipment. Derek talked a little bit about this with his association. Some of these are their own trucks they put water tanks in the back of. They get association acquired equipment at very low costs, such as dozers, larger engines, excess equipment primarily from the federal government. We'll talk about a House bill changing that. So protecting 17.5 million acres. About a third of this is private land that would otherwise have no fire protection. About 2/3 of this is BLM land. As Derek mentioned, they have agreements that allow these private volunteer firefighters onto federal lands to fight fires that have effects to their grazing allotments, fires coming off of federal lands onto private lands, and affecting their communities in general. So in an ideal world, we're working to have the volunteer landowners working together with the agencies, not worried about the jurisdictions and the boundaries, and minimizing acres burned in Eastern Oregon. And so a really crude overlay, I'll get a better one, of so looking at sage-grouse habitat and the ground that RFPAs protect. This is obviously hopefully a relevant conversation to those of you in this room. A lot with the BLM working together with these RFAs is your fire protection for sage-grouse habitat in Oregon. So those of you that came to the summit last year in Prineville saw this rather frightening graph that I put up. This is total acres burned in Oregon from 1992 to present. You'll see the spike 2024, we were still in the middle of it last year. I said we were in the middle of the worst fire season the state of Oregon has seen by a long shot. The previous record was 1.2 million acres. Last year, we did top the 1.9 million acre mark. You'll see this year, we're in much better shape for 2025 with about 288,000 acres burned. That's less than the Durkee fire last year, all of Oregon this year. So we are really appreciative of more favorable weather conditions, but also I can firsthand tell you, working with ODF, BLM, and the RFPAs, fire response was aggressive this year after 2024. People, the agencies, the landowners, it was not just due to weather factors. We actually had 33% more starts in 2025 than we did in the worst season we've had, 2024. And so there was, before when landowners might've said, well, let's see if BLM has it, they were going out, everybody was going and keeping these fires small in 2025. So we're still collecting, kind of finalizing data from that, but I will, so I'm going to focus a little bit on the 2024 fire season that we didn't have final numbers for when I spoke last year. So when we have a record-setting season in Oregon, and not by a little, right, by a lot. So average was about 600,000 acres burned. We're 3 to 4 times average. So Oregon prepares, Forest Service, BLM, parks, the landowners, ODF, we prepare for an average fire season with resources. And so when we have 3 to 4 times the average amount of fire, we don't have enough resources. We don't have enough firefighters in Oregon. We're bringing firefighters in from California, from Alaska, from North Carolina, from New Mexico, from Canada, and from Australia. So those resources aren't quick to get here, and they're not familiar with our local area. So to give you a little visual of what this looks like for one fire, in Eastern Oregon, when we have 1.7 million acres of those were in Eastern Oregon, of those 1.9. So more than we've ever had in Oregon before, in Eastern Oregon alone, 6 megafires. A megafire is over 100,000 acres, 6 megafires on the landscape. We are making excruciating decisions, prioritizing resources to these fires. And so when you're having to make those kind of decisions, what prioritizes? Population areas, infrastructure areas, the high values at risk. So what doesn't get prioritized? I say, John, is you're one of these fires in Southeast, did the Warner Peak fire get prioritized for resources? So I'm gonna, this video here is from the Hole in the Ground fire in Jordan Valley. Southeast Oregon doesn't end up getting prioritized. So this is from testimony from Silas Skinner from the Jordan Valley RFPA. He said when the fire started, July 24th, the BLM sent 1 incident commander. The local landowners stay committed to their community, right? They don't move around to where the big fires are. They protect Jordan Valley, and they sent 20 trucks that first day. By the second day, BLM had a strike team of engines and 2 dozers there. The RFPAs had up to 30 local trucks fighting this fire. On day 3, the fire was 98,000 acres, and the landowners put in 25 miles of fire line. So I'm not allowed to say what didn't happen. How can we measure? How big do you guys think that this fire would have gotten with 9 agency resources on it? So again, just showing what it looks like when you and your neighbors are what stand between a 98,000 acre fire and your local community, your cattle forage, your sage-grouse habitat. So huge efforts last year. In your handouts, these are final statistics for what RFPAs contributed. So twice the average number of fire responses. 4 times the amount of large fires. This was the big difference. So as we set up RFPs to do initial attack in their local communities, go out and keep those fires small. We had 39 large fires with incident management teams from resources from out of the area working together with these local landowners. They had almost 10 times. So as a state, we had 3 to 4 times the average acres burned. On RFPA protection areas, 10 times the acres burned. So if you look at suppression hours, Derek talked a little bit about, on average, volunteer landowners put in 7,600 hours fighting fires voluntarily. Last summer it was 45,000 volunteer hours by our landowners. So just to kind of put that in perspective, if Derek typically goes out 5 days, to do initial attack and help keep fires small, last summer it was 30 from a volunteer that also has a job or a ranch and a family and all the other things. So honestly, as I was down in Burns on the Falls Fire, knowing there was a group of these landowners ahead protecting their land, I was honestly wondering, this isn't what we built the RFPA program for, and is this summer going to break the RFPA program? And so afterwards, we started doing outreach of checking in. We worked with as much as we could, right, with 39 large fires on the ground, myself, Steve, Jason, Don, but we went out and we interviewed a couple of landowners, including Derek's dad, that were highly affected by the fires. And it's 1 minute, so I'm going to go ahead and play it. And if you can't hear this for any reason, it's only a minute, so bear with me. And the full video is available in the newsletter. This is just a 1 minute clip of it. So please share this, watch this. It really tells the landowner story. I encourage you to watch the full version.
Fire directly affects our livelihood because we survive with cows. And all this grass is how we feed our cows. Fires like this are life altering. There's some people that they may have lost every blade of grass they have. And that's why it's important for us. We can be first on the scene. The local knowledge. We know the road. We know the area. We know the fire behavior. We've seen fires there before.
And on normal years, we're good. The little bit of budget we live on. Or if Mark has a fire and we all go out there and fight fire a day, we'll all come to his house and fill up with diesel. But this year it was overwhelming. We have a little over 500,000 acres within 20 miles of it.
But mostly our firefighting was initial attack. Until this year, we got more involved in backburns, trying to slow the front up so we could make the push the next day. And we were able to get fairly efficient at turning the fire back into itself this year. We got a lot of fire.
But we're only able to do that
With the
water.
tender,
It's amazing.
you won't find another bunch of people other than our PA to do more class.
We wouldn't even be where we're at right now without the cooperation with the BLM and Oregon Department of Forestry and the State Fire Marshal.
So what we found is, after an absolutely exhausting, absolutely excruciating fire season, so much frustration, so much loss, so much just fatigue, is that the landowners are saying we can do more. You heard Derek say, like, we know that this is not a once in a lifetime. There's a possibility that 2024 wasn't a once in a lifetime. We saw the trend. We know we cannot count on there being agency firefighters everywhere they need to be when they need to be there. There aren't enough. And landowners are saying, we want to participate. We want to protect our land. We can do more, which is just incredible. And so when we're asking, what can we do? What can we do to help empower landowners more, to support our RFPAs more? What we're hearing, and I appreciate the question, right? Where are we going next? Is what we're hearing is we're doing really well on, Derek said, we're making leaps and bounds of progress. We're doing really well on an initial attack, getting them equipment, getting them tied in with their local partners, getting training. We've really built the program, the number of the volunteers, the number of trucks. But what it sounds like we need, what we keep hearing, is we need help with these large fires, integrating landowners in with fire teams. And so on an average year, like 25, myself, Steve, Don, Jason, we're able to get out there and help the RFPs connect who on the team, how can their voices be heard, how can they still contribute. But the main thing they're asking for is equipment. We've got the people, we've got dedicated landowners, we've got more interest after last year than ever, but we could use more equipment. We've got at least 8 requests for dozers, including Warner Valley, Mr. O'Keefe's here, and including the Vale and Ironside RFPA that Derek's here. And so how can we help get these volunteers more and better equipment? So their local representatives, former Senator Lynn Finley, Representative Mark Owens, heard this, took it to the Oregon legislature. House Bill 3349 sailed through the 2025 legislative session. It opened up direct access to ODF excess equipment. As I said, most of their equipment is federal excess. They didn't have direct, ODF had to follow the state disposal process. We now have a statute that allows ODF to directly sell or donate excess state firefighting equipment to RFAs. We'll hopefully get them some more like 10 to 20-year-old equipment instead of 30 to 50-year-old equipment. It also populated the Rangeland Protection Association Fund. This is huge. Not only did they get $1 million from the Oregon legislature to help them specifically with equipment and operating costs, but it set up a central fund for RFPAs. Previously, they're all 28 independent RFPAs. If we go after funding or grants, it's on an independent basis. We now have a central fund. So yes, I am saying the RFPAs need funding. If any of you know of any opportunities, I wouldn't be doing my job as their coordinator to say that $100, like you heard in the video, there's nobody that can make that go further than an RFPA. $1,000 makes a huge difference. I saw the local donations, the grants just raise morale after last fire season when they were broke and tired. A little bit goes a long way. So if any of you know of any funding opportunities, please let me know. This is got to be one of the most cost-effective programs in the world that we have. 1,200 volunteers, 800 pieces of equipment on an annual operating budget of less than $700,000. I don't know, think of any of your budgets, but that's more than our 6 support personnel and our equipment cost. And so again, donations, they collect their own membership dues. Grants has almost doubled from last year. So they've been getting this recognition after the 2024 fire season, but I would love to use this $1 million, leverage it for additional grants, additional funds, additional equipment for RFPAs. So they are often what's standing between the fire and their local communities and the sagebrush habitat. So thank you huge again to John for being here, for Derek for being here, and for the time to continue messaging RFPAs. I love hearing it in some of the other presentations as well. So does anybody have a question?
We can do one question if anybody has a quick question. Autumn.
I mean, if no one else has a question. So, and I want to be really sensitive about this. I super appreciate our RFPAs. They are amazing. This is an incredible presentation of a summary of what they do. My question is kind of related to, this is all suppression, right? This is all after the fact, which is obviously important and imperative, but how do we get our RFPAs more engaged in prevention? And so I know it's volunteer. I know many of these people that have full-time jobs and still can come to, sessions like this and just give. But, I just wonder, is there some of that funding that can also go to, putting in control lines and pods? And I mean, these landowners know where those need to go. I mean, they have the most intimate relationship with the land, but like, that just never seems, at least in our county, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like, we can't seem to get a whole lot of interest from the RFPAs in this preventative side. It's more about the reaction side or the suppression side. So is there any future for that, I guess?
I was trying to figure out how to quickly answer. That's a tough one. So, the acres burned in Oregon trend line's going up, right? We know wildfire is a problem on the landscape. National cohesive strategy, it's a 3-tiered approach, right? We need suppression. We need to bolster. We need to have adequate good suppression when these fires start. And that's what RFPAs focus on. But we also need fire resilient landscapes and fire adapted communities. RFPAs, it's not just the 45,000 hours that they volunteer fighting fire. They also have the administrative hours, the hours to make a budget, to fill out the grants, to form a board, to elect your officers. There's a lot of work that goes into it. We've really tried to focus RFPAs on the suppression side of things. However, you nailed it. These landowners are engaged. They're seeing firsthand what happens when fuel's treated and when it's not. They're they're out there between the values at risk and the fire, and so they get it. And so we've been utilizing the communication network that's formed with RFPAs to share these opportunities. And so we have, NRCS and Soil and Water come to our Rangeland Summit. We let the Fire Marshal Office and resources like that know each association holds an annual meeting. So we share that information at those meetings, but we've been very careful to keep the RFPA duties to suppression and use those active members to educate. And yet you will see them, like you said, there's a number that have signed up for the plans. And so it is a good way to reach out and make connections with landowners and get them engaged. And they are engaged in a number of ways, but there's a lot of work to do with all private landowners in turning the table on the wildfire problem in Oregon.
All right, that's all we have time for. Thank you. Hey everyone, once again, I'm Megan Kreutzberg at the Nature Conservancy. I am going to kind of facilitate, be the master of ceremonies for this restoration panel. I've been thinking about this type of panel for an embarrassingly long period of time. I've been really thinking about how do we get really actionable, relevant information to all these folks, all of you working on the ground. This is a diverse partnership with people with a lot of roles, but I'm really excited about the content we have for you today. Talking about restoration and really trying to synthesize and bring you practical and actionable information on restoration and post-fire rehabilitation, especially thinking about invasive annual grasses as the real big threat in the sagebrush. So I think we're almost ready here with the slides. We had the camera and the mic was turned off. Okay. So maybe we can confirm with our Zoom facilitator. Okay. We can see the slides in the room. Hopefully you all can see them online. If not, we'll make adjustments. So for some context, you guys have heard some of this already. According to the Sagebrush Conservation Design, we're losing about 1.3 million acres of intact sagebrush across the biome every year on average over the last 20 years. That's a big number that we really want to avoid, right? We want to bring that number down. And as you've heard, almost 1.3 million acres of rangelands burned just in Oregon last year. So, this map here shows fires from the last 20 years, fire perimeters over the ecostate map. So you can see a lot of Southeast Oregon has been impacted by fire. And, fire and invasive species are a big part of this loss. So I'm going to start out before I introduce our first panelist with a little bit of a maybe philosophy, thinking about a mindset for restoration, maybe for life, at least maybe for professional life. We've all seen this matrix of importance and urgency. And, you try to not spend your time down here, right? Not important, not urgent. Hopefully you're not doing anything there. We all probably feel like we spend too much time in the not important but urgent bucket, right? Like those are the annoying things you have to do, but you don't really want to. And then of course, up in the top is our important buckets. And thinking about restoration, we're going to be talking today about both proactive management, keeping the good areas good. That's that important, but not urgent, but maybe the most important. And then we're also going to talk about strategic post-fire restoration. So these are the important and urgent areas. These are the places that have disturbance and need immediate attention. And so when I think about what do we do about, restoration is tricky in the sagebrush. How do we know what to do, where and how? I feel like it's easy to fall into either action bias, where you just sort of, want to do something. Like we have to take action. At least we did something, we demonstrated we cared. Or this is what we've always done. So let's just keep doing it, whether it works or not. We call that action bias. On the other end of the spectrum, though, with these really hard problems, you can get into action paralysis, where you either sort of want to bury your head in the sand, like we don't have a problem yet, and don't do anything, or just not knowing what to do, or feeling like there's nothing you can do, feeling like you're not empowered with the right tools or resources.
And what I hope is that we can all move towards this middle ground of being empowered for strategic action, and that some of the information you'll hear today will help you feel like you have the right tools, resources, knowledge to be able to take meaningful action on the ground. So what we're going to do today over the next couple hours, about 2.5 hours, we'll have a break in between, is have a series of 5 presenters. We're going to start out with kind of the big picture why, a case for defending the core from Anya Tyson. Then we're going to talk about where do we work on the landscape? How do we think these landscapes are so big? How do we target our work geographically? And Cameron is going to talk about threat-based strategic conservation. We're going to walk you guys through an interactive activity with some maps. Then we're going to hear from Matt Germino on restorations learned from the Soda fire, thinking about what can we do on the ground, especially in post-fire contexts. Take a break, and then come back and talk about the how and really get into the nitty-gritty of best practices for invasive annual grass restoration, hearing first from Toby Maxwell on some potential unintended effects of herbicide, and then Mark Porter on sort of best practices for invasive grass management. And then we're going to wrap it up with a panel. And so I'm going to be pitching some questions to folks, and you also will have an opportunity to pitch questions. Throughout, I'm going to be popping in and trying to kind of reiterate some of the take-home messages, some of the actionable resources that we have related to the presentations, and then you guys can ask questions. So our first speaker is Anya Tyson. She is the Oregon Sagebrush Seed Program Director at TNC. And I've worked with Anya for about 5 years, and she is just such an important thinker in sagebrush, such an important thought partner, a master facilitator, and just one of those people that really helps bring people together around sort of shared goals and shared purpose. So I am excited to introduce you to Anya, who will talk about the case for defending the core.
Thank you, Megan. It's great to be in this room full of folks that I have the pleasure to work with and inspire me on a regular basis, and the folks that I'm sure will do that too, but I have yet to meet. So good to be in the front of this room in particular. And I feel a little bit misbilled because I'm in the practical session, but I'm going to give you a little bit more big picture thinking to start. So we just covered this. There's this recognition that our shared backyard, the ecosystem, is hurting. And there's different flavors and drivers of this dynamic, but a key piece of the big picture is that over the decades, we're seeing large chunks of the sagebrush biome change from healthy, perennial, deep-rooted shrub steppe to shallow-rooted annual grass-dominated systems or juniper and bare ground-dominated systems. And you know, with this reality in focus, there's been this increasing emphasis on a new playbook, defend and grow the core. And that playbook doesn't exactly tell us what to do and where, but it does ask us in general, writ large, to work more proactively, often referencing the metaphor that it's more effective and resources go further when we focus on maintaining human health with wellness checks, as opposed to restoring someone back to health when a serious illness or accident has already taken place. And we've made a lot of different mapping tools over the years to try to put this playbook into action. And so you got to see the 5 or 6 best things about the landscape planning tool. And if you looked at some of those maps, a very broad pattern with plenty of exceptions is a lot of our red zones where we see a lot of annual grass. These are often where we have seen wildfires or will see wildfires in kind of a 20-year sense. And yeah, I'm glad we're talking a lot about wildfire, and I'm really excited for the field day tomorrow and getting to walk around and see some of those impacts firsthand, and also probably find some hope. But there are a lot of folks in this room who have seen wildfire more directly than me. And thank you to those folks, you know, the Derricks and the John O'Keefes in this room. And I don't know a ton about directly fighting wildfire, but what I do see in the system is that emergencies like wildfire bring us together, and they give us necessary focus and a sense of urgency. And this is a very good thing. Generally, we bring in extra resources, machinery, experts, people power, helicopters, when our backyard is on fire and, our broader public lands backyard. And we also often hop into immediate action when the fire is put out. So when the fire is burning, we get water on the flames, we dig hand lines, we get fires put out. And then after it stops burning, we get NEPA documents written, roads and fences rebuilt, seeds and herbicides out on the ground. And thank goodness for this. Like, thank goodness for the real people who operate actual ambulances and proverbial ambulances. And we can access this gratitude really readily with a summer like 2024, so close at hand. And I want to start with this gratitude and recognition of why things the way they are. We're pretty reactively geared, because there's a lot of reason why we are so geared towards acting in an emergency and directly after an emergency. And yet I know the people in this room, I know enough of you and know how smart and capable you are that we can feel that gratitude and recognition for how things are, and also dream and scheme about how things maybe could be and what shifts we must at least consider to have the best shot at protecting the values in our sagebrush ecosystems, our livelihoods, sage grouse populations, big game migration corridors. And so it's just going to come back around to this point that some of you all might be like, Anya, I've heard you talk about this way too much. But I was happy to see there's some new folks in the room from Idaho. So maybe you haven't heard me talk about this. But we just cannot lose sight of the more proactive non-ambulance actions. We got to keep that truth in mind, that there is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we just do not have the resources to send ambulances everywhere always. And even if we did have those resources, we might need to get real about not always expecting full success and resuscitation after these efforts. And it's great to note that this defend the core thinking can be applied at a variety of scales and contexts. It can be applied in the post-fire ambulance zone. And I'm really excited. My colleague Cameron's going to speak about that next, about how we can be really strategic about what and where and why we might take action in a post-fire restoration context. And yet I want to name this really directly. And Autumn, you really threw me a bone with your question earlier laying this out. That it's not really okay that some big pieces of ground in our shared backyard might only get intention that they deserve and funding once they've burned. And, as a really great colleague who's often been in the front of this room, but is not with us here today for this meeting, Chad Boyd has said, he had a great slide that like, oh, after the fire, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. It's a different ball game. And so that's a message I want to leave you with is let's not forget to work together when we're still in Kansas. And so that means working in landscapes that haven't yet burned, where our management options are generally more numerous, more effective, and more efficient. Not always. There's always exceptions. And this is important because we do know that our core landscapes, which look different in all of our different neighborhoods, but these are the locations where pretty good condition, pretty steady condition, sometimes areas that might be tempting to set and forget because there's other areas that are more in your face with problems. Whatever these core landscapes might look like in your corner of this biome, we know that these landscapes are at risk of increasing annual grass invasion with or without fire. And so this threat is here. There's not an easy solution. We need to be strategic about how we address this threat, and we need to work on it and think for the long term. And so when I think about what we're doing now, there's a lot of great work that we're doing, but I also think about the way we may need to shift the things we're doing and why. I consider both the risks of doing nothing and keeping business as usual. And I do see some clear opportunities and overlap. And it's really helpful to keep in mind that some of the management interventions that are relevant are actually kind of similar tool sets in post-fire and pre-fire contexts. And one important impactful action for both pre and post fire is detecting and addressing aggressive problem species early, before there's very many of them in an area. So early detection and rapid response. We need to get good at this. We need to get good at better funding and carrying through with this for the long term, even though I suspect that sometimes when we're doing this in the right places, it might feel like a needle in the haystack sort of activity. And we need to think about the other tools in our toolkit and apply them strategically in pre and post fire contexts: herbicide, seeding, stream restoration, shrub manipulation, strategic targeted grazing pressure, and rest where needed to reduce fuels and give perennial plants a boost in times of drought, disturbance, or active recovery. And this next slide is not my own, it's a Katie Wolstein slide. But I just want to give Katie Wolstein a shout out that, and many partners, that there's this opportunity we have to move from this reactive model to an integrated model. And a lot of the planning frameworks that we use post-fire that Cameron's going to talk to you about, and we're all going to get to play around with a little bit, we can probably use kind of similar planning frameworks before a fire. And so we can get this benefit of being proactive and maybe setting some management actions into motion when we're working before a fire. And then we're also that much more set up if we're unlucky and a fire burns in our backyard. You know, it's probably a when if you think on a decadal sense, but an if, hopefully, on a summer sense, it's not going to happen. We're that much more set up when a fire burns to act quickly and strategically following that fire in that totally hectic and bewildering time. And yeah, with that, I just want to close. And oh, I'm not closing quite yet. There you go. There's the full slide. I forgot there were slide animations on it when I totally snatched it from my colleagues. Anywho, I'm just going to end on a note of gratitude. Thank you all for your hard work and your roles that you play in the system, whether it's driving and staffing those ambulances in post-fire settings, or otherwise doing the best you can by rural communities and landscapes and wildlife day in and day out. And I look forward to continuing to learn alongside you today, in the field tomorrow, and generally working with discernment to identify where do we need to stay the course and where we may want to shift and update the ways in which we allocate our collective time, energy, money, thinking, etc. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. Okay, we're going to have a combined Q&A for Anya and Cameron in just a minute. So now I'm going to introduce Cameron Duquette, who is the rangeland scientist at TNC in Oregon. Cameron works with the folks out in Burns at the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center. We have a few folks here from that station. I've really always admired the work that they do. They produce really rigorous peer-reviewed science, and they make it really actionable and useful for people, and work with a lot of communities across the state. Cameron in particular is someone I've learned to call when I have just a thorny science question and just need like a epic nerd out session. So appreciate Cameron for that. And so he's going to talk about the where and threat-based strategic conservation in post-fire environments. So come on up, Cameron.
Okay, how do I tell if I'm on camera? It doesn't matter. And then arrows to go. Okay. Thanks for everyone for making it out today and braving this super hot conference room. I also haven't stopped drinking coffee all day, so it could be that too. But Anya did a great job setting me up by demonstrating the utility of strategic planning. But today I'm going to talk about how to apply the Defend the Core and Grow the Core framework to local scale management planning, specifically in the context of post-fire action in service of building long-term resilience of sagebrush systems. So one of the first applications of Defend and Grow the Core framework was in identifying priority conservation landscapes across the West. So core sagebrush areas have been used to direct funding resources to intact sagebrush cores and to illustrate the benefits of strategic allocation of restoration resources versus the status quo. And so it was conceived as a biome-focused conservation framework, but it's also been recently applied to strategize conservation of sagebrush obligate species and critical habitat for those species like pygmy rabbit, greater sage grouse, and then mule deer, who are not sagebrush obligate, but they use it for certain parts of their life cycle. So the utility of this large-scale framework for prioritization has been huge. It's led to landscape level threat-based strategic conservation frameworks in Oregon, which allow someone to identify the most urgent threats to their landscape, so primarily juniper and invasive annual grasses. And those are threats to intact sagebrush cores. But this has still left a gap between knowing kind of what the most important part of the landscapes are and knowing what to do to address threats to those landscapes. And so to address this need, we kind of revised and updated our strategic framework to take users from prioritization to implementation. And we developed this tool to address restoration needs in light of the 2024 wildfire season. I'm sure most of you knew that the wildfire season last year was bad beforehand, but now from the other talks, you super know, so I won't spend a lot of time. But it doesn't take a lot of math to know that this rates of loss is unsustainable unless strategic restoration actions are taken to preserve resilience of native sage steppe plant communities, including following wildfire. So we hear a lot about the cheatgrass fire cycle and the devastating effects of really large and frequent wildfires. And it's easy to get the impression from that fire outcomes are universally the same and just bad. But that's not true. So these two landscapes up here were both burned in wildfires. So on the left, we see recovering native perennial bunch grasses. And on the right, we see a landscape that burned, and except for a few brave native bunch grasses there, it's dominated by invasive annuals. And the reason for these differences lies in the pre-fire vegetation community, the geophysical setting of this landscape, and the severity of the fire itself. And we can leverage information on those aspects on the site to predict the likely outcome of a fire event and the likelihood of successful management actions, and use that to allocate post-fire resources. Okay, so yeah, put another way, we're thinking about biotic resistance and resilience. So what was there before the fire? What plant community did you have? Was it dominated by your native bunch grasses, or was it co-dominant with annuals, or was it an invasive monoculture? Similarly, we have abiotic resistance and resilience. So basically the soil temperature and moisture regime of a site. So like north-facing slopes, high elevation, they're going to be cooler and wetter, and they're going to be more resistant to annual grass invasion, and they're going to be more likely to be successful following something like a seeding project. And then we also, in the post-fire context, are looking at the expected impacts of the fire through bunch grass mortality. So like Anya said, those native perennial bunch grasses, they're kind of the core of resilience, and you know, how many you lost can be predictive of how resilient your site can be post-fire to annual grass invasion. And so, yeah, we're lucky enough that we have open source remote sensing data that we can use as proxies for some of these concepts. So for biotic resistance and resilience, what was there before the fire vegetation wise, we can use the ecostate maps, which have been talked about a lot already today, so I won't really get too far into them. But then for abiotic resistance and resilience, that kind of geophysical setting, we can use the elevation heat load index, which again, it's how high in elevation you are, like whether you're on a north or south facing slope. And yeah, so then we can use that for abiotic R&R. And for fire severity, we can use the classified burn severity map. And so we'll talk about this a little more, but basically used to predict fire outcomes. And in our case, how much mortality in our native perennial bunch grasses can we expect after the fire. So our strategic planning post-fire framework has 3 steps. So first, identifying priorities on your landscape. So that's really designating your cores. And then implementation category. So that's your desired vegetation trajectory, what you want the outcome to be and can reasonably expect. And then we'll assign recommended management actions to move towards that desired trajectory. I'm letting someone in. Okay. Oh, I have to click again. Okay, so that first piece, identifying your strategic priorities. Where should we work? It's defend the core, grow the core, mitigate impacts. It's the same as in a pre-fire context. So where are your landscape priorities? Where do you consider working first? You can do it for a geography of interest before a fire, or if you're designating them post-fire, you can just do it for the wildfire footprint themselves. And they can be used to guide allocation of resources. And so defend, pretty obvious, your intact cores, your native vegetation community. The objective here is to prevent degradation, grow kind of intermediate, I think Chad says enough annual grasses to worry about, but enough perennial grasses to give hope. And yeah, maybe you can enhance your vegetation condition there. Mitigate, in this context, mostly annual grass dominated and or harsh environmental conditions. So then we get to the what do we do about it, which first you're kind of describing your desired post-fire vegetation trajectory. So we have these 5 categories here. So anchors are going to be your kind of strongholds of post-fire resistance and resilience to annual grasses. So again, cooler temperatures, wetter soil moistures, and generally intact vegetation. These are areas you're not going to have to worry about too much. Then your maintain areas, we think that we can keep them in good condition post-fire, but there may be a little work necessary. So intact vegetation, a little bit lower abiotic R&R, so heat load elevation index than anchor areas, or intermediate condition vegetation or low R&R. So improve our areas that we think that we can get some vegetation uplift through post-fire restoration aspects. So not super intact perennial bunch grass community, but not an annual monoculture, and going to have, you know, again, some of those like higher elevation, wetter north facing slopes, for instance, where if you put in a seeding project, you're going to be more likely to be successful. Contain, kind of analogous to mitigate, really dominated by annual grasses, and it doesn't have the abiotic resistance and resilience to really give you much hope of being able to do something about it other than prevent the spread of those impacts to other areas. And then we also have a monitor category. That's just, if you're not sure, follow up later and figure it out. The wrap's not always right. It can make mistakes, or if you have a lot of heterogeneity and topography in your area and you're not sure. And then we move on and assign recommended management actions to this. So we used the pre-fire vegetation composition and the abiotic resistance and resilience, that heat load elevation, to designate a management category. And then we add in the expected bunch grass mortality to kind of get to a recommended action. And Katie made a nice table that kind of outlines all of this, but it's really long. So I'm just going to pick out a few of them. For instance, here we have intermediate condition vegetation and high abiotic R&R. So again, cooler, wetter sites. That designates an improved site. It's not super intact, completely intact, but we have high abiotic R&R, so we might be able to do something about it. And then we add in our expected bunch grass mortality, so fire severity. If fire was low to moderate, then you might be able to just spray. You probably have enough perennial bunch grasses there that you can suppress the annual response, and the existing bunch grasses will recover. Whereas if you have high fire severity, you might have lost some of your native grasses, and you might want to seed some perennials in as well to accompany that spraying action. You're not flashing time cards at me yet, are you? Okay. For Did I just use one up? Yeah, and we've been able to kind of work through this strategy with some local landowners, and this is kind of what a landowner plan looks like. So you have a map that identifies the desired trajectory and recommended management actions. But it's cool because you think about the important parts of your landscape. You can do this pre-fire, and it lets you get like a long-term sort of restoration menu, like what actions you want to take on your landscape. And even if you don't have the money or resources to do it now, you have it lined up, which is great for thinking about kind of long-term resilience building for your landscape. And it's also really good for demonstrating that you have a plan when you're applying for funding. And I think as the funding environment gets more competitive, that'll be a really nice benefit of having kind of a spatial strategy like this. So we've kind of done some work with NRCS, and they've, through their rapid post-fire restoration funding program, have allocated over $2 million over 45 projects using this framework. So we see that it helps on the practical side as well as the ecological side. So that's been really neat. Yeah, so takeaways, geospatial tools are letting us kind of map out priorities and kind of make management recommendations at large scales. It helps you think about your landscape in a spatial context and with respect to long-term resilience building. And yeah, I think that's mostly it. I was going to plug Peter's project a little bit. I think I might have the slides in here a little bit. Yeah, so out of those 3 spatial layers that I talked about, the burned area reflectance might be giving us the least amount of information, just because it was developed to look at fire severity in forested systems. And so, oh great, 2 minutes is perfect. Peter will be talking about this tomorrow. He's doing a project where we actually looked at bunchgrass mortality on the Cow Valley fire and are using drone and satellite imagery to try and get kind of better sense on how we might be able to predict bunchgrass mortality following fires. What else do you need to set you up, Peter? Is that good? Great. Cool. Well, I think that's it. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks Anya, thanks Cameron. We'll have a second for questions in a minute, but I just wanted to reiterate a few kind of take-home messages from those 2 presentations. First one, that our best chance for restoration success is in being actively proactive. Anya made a compelling case there. Monitoring, early detection, early intervention, managed grazing, proactive fuels management, a lot of the same tools that we use in disturbed landscapes we can apply in more intact landscapes and keep the good good. And they really need more funding and attention for these types of activities. But when you do have fires, especially when you have really big fires like we did last year, post-fire environments offer opportunity, often with funding, for strategic actions to regain those core sagebrush areas. So Cameron talked about that. And, pre-fire vegetation conditions, Cameron used the eco-state map, but there are others as well. Site potential and burn severity are 3 pretty key pieces of information that are mappable. They're simple, they're powerful, and they're mappable. They can help inform a post-fire strategy. And we're going to have you guys interact with those layers here in a minute. But I did want to pause and see if folks have questions. And oh, there, Anya's up front here, and Cameron's over there. So, questions?
Through the maze. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna maybe pull together Anya's and Cameron's and sort of think about moving away from the status quo and what I see is restoration after fires at these large scales. And I'm wondering, Cameron, if part of that sort of environmental, so the elevation, slope, topography can be used not only to target like where you can minimize the annual grasses, but where restoration, like island approach, might be most successful so that we don't have to reseed everywhere, but we could do it in targeted places. So is this occurring? Is it an additional strategy to add in that we can get away from the huge scale of reseeding and instead target it based on topography?
Yeah, I have to think about that a little bit more. It's interesting. I think you could probably use burn severity maybe to get at something like that. Like, especially if you're using a drone product, you could get at a fine spatial scale and see how patchy that fire is, and maybe get a sense of, nearby seed sources, especially for something like sagebrush. Like, how far is it going to have to creep in to recolonize that fire? As far as heat load elevation, I don't know. I'll have to noodle on that one a little bit.
More questions? You guys want to get to the map activity where you get to work with the maps. Real quick before we do that, just wanted to highlight the data layers that Cameron was talking about. EcoState map, elevation heat load index, and many others are in the SageCon landscape planning tool. There's also this great post-fire resources webpage that's on the SageCon site. So if you go to the SageCon site and then it's under the technical resources, you can find a lot more information about the framework that Cameron talked about. You can find burn severity maps for a bunch of the big fires and some other really cool stuff. So maybe one more call for questions if anyone has any. And then if not, Vanessa's over there. It's like, where'd she disappear to? Let's see. Oh, I skipped past it. Okay, so next, Vanessa Schrader from OSU Extension is going to introduce this activity where you guys are going to be working with some maps, some paper maps and some tablet maps, and thinking about these big concepts.
Yes, a break from being talked at. We're going to play with some maps and some tablets. So I worked really hard with Andrew to turn on every single tablet before this, and they seem to have all turned off. So let's do a test. If everyone wants to grab a tablet, see if it just went to sleep maybe, and see if you can turn it on there. Maybe tap it with the little pin. Of course, mine didn't turn off. And so everyone else who doesn't have a tablet, go ahead and grab the stack of maps. And so if it doesn't tap to open, oh, it does. It looks like just tapping the screen with your finger wakes it up. Great, this is easy. Okay, so if everyone has a paper map and you have 1 or 2 tablets per table. So our goal today is to really get familiar with that landscape that we're going to be visiting tomorrow. We're not going to go super in depth, but I want you to really play around with and look at the layers that Cameron just introduced. And so for the people on Zoom, I believe Naomi's going to drop into the chat links to the landscape planning tool. So that's going to be kind of like your tablet. And then you also have some links to the PDF maps. And so those PDF maps are for you guys here in the room, paper maps. Please hold on to these because you will be bringing them into the field with you tomorrow. And so we only printed off 4 layers. The tablets have more. And the first one, anyone want to, on the top, anyone recognize what that map layer is and want to shout it out? Threat-based eco-states, yes. And so thank you, Sergio. What we're seeing there is those greens, reds, browns on the top, and on the tablets, that should be the one that's loaded up. And so we're looking at this fire boundary that's quite large, outlined in black. And then we also have a ranch property boundary that we're going to learn more about from Andrew later today. So today I want you to go ahead. We're going to talk through several questions. I'm going to lay them out for you now, and then I'm going to let you turn to a partner or as a group kind of discuss through them. But right now we're going to just introduce them. Using that top map, we're going to look at the eco-state map. And we want to know, where are the large blocks of intact sagebrush rangelands? And where are the areas that are most threatened by invasive annual grasses? Now, if you've been through a threat-based strategic conservation workshop, you might think, is this a trick question? No, it really is that simple. We're just having you look for these big
groups of areas. So that might be the state A that's recognized by the dark green on the maps, and just kind of discuss with your partners through that, really diving in and looking at that landscape. The second question we're going to have you do is look at the elevation heat load. So another task for everyone is I want everyone to flip to that map. Yep, it's that red, yellow, blue. This is what we call that abiotic R&R, resistance and resilience, the ability of a landscape to be resilient after a disturbance and to be resistant to disturbances such as wildfire. On your tablet, it'd be great if everyone got to play around with the tablets. If you can't see the layers, we'll help, Megan and I will run around and help you click them on. But that is actually called the Cow Valley HEI layer. And so with the tablet, you can click on and off and really stack those. And we're going to take these into the field tomorrow, the tablet. So just getting familiar with how to use them is another objective for us. And so with that question, looking at elevation heat load, really thinking abiotic resistance and resilience, what are areas on the landscape with the highest likelihood of restoration success? Okay. Our third question, we're going to look at the burn severity. We call that bark a lot of times. Everyone talks about the bark. That's the blue map. No, it's not bark on a tree. It's burn area reflectance classification. The warmer colors are going to be that higher intensity. So for our third question, we want folks to discuss what ecostates are associated with that highest burn severity. So here the tablets might be really handy. You can turn those, toggle them on and off. You have a couple reference points on your paper maps that you should be able to kind of try to do that visually. And if we still have time for all of you overachievers, there's one bonus question, and that's looking at the spatial strategy map. So that's going to be the last map on the back. And this is exactly what Cameron just talked us through. So those different categories, and you can see how that team put together these 3 different layers, kind of stacked them, and how they came up with these different spatial strategy polygons. And so I want you to kind of question them. What questions do you have? Would you have made different decisions? Where would you want to find additional information or ground truth? Is anything really a head scratcher? And that's definitely the bonus for the overachievers. So I'm going to turn you guys loose. I want you to at least turn to your partner and talk through these questions, or you can discuss as a whole table if that's the easiest. And Megan, we'll have about 15 minutes. I'll give you guys a few minute warning and just raise your hand or holler if you guys are confused, have questions, and Megan and I will come to you. Okay, great. So I'm just going to really quickly, for those of you touch through these questions. I'm not going to go in depth because you guys just had 20 minutes of discussing it. But looking at this, I failed to say pre-fire eco-state map. Hopefully you guys caught on to that, or somebody clued you in that there's all this sagebrush and all of this great state A, because this is the pre-fire eco-states. So we're looking at that condition before the fire. So where are these large blocks of intact sagebrush rangelands? Well, what's great is we have a lot of these really good dark green and that lighter green areas a lot throughout the property we're going to be going through tomorrow. So really just for me, high level answer is those giant blobs right in the middle there. But what about the areas that are most threatened by invasive annual grasses? Well, those are going to be these really large areas of red. So that's going to be our state D, our invasive annual grasslands, intermixed with a little bit of that intermediate condition grassland where we're having quite a threat from the invasive. So really the main takeaway, especially for those of you who might be new to this, are those dark green large areas are really the big blocks of intact, and those red mixed with a little bit of that blue are more of those areas threatened by invasive annual grasses, because those are pre-fire conditions, and we expect post-fire they're going to return similar to what they look like pre-fire as one of the factors influencing it. Another factor is going to be that elevation heat load map. So these blue maps, the darker blue, the higher, oh, sorry, that's bark. Not the blue map, the elevation heat load. About to slip up and call it something else there. We have this dark red is going to be that low elevation, high heat load. So we're thinking low R&R. low resistance and resilience. But where are the areas that might have the highest likelihood of restoration success? Those are going to be more of those blue areas, high elevation, low heat load. Of course, some of those areas might restore, come back and not need restoration, right? So maybe we're looking at some more of those intermediate R&R values where we have just enough of those bunch grasses that we might want to try to improve and to restore, and just enough of that R&R, of that elevation and heat load that we might be successful. And so that's going to be, I'm going to zoom into a lot of those kind of lighter blue areas on that map. Now, looking at burn severity, bark, not as in the tree, but burn area reflectance, we have that dark color is going to be the high severity, and for our different shades of blue here. Does anyone want to shout out what eco-states they thought might be associated with the highest burn severity? Juniper. So more woody fuels, fires burn a bit hotter. And that was kind of our takeaway there. And for the bonus, I'm going to leave that to all of you in your conversations. It would take a little bit too much time to really dive in, but definitely ping Katie and Cameron with any questions, and if you want to lean any deeper into the spatial strategy map. I will say that spatial strategy map, before you go throwing stones at them, was made for the entire fire. And so it's really good to look at it critically when you're zooming in to your individual property. So they did this, it's kind of a tabletop exercise. And then you can use those polygons, smaller properties, refine, ground truth, and that's really just the starting point as it was for your conversations today. I'll turn it back over to Megan.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. Glad you guys had fun. Keep your maps. You will want those for the field tour tomorrow. Okay, back to our roadmap for the session. So we are going to get back into presentation mode here. And next we are going to get into this question of sort of what do we do on the ground? And we're going to hear from Matt Germino. Many of you know Matt. I'm sure many of you have at least heard of Matt. He's a really renowned expert in sagebrush steppe, particularly in post-fire restoration and invasive annual grass management. Matt and I have been talking about doing tech transfer around his great work on the soda fire for a long time. Super happy to have him here. And Matt is here just representing himself as a very expert member of the public today. And that shows a lot of dedication. We are so appreciative, Matt. Thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
Thank you. And how am I advancing? Okay, great. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate the invitation to come speak on behalf of Matt Germino. I'm actually not him. That's who I am. And my contact info is there. And I spend probably 20 hours every week working with independent ranchers, county level, weed managers, state level managers. Feel free to give me a call. If I don't have the answers, I know a lot of people and can direct you to those who do. So how many people in here knew that outside this building, if you look in that direction, you can see in the Owyhee Mountains an area that has become the very best well-studied burned area in the entire world. And actually, there's a bunch of you in this room who made that possible. One of whom is actually walking through the door right now. So I could talk for 20 hours about all that's been learned regarding how to break the annual grass fire cycle just from soda. But I have 20 minutes. So I just picked out like 3 little vignettes. And what I'm hoping to do is just spark your curiosity, and then we'll have the rest of today, and I'll probably be on the field trip tomorrow. We can kind of follow up in more detail, right? So a little bit of important context here. Why did this become such an intense focal project for the federal government and its partners? So we had 300,000 acres burned. It happened to be burned right after the Department of Interior had a secretarial order, SO 3336, which stated, thou shalt put out rangeland fires, and then after the fire, try to restore the area. And interestingly, which was motivated by protection of sage grouse at the time when listing was a real concern, this area burned in full view of Nifsy, really close to it. The largest, most capable wildland firefighting resource in the entire world. So what does that tell you? It tells you that it's not the fire, like in forests. It's after the fire that really matters, what we do. That is our window to intervene and make rapid improvements in the condition of our rangelands and sagebrush steppe. We can do things before the fire, but those are a lot harder because there's so much country out there. So anyways, this became a national test bed. There was $67 million authorized, but not necessarily used for the treatments. And the team that I represent led the monitoring and the science. The key questions motivated by the Department of the Secretary of Interior, Neil Cornsey, who at the time was the head of the BLM, they all came and they said, show us whether or not we can restore sagebrush steppe. And this happened to be a really good site to do it because right here, you've got the very lowest elevation limits of sagebrush steppe where we grade into salt desert. And then you go up into the higher elevations where you have good conditions. And the key thing is that this area was very much imperiled by annual grass incursion. And I'm very pleased to tell you now that after the 10th year monitoring, it's very clear to us that there are many examples, thousands and thousands of acres that have been improved considerably due to the interventions. There's also plenty of areas that didn't come out so great and yet still received intensive investments. And from my perspective, that's an awesome learning opportunity because we got the spread in sites. We have all the variation that we need to learn from, okay, to improve, to get the answer to this question. How can we create landscapes that are resistant to invasion and resilient to future disturbances, namely fire? That was the universal, commonly accepted mission for this entire project amongst many, many different stakeholders and participants. So a little bit more. Up until the soda fire, see if you can see my cursor. You can't. Let's see. Oh, there is. Oh, cool. I'll use this. Okay. So the BLM's Emergency Stabilization and Rehabilitation Program, ESR, by far the biggest investment ever made into sagebrush steppe over the last 30 years or so, was typically engaged in only short-term one-off intervention projects. Really not a good recipe for success in a situation where typically your biggest fires are happening in relatively dry years, and those dry conditions usually persist after the fire when you're trying to do your planting and vegetation management. And all along, you've got slow, the desirable plants that you're trying to bring back on the landscape are slow growing. That's not a recipe for success. Furthermore, you've got persistent invasion and this challenging thing of how do we bring the livestock operations back into the landscape in a way that is good in the long term for the livestock operations and all the other values that we have for these rangelands. Also, 300,000 acres near Boise, seems like we should have pretty good inventory. Well, we didn't. It was pretty bad. The more and more we study that landscape, the more and more we realize we didn't know everything we needed to know in order to get the treatments right. So inventory and appreciation of the heterogeneity in these landscapes. The tools we use come from agriculture. And the fundamental concept in agriculture is that you're managing homogeneous areas for homogeneity. In rangelands, we have heterogeneity. And if there's any one important message that you can get from this, is that we still have a long way to go to understand the level, to understand heterogeneity and the grain of heterogeneity that we need to worry about. More on that. Okay, more on that later. We need hard data too. So up until the soda fire, the guidance for post-fire interventions was heavily influenced by soft data. In other words, what you saw when you drove through the landscape from your pickup truck, or where you stopped to have that little tour and discussion. Whatever was around there that had an incredibly heavy influence. If you look back in the ESR reports, there's hundreds and hundreds of them where there was 1 or 2 observation plots and nothing really quantitative ever measured. So we're running on soft data, okay? Consumer sentiment rather than GDP, okay? So with soda, we wanted to really motivate pushing towards actually using hard data. One of the key things for data was actually knowing where the treatments were and what were the treatments. Guess what? This is still a problem. There's even fires within, in Southeast Oregon where that happened just a few years ago, where there was a lot of money invested. It's really hard to find the documentation on what the heck happened. That's a huge problem because I'll tell you what, science is on its way out. We're getting crushed, okay? We are gonna have to learn from actual management treatments. If we don't know what was treated, where, when, and why, and how, there's absolutely no way that we can learn from it. So on soda had the very best in documentation of treatments, and yet it was unbelievable how many arguments I sat through where people were saying, oh, I seeded that. And somebody else would say, no, you didn't. It was never seeded, honestly, okay? But still, it was much better than anywhere else. Success, what does that mean and how do we define it? Talk a little bit about that. That relates back to heterogeneity. Here's some of the key things. Personnel turnover. How many, gosh, all levels. I mean, it's just incredible. Right from the Secretary of the Department of Interior, Director of the BLM, it's just phenomenal how much turnover happens. But I look around this room and I can see people that are genuinely interested in these landscapes and they have staying power. And if there's any one thing that I've learned, those people are the #1 resource for helping us crack the annual grass fire cycle, hands down. However, with all the turnover, we've got to get away from the expert opinion thing and get more into data-driven, structured decision-making, because that's what we can hand off to the next generation, okay? And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then trust. Okay, so the tools. I'm going to talk mostly about imazapic. We do a ton of work with Redruva. I won't talk about that today. We've got more studies going on with Redruva than anybody else in the country right now, going back for 5-6+ years. Drill seeding with a variety of different tools. These are very common active treatments, but you know what the most common restoration treatment is in the Western United States? Passive restoration by modifying grazing resumption. And it's also the restoration tool that we know the least about and that we're least equipped to guide with good information to get the desired outcomes. We're really shooting in the dark when we try to come up with prescriptions for how long should we keep cows off after a fire or after a seeding or after herbicide. And when should we put them back on in order to achieve the best long-term outcome for the rancher, for the wildlife, and for all the other values. So I'll talk a little bit about that too. The heterogeneity, there's so many different ways of representing it. This is soil climate information mapped out across soda. You can see there's this, by the way, is the Oregon-Idaho state line. I can guarantee you the soils are no different on the other side of that highway, right? I can also tell you that of the incredible information that we have on the soda fire recovery, none of this is very predictive of it. And we have looked at many thousands of plots on other mega fires and sagebrush steppe across the West. And the guidance on resistance resilience is simply not predictive of recovery on megafires. It probably is at the level of an entire state or the entire Western US, but when you get down to the scale of 1 million acres or so, or smaller, it seems like it should be predictive. We know that climate matters, but the information that we have to represent climate isn't quite cutting it. Another huge source of variability on the landscape is the management treatments. Here on SOTA, you've got all these different herbicide treatments, repeated polygons, great if you're a scientist, drill seedings, all sorts of different sequences. Spray the first year, then drill seed, or drill seed and then spray, and then overlay with sagebrush seedings, etc. Lots of different treatments. And then on top of that, we had lots of fairly well documented ways of returning livestock grazing, different periods of rest and deferment, and then bringing the livestock back either in the spring or in the fall or in the winter, etc. Now, one thing that we learned is, speaking of heterogeneity, this is a good way to impart heterogeneity. This imparts even more heterogeneity. Most of our pastures are huge, 10,000, 40,000 acres. And of course, the cows are not using the entire pasture. If you're going to manage vegetation with respect to livestock grazing, you got to know where the cows are. And I really argued for and wished that we had collars on those cows, but we didn't. Because of that, the BLM, along with us, made a strong push to get up grazing exposures as a way to evaluate the grazing effects. So here you can see all the different pasture and allotment boundaries and state land and the state border here. 105 different active pastures, a lot of variability, overlay all the treatments. It was incredible how much variability there was due to the management. And so in order to come up with a minimum number of plots, and by the way, we have an incredible new digital tool for helping distribute plots and get you a monitoring plan, okay, for complex environments like this. It's called Range. What is it? Bryn, do you remember what we call that? It's, I'm drawing a blank on the name. Kara Appelstein created it. Now she works with us. Anyways, 2,000 plots is what we needed. We measured just about all those plots each year for the first 5 years after fire. And then we came back in the 10th year, 2025, and measured a whole bunch of them again. And we were really anxious to roll the data up, but it is 2025, and most of the people working on this are federal employees. And so I think you can just imagine where that's going. Why was all this monitoring done? First, to inform on retreatment and retreatment opportunities, adaptive management, accountability, the ESR annual reports, reporting out to the stakeholders, and most importantly, trying to inform resumption of livestock grazing. Took a lot of people to do it. So a lot of the work, a lot of the skill and the strategy for doing the restoration was getting the information, and then part of getting that information is managing people and working with different institutions and organizations. So the goals of increasing resistance and resilience were achieved by setting objectives which were based on these thresholds. And there's nothing too special about these numbers in terms of the underlying information. Unfortunately, at the time, in 2016, all we could do was come up with this. Now we can come up with much more resolute estimates of, will a site be successful? Will a perennial grass seeding be successful if you've achieved 20% cover? Well, that's, of course, that's not going to hold for all different species, soil types, et cetera. And now we are able to refine these and greatly specify these. But here, let's start with this. So a nominal, very still commonly used threshold for annual grasses is you want to keep them below 20% cover. Above that, they tend to increase year after year towards becoming an annual grassland. Shrubs and forbs were told by the wildlife people, about one plant per 10 meters squared. Seedings for perennial bunch grasses, you want to have cover, but you don't want that cover to come from just one plant. So you want multiple plants. but you want those plants to be big enough to survive and actually compete with cheatgrass. And we came up with some new sampling regimes to get at this. So some of the information comes from line point intercept, but a lot more of it comes from overhead photography. We can talk more about that later. So humility, we've discovered, is a really critical thing in becoming a skillful restorationist. And I'll just start by shooting myself down. I argued I had a heavy hand in coming up with the parameters, and I screwed up by not including basal gap, the distance between your large perennial plants. That has, the more and more we dive into our data sets, that is becoming by far the most predictive, easy to monitor variable that gives you resolute information on your invasion threats and the stability of your landscape in the long run. So here's an example. Interspace width, distance between, we measured, perennial grass roots and annual grass roots. That turned out to not even be that important compared to this. Annual grass abundances several years after the fire. Pre-fire exotic annual grass matters. Here you can see if your pre-fire annual grass is below 5%, you can stay below that 20% threshold, especially if your gaps are less than about 58 centimeters in width. Perennial grass size also matters. So pretty simple point there, very, very profound. Now the inventory thing. Since we had so many darn plots on soda, we could address this really critical information need that is it's the number one need for managing the grass fire cycle and breaking it. And that's inventory. Getting good maps of not only where the exotic annuals are, in this case, by the way, cheatgrass, Medusa ventinata, but also where your perennial bunch grasses are. And many different papers, we've kind of led the research on evaluating how good is the RAP, Rangeland Assessment Platform, or RC map. And we know that they're imperfect. And by the way, every bit of data that I'm showing you today is also imperfect. But it does come from the ground, and it is what the managers and what the people see on the ground. And we need to have some way of relating the maps that you're given, including this stuff that you looked at today, to what we actually see on the ground. And what we found is for most of the first 5 years of the project, there just was really poor correspondence of all of the mapping tools and what we were seeing on the ground. Burn severity, way off. Thank you. Okay, so that was a really critical thing. Now, it doesn't mean that the information in RAP and et cetera is bad. It just means that you've got to be really creative in how you use it. It turns out our shop now is making very high resolution, very reproducible maps for large areas, doing it in a custom way with our own computation. Some other things. One of the things that I get the most inquiries about from land managers is regarding erosion after wildfires. It can be unbelievable. Oregon, the worst, one of the top 4 air quality events in Boise resulted from the Long Draw fire in 2012. Okay, blew over the Owyhee Mountains and landed in, give us a blackout in Boise. And that's really problematic because the largest lawsuit that the BLM ever faced was on herbicides that were transported on post-fire eroding soils. So our models, we've measured wind erosion on lots of different sites, and our models indicated to me that soda was actually likely to be pretty stable and therefore a good place to try using herbicides. And they did, over 100,000 acres. And indeed, we found very little, we figured out where the erosion was happening, but all in all, it was pretty darn small. So I mentioned this to you as the first thing you should ever consider after a wildfire is how stable is the soil. If you put herbicides on it, are they going to blow downwind? If you go till it up with discs on a rangeland drill, are you imposing greater risk? Are you going to lose your seed? There's so much to talk about. I'm not even going to scratch the surface with this. So much of the variability is kind of cryptic. Just consider like sagebrush, 2 different sagebrush plants. One might be a Wyoming big sagebrush from a really dry area, and the other might be mountain big sagebrush. They look identical, really. So hard to tell apart. And the word sagebrush is like tree. And just like with trees, you've got junipers and whitebark pine. You got that same amount of variability occurring within sagebrush. Cheatgrass, we've learned a ton and published a lot on the genetic variability in cheatgrass. It's astronomical, and it's a huge part of the invasiveness. Bunch grasses, lots of variability. The environment, pedoderms, the soil surface, huge predictor of where sagebrush actually recovered after the wildfire. Deeper down, fertile microsites, super important. The weather prevailing right after the fire and after your treatments. Obviously, hugely, all these are really critical sources of variability, dozens of findings on this. And by the way, you take this kind of information, you roll it into a map of sagebrush recovery afterwards, and you can see which state likes to seed sagebrush, right? You take that kind of information and put it into decision trees, like this one that was published in that paper I just cited. Okay, so all those thresholds with the fine grain of sampling, we can identify the thresholds that really matter for getting sagebrush to appear on the landscape. And then once you have this information, now you can begin to do things like set your metrics for, did we achieve 1 plant of sagebrush per 10 meters squared where sagebrush is likely to establish? Okay, do you see how that's different than saying over 40,000 acres, how many sagebrush do we get? That's the wrong question. Okay, so how do we combine herbicides and seedings? There's no better microcosm in the world to learn from than soda on this topic. And what we learned, kind of surprising, key reason why we need these data, is that, surprise, surprise, a plant that wasn't ever seeded and is largely ignored in restoration turned out to be the most important driver of the recovery. In other words, keeping exotic annual grasses below 20% and perennial bunch grasses, trying to get them above 20%. Super important. And here you can see that, just as an example, how all of these things relate to the different ways of intervening. So you can spray herbicide the first winter, okay, pretty good, nicely done. But drill seeding, okay, less control of exotic annuals, but more perennials, that's good. Deferring your herbicide. So if you're worried about wind erosion, can you just wait a year and then intervene? The thinking from 2016 through 2018 was no, you got to intervene right, you got to work with those charred soils. All the data from SODA suggests that's not true. How about combining herbicides and seedings? Look at how incredible a lot of these treatment effects are. And they are all very strongly related to how much sandberg bluegrass you have. Some pictures. Herbicide alone, herbicide with seeding. Says it all. So layering these treatments and having, instead of a one-off treatment, having a multi-year project where you're layering in these different treatments. Treat, observe, think, treat again, layer in a new treatment. It all matters. It takes 5 years. So some of these treatments spanned 5 years total. Drill seeding. Some of these, you can't see this, and I can barely see it. It's coming up fuzzy. This is just a simple non-statistical way that we are now able to combine lots of different thresholds on perennial grasses, sandbergs, pre-fire, exotic annual grasses, et cetera, to predict where drill seedings are likely to be successful or not. And we can roll these into these, this kind of information into these decision spaces or predictive spaces for where your drill seedings are likely to be more or less successful. Now I just have one more minute to wrap up here, talk about grazing. We had those grazing exclosures. Inside the grazing exclosures, we also did some clipping, and this was overlaid on top of areas that were either not treated or treated. And I want to tell you that it was, first of all, replicated over a large area. And I want to tell you that the biggest effect of all wasn't from grazing, it was actually from the seeding. Seeding of either native or especially introduced grasses had an incredibly strong effect, not only in increasing the abundance of perennial grasses, but in knocking back the annual grasses. I was pretty blown away by this. And it's real data. It's why we need data, because you just couldn't see it on the landscape walking around, right? These are the different grazing treatments, real grazing, clipping in different ways. You could see exotic annual grasses are, first of all, varying a lot year to year, but the native seedings, especially the introduced seedings in their combo, generally knock back annual grasses. Less so where you've been grazed. This zero line right here shows where there's no effect. We wanted to see exotic annual grasses decrease. Well, where we had actual grazing, they increased. Wetter conditions, seeding with either natives or introduced greatly knocked back the annual grasses. And just about the converse is true for the perennial grasses. So that post-treatment stewardship really matters a lot. It's super critical. Last point, we're relating all of this now to the most important threshold for the firefighters. SOTA has had many repeat burns. Fire management officers tell us they really want to have flame lengths less than 4 feet high, and especially less than 8 feet high, okay, because this is their containment space. We now know from SOTA how the different treatments affect sagebrush, exotic annual grasses, perennial grasses, and whether or not we can actually induce a fundamental threshold change in fire behavior in the landscape with the treatments. So we've expanded this also to these different burn areas. And I'll just give you a template of the questions that I was asked to address. Silver bullet solutions, unlikely to exist. Some of you remember the controversy over weed suppressive bacteria. Talk more about that. That was supposed to be a silver bullet. Play the long game. Do the hard work. It is hard, but it's totally worth it. The easy work is a waste of money. Restoration skill matters. I've told you about some of the things. We got to get to that structured decision making. We need decision trees based on data and thresholds, not expert opinion. Start with expert opinion because it's all we have, but we got to get away from it. Here's just a few more things that are reinforcing what I've just told you. Non-target effects of treatments do matter. Toby, I think you're going to talk about that. And pre-treatment veg, post-treatment stewardship, hugely important. That's it.
– All right, thanks so much, Matt. You have a lot to share. Questions for Matt? Stu in the back.
Thank you. That was an excellent presentation. I'm curious with your line point intercept monitoring, what type of line point intercept did you use and did it work for you?
Okay, we used primarily grid point intercept. So here's the thing. You got 2,000 plots spread out over 300,000 acres with one paved road going through the middle and a lot of really marginal Jeep trails and a lot of hiking that needs to be done in order to get those plots distributed to get a good sample. The challenge for us was getting these people out to the sites and visiting as many sites as possible. A line point intercept transect can sometimes it takes like an hour to get one done. What we did, Stu, was we used grid point intercept where we put a camera on top of a pole, so a pole cam, and then we did two photographs of a 2 by 3 meter area, then combine those later. And then on a screen, we were able to, so it's high resolution photos. We took a few notes on what kind of vegetation was there. And then on the screen during the wintertime, we would be able to zoom in to the pixels. So you can zoom out, see what's there, and then zoom right into that pixel, and then really know whether or not that point hit a leaf or not. And by the way, has anybody here done LPI before? Have you ever done it in the wind? Yeah. Have you ever like blindly dropped a pin to the ground and then felt like you confidently knew whether or not you really hit a leaf or a rock or soil. I mean, let's face it, the bias is killing us. Okay. And it starts with the hubris of I greatly admire our experts. You'll learn more about me over the next few months. There's a huge controversy coming out right now with the whole resistance resilience thing, where I just discovered, I'm like, there's no data behind this. We need real data. And when I started looking more and more at like whether or not we're using data, I realized that there's astounding bias and imprecision. So, Stu, the grid point intercept thing is highly reproducible. That was also super valuable because, as Josh can tell you, not all of the livestock operators were super happy with the decisions that came out, like to hold off on livestock grazing resumption. And so they wanted to take a look at the data. And then they would look at the graphs and they'd be like, and they would be like, well, I'll tell you what, how about we pull up the raw data, which was behind those. We just pull up the photographs and then they could go in, they could have their rangeland consultant go in and try to see if they could come up with a different number. So the beauty of having those, they can be revisited. Now, what really matters is that people are happy with the decisions and that they have trust in the data and trust in the system. And the beauty of that grid point intercept thing with the photographs is that it's totally reproducible and you can regenerate the data and it's beautiful. So LPI is our gold standard in the, for the field, but we all know it's problematic. Grid point intercept is also problematic. It only gets you the top canopy, so you can't get multiple canopies, but that's what we used. There were some data sets that had LPI on them. Sorry, that was long-winded.
Okay, find Matt during the break. There's also more Q&A at the very end of this whole panel. We are going to go on break here until 3:15, but I did just want to real quick highlight, there's a website, the Fire Invasive Rehabilitation of Shrub Steppe Rangelands website. Has a lot of great stuff, a lot of papers, but also some more digestible content about the take-homes. And the Land Treatment Exploration tool has a drought forecast tool where if you were thinking about doing a seeding, they have some predictions, and I have a little screenshot here. There's a lot of components of this tool, but in this step 3, you can, for an area of interest, you can look at these sort of predicted future drought conditions. And that could be part of, your decision about when and how to treat. So we are gonna, battery is running low. Better plug that in. We're gonna go on break, but during the break, so we're going in the field tomorrow to a really cool spot. Andrew's gonna introduce us. It's a mitigation bank. It was burned. There's lots of great stuff we're gonna talk about. If you wanna get the eco state map on your phone for the area we're going to, you can scan this QR code and these are the directions for how to get that on your phone. It's pretty cool. It shows you where you are in relation to this map. And, it's a great way to ground truth the maps. It's a great way to sort of think about the broader landscape. So feel free to do this during the break, or we'll also have this QR code up at the end of the day. And without further ado, go enjoy your break and we'll be back with more restoration fun here in about 20-25 minutes. Okay. Hope you all had a good break. Thanks for coming back. So here we are in our roadmap, our restoration roadmap. We're in the how section. We heard a lot of great information on that from Matt earlier as well. So this next section, there's gonna be 2 speakers and then we'll have some questions and then the panel. So first I'm gonna introduce Toby Maxwell. He is a brand new assistant professor at Oregon State University on the Bend campus, the Cascades campus, with a split role between teaching and research at the Institute for Natural Resources, or INR, where I used to work. super happy that Toby is taking on this role of being a real rangeland expert at INR. If you don't know Toby, you should get to know him. He's very knowledgeable. He's a great guy, a great collaborator, one of the nicest humans you'll ever meet. So Toby, come on up and tell us about unintended consequences of restoration.
Try and live up to that. All right, so many people know me as a soil scientist. That's how I cast myself. Today, I'm gonna walk in the footsteps of Matt and Brandon in the back and try and respond to what was a hot topic in my view at SageCon last year, where I told people I cared about soil and we should think about how restoration is affecting it. And soil is at the root of our ecosystems. And I'll get to that at the end of this presentation. But the question that followed most commonly after I tried to make that pitch was, yeah, but what do we do about Rejuvra? When should I use it? How should we use it? So it's my hope to respond to that information need by trying to share some of what I understand of how the scientific literature can inform practice with respect to applying some of these tools to rangelands. So some do's and don'ts and a little bit of information about how they work. All right, so we're going to talk about why you should consider use of indaziflom, which is Rejuvra, or imazapic to control annual invasive grasses. We'll think about risks and rewards and how we can understand how these tools work in order to balance towards reward. And then we'll also specifically talk about what we call the jargon is non-target effects. So if the target is annual grasses, anything else it does is a non-target effect. So some important cases of when to avoid use of these tools. Okay, so generally speaking, the goal of these herbicides is to eliminate the annual grass seed bank, promote restoration by release of perennial plants from competition with these exotic annual grasses, and then to increase community resilience. Resilience could be just thinking about drought, it could be thinking about wildfire recovery, a number of different things. So your stated goal could affect the way you think about these questions, but I'm going to talk at a fairly high level. Okay, so there's lots of different names out there. Rejuvra, Esplanade, and indaziflom is the actual chemical name for the active ingredient in this new herbicide. And this diagram here, provided by NView, who makes the chemical, helps us understand a little bit about when this is active and effective in our ecosystem. So this is a pre-emergent tool, which means that it will prevent germination of seeds. It's not necessarily just annual grasses, but in a largely perennial dominated system, you can see the value of something that will solely affect seed germination rather than a post-emergent tool, which would be how we often think about herbicides to kill living plants. So importantly, though, you can see in this sort of progression of plant growth that there's germination stages that you can't see. So you really have to be paying attention to the weather and think about how this tool is used because it will only have the desired effect before germination. Mark will talk a little bit more, I believe, about how to use it. Okay, so importantly though, the best and part of this is the worst part, which is that there is a typically 3 to 5 year residence period of this in the soil. So what that means is that when you lay this down, it's going to be a little while until you can do something like seed. And any native seeds there are going to struggle to germinate as well. So we'll talk about some context to help understand when this makes sense to use. Another most common herbicide is imazapic, which is often used together with this, but basically this is similar, mostly pre-emergent with some post-emergent activity herbicide that can affect plants at all stages that you can see on this diagram. And so the difference here is that imazapic has about a 1 year residence. Okay, so let's talk about some use cases. So important, this indaziflom herbicide, because of its long residence time and because it can prevent really anything from, most anything from germinating for 3 to 5 years, is not generally intended for these monocultures that we think of when we think of highly degraded rangelands.
So often you'll see if you spray onto something like this area that you can see in this picture, we'll end up with bare soil for several years. We'll talk about some options for how to direct that. So what's an ideal use case then? You can see in this top picture, possibly, up in Malheur County, a blue bunch wheatgrass stand with interspersed medusa head. And this is, in my view, one of the ideal cases where we can call it spray and release. So there's a healthy perennial grass population that won't be affected by this herbicide, and you can interrupt the germination cycle of that annual grass and offer some opportunity for those native perennial grasses to recover, grow, and hopefully expand to a point where they actually can resist invasions afterwards. Some other use cases. This is relatively new this year published research by Brandon and Matt in the back, thinking about this concept that we've been talking a lot about today of defend the core. So that's the question, can we defend the core with this new tool? And well, scientists like to say, it kind of depends. In a lot of cases, one important thing they showed is if you have these systems that maybe are invaded, but still have a lot of good vegetation, like you see on the left here, and you're trying to push it back to the right. These two, actually I took these pictures in southern Wyoming, but you can see that this is about 50 feet from each other. And so this is essentially a seed source for this to spread. And so this might be a great case for essentially defending the core. And they showed in their data that that's a possibility with these tools. Basically, you can use indaziflam to reduce the annual grass invasion, and it'll also subdue it for a few years. So next consideration is when we can use these two tools together. And so while you do need to go out and think about how to kind of tune your treatments depending on your specific scenario, there's this kind of rule of thumb that people are starting to think about, which is that you can use these tools together by first eliminating the annual grass seed bank for at least a year with an indaziflam spray, or sorry, an imazapic spray. You can seed after a year and then potentially think about coming back in with this longer retention herbicide once you have some germination of your desired seeds. So a few different ways of thinking about how to kind of layer these and how they fit into this framework we've been discussing. Okay, so just to kind of review, we think about this indaziflam as pre-emergent only, and it will often cases promote perennial vegetation, as in release it. And there's also some evidence that there's positive effects on perennial grass seed production. So there's a potential for, once that wears off, for better production in the system. And then imazapic is pre and post-emergent, so you get excellent one-year control of invasive annual grasses. It can release perennial grasses, but important to think about is that even the label and research both show that we can damage shallow-rooted perennial grasses such as sagebrush bluegrass, which we heard of as a key player in having providing resistance to these systems. So you just want to think about what your resident community is before you put these down. Okay, so in addition to providing some ability to release, Matt also talked briefly about, and there's evidence to show that these tools can be used to limit fuels in these systems. This is very much a case study level observation, but you can see here these spread plots inside of a wildfire stop the fire at the edges. And so we're actually seeing quite a bit of that up in Grant County. There's, just strategically speaking, there's a lot of fuels state money being used to invest in these as tools to create fuel breaks around resources and ranches in Grant County. So another key component here is that fuel reduction. Okay, so then together, these two tools can also kind of work synergistically. So one problem with spraying herbicides is that we can't do it perfectly, and we'll often miss areas, or they just won't get to every seed. And so this data here shows that you can see number of escaped plants on that y-axis in 2 different treatments. In the black is both imazapic and indaziflum. On the right is just that indaziflum longer term treatment. And what's happening is sometimes we get what we're calling escapes, and you see these very large high seed producing plants, which are basically seeding the next round or the next generation. But if you use these 2 tools together in the right scenario, then you can reduce that. Okay, so I thought I'd give a little introduction there to how these tools work. And now we're going to talk about some of these non-target effects, things to look out for. So one of the key concerns here is secondary invasions, meaning that when we spray these, there's a possibility that we release something that we don't actually want, or that is also invasive or challenging to manage. And so here I'm just showing a little bit of data, and I'll continue with a study that actually Matt, Bryn, Allison in the back, and myself are working on and still working on. But basically, you can see here on the left-hand side of this bar was before a spray, on the right was after a spray. And this is rush skeleton weed cover, which is a invasive perennial forb that we have a lot of around Boise. And you can see before and after spraying indaziflum, imazapic, and also aminopyralids, so a broadleaf weed targeted herbicide, we get this nice first year reduction. But if we go to the second year, because of the short retention time of that broadleaf spray, we actually almost double our invasive annual forb cover in that system. So we've functionally released this noxious weed. And this is one of the key concerns with indaziflum, is that especially in these cases and systems and locations where there's a concern about these invasive perennial forbs, they're often not strongly affected by herbicides, or their herbicide effect is maybe a year, and they can take up and occupy that space sometimes more aggressively than natives, even if there are some resident natives. It's not just the perennials, though. There's also some notorious deep-rooted annual forbs, Russian thistle, storksbill, salsify, that can exhibit this behavior too. So if you walk away thinking one thing about caution for using this tool, it should be, do I have these forbs? And you can do test plots. You can learn. You don't have to rush into this. Okay, so a few other potential effects to look out for is that native annual forbs can be negatively affected by indaziflum. I'm not going to read all these studies to you. Actually, I'm not sure if we're posting these slides. My hope is that we would, because I wanted to put the specific data here. We're going to be posting these slides, everybody. So some studies say yes, some studies say no. There's basically, it probably depends. So this is another case for test plots, but if native annual forbs are a concern for you in your system, you probably want to think about it before spraying something that will give you 3 to 5 years of resistance to germination. Sagebrush. So we're all thinking about seeding and planting sagebrush. A couple of examples here. In one study, we saw indaziflum actually, even though it doesn't have any post-emergent action, there was some damage to very small young sagebrush seedlings. So maybe not the best tool for very young sagebrush seedlings if that's a restoration goal. Alternatively, this is data that comes from that study outside of Boise that I'm involved with. You can see here in the red spraying and the blue no spraying, the height of our sagebrush plants is significantly increased in by use of herbicides. So and also the thickness of them. So we're getting more robust sagebrush outplantings, and this was from plugs, not from seeds, with that use of herbicides. So there's a potential to release our shrubs in ways that we like. It's just you have to think about the very young ones could potentially be damaged. Okay, so number of different things going on here, and it's hard to kind of pick apart what direction we're going to take. So in the 2 minutes I have left, we're going to dive a little deeper. So my pitch is that we need to spend some time thinking about, rather than being button pushers in the machine, we actually have to be machinists and start to think about using these as instruments. So
fast forward through a few things. If you're a little tired and it's the end of the day, you can reach under your chair and grab some glasses that'll make it look like your eyes are open for the rest of this presentation. So I'll feel good about myself as I insert soil into this conversation. Otherwise, you can stay awake and work with me here. So, okay, this case study of working out at the Boise River Wildlife Management Area, highly invaded system, lots of diversity of invaders burned prior to this research. And our goal is to establish native perennials. We sprayed endaziflam, imazapic, and aminopyrrolide, that broadleaf herbicide. So what we see here is at least 3 years of annual grass control. On the left, you can see sprayed and unsprayed, about the same before we applied treatments. And then those blue bars being super low implies that we got good annual grass control. What do those plots look like? Well, we have on the top a sprayed plot, sorry, excuse me, an unsprayed plot, and on the bottom, a sprayed plot. What's different about these, and a lot of how I think about it, is the amount of bare ground in this area. And so you can see those blue bars really tall in those sprayed plots. So we're getting this kind of inverse effect. Of course, if we take away most of the plant community and nothing's there, then we might have a shift in that bare ground. And what is in that bare ground is resources for plants to compete for. And so you see here that there's about a third extra water in the soil in those bare ground patches in those plots. What does that mean? When we have extra water, we get better survival of our outplantings. So you can see a difference from about 20% to about 40% survival rate, a doubling with that difference in water content in those sprayed areas. Another important factor here is nitrogen, basically the fertility of these systems. After herbicide, you can see more than 3 times as much nitrogen is in these bare soil areas of these plots, declining over time. Well, actually, Kay is sick today, but I was trying to plug a wonderful grad student working with Allison and myself and Bryn and Matt, who showed us that the degree of that spike of nitrogen, as you can see, we'll just focus on the red line here, relates to invasive plant recovery after our restoration treatment. So what does that mean? If we let that nitrogen, or if we let the plant community direct itself, often cases in these highly degraded communities, they'll take advantage of that soil resource. Can we do something about it? Maddie, who is sitting here in the back, has a poster to try and look at some experimental treatments so that we could maybe reduce the level of that spike, so that we could, that spike in soil resources, so that we can facilitate better recovery. Okay, so some take homes, thinking about pre-emergent herbicides, they can be incredibly effective, but they have to be used carefully. Herbicides can release native plants from competition, but also what's functionally happening is that we're fertilizing and irrigating. Oops. And so we have to have a plan for what is going to take up those resources. And so exotic forbs can benefit in particular because of their growth habits. And then another key take home being that we can't seed immediately after the use of either of these herbicides, just for different amounts of time. So if you're curious, I recommend thinking about test plots so that you can really understand what is going to happen. So with that, just thank a bunch of folks at the Boise River Wildlife Management Area in particular for helping out with that study. And I guess we'll take questions later.
Thanks so much, Toby. Awesome. Okay, one more presentation. I'm going to introduce Mark Porter. So Mark is the Rangeland Health Specialist at Oregon Department of Agriculture. He's been at ODA for many years, many decades, maybe. Quite a decade, a couple decades.
I'm shaving my beard.
He has a lot of experience in these systems. He's been a weed warrior for a long time. And just about a year ago, moved into the new position, right, as the invasive annual grass guru. I don't know if it has an actual title, but that's what I'm calling it. So Mark brings a ton of experience to this role. Really happy that you're in it. And I highly recommend going in the field with Mark. He is so much fun. He has such great knowledge and experience, and then this just insatiable curiosity about the land and how to steward it better. So with that, Mark, take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to try and do too many things at once up here because that's how I roll. Stay tuned. Okay. Yeah, gosh, I am so glad to be here. In today's world, coming to collaborative groups of people who work together for the common good and the good of the landscape just makes me so happy inside. It's really awesome. So thank you for being here as well. ODA has a new program, and it's me so far, but we are an eye to building because we realize that Oregon's rangelands don't have anybody sitting at the driver's seat looking out for their best interest. We have Oregon Department of Forestry, we have Department of Water Quality, and so on and so on and so forth. But we really do want to work to elevate rangelands across the state and Sagebrush Steppe as well. You guys are doing a ton on your own already, which is wonderful. We are going to hire another person for this program this winter. So those of you thinking about what your next professional move might be in the Sagebrush Steppe, we're going to try and put it out in the sagebrush somewhere, South Central Oregon, because I live up in Northeast Oregon, Malheur County. So just put that note in your pocket, give it to your friends who might be looking for work who love grasslands as well. We are funded through an agreement with NRCS. It's a 5-year term agreement. I think it's $4 or $5 million to kick this off, but also through natural working lands funds from the state legislature. So that's the program. Ooh, which button? How's that one? Wow, we went a long way. This isn't going to take very long at all. Man, now you guys see, now you know all my secrets. I'm going to try a different button. There we go. So we know that native perennial grasslands are the best at doing those things. And I'm not going to spend any time there because everybody else did. We also know what good management means. And I get up here and I talk a lot about spraying. And I want to let you know that I'm not just a nozzle head, even though sometimes I tend that way. Good management, we're not going to spray our way out of any rangeland ecology issues alone. It's a tool. It's a useful tool. It's one I have a little experience with. It all happens in our management of our own disturbance and of our own perennial grasslands. And so I want to couch this talk in terms of good management. One of the things as an old weed guy that I think is not good enough these days, not yet. Anya echoed this earlier, and is down here at the bottom, I've got this wash station boots and brushes. Wash station for equipment's on fire, boot brushes for your own feet. As you come and go from cheatgrass and Medusa and Ventanata, what do they love to hang on to? You, your socks, your pants, your backpack, right? So prevention, I'm an old weed guy. Prevention is a big deal. This hay station in Malheur County has been operating for 40 years. We have been exchanging hunters' hay from mostly the west side of the state, which in the 1980s was rife with tansy ragwort, from coming here. So we grew local clean hay and sold it to them, which was awesome, and let them dispose of their hay. Now we have noxious weed law that actually supports this. We have the hunters trained that they rarely bring their own hay. They actually come here, and 30 tons of hay, which at an 80-pound bale is some, well, if you add up the 30 ton that goes through here and the 40 ton that goes through our local grain growers of certified weed-free hay grown locally, that's over 1,750 bales of hay that go out to camps all over public and private lands in Malheur County that don't have weeds. And that's also invasive annual grasses. That's the kind of prevention I think we really need to ramp up and think about. We need to be pretty serious about it. Preventing seed movement. That's the vectors. That also happens with hay. There's no such thing as cheap hay, right? If it is, it probably has something in there you don't want. It's going to be hard to get rid of. But I talked about critters, managing our critters, knowing as a rancher where my infestations are and where my clean areas are, and thinking about where I'm going to go. But also early detection and rapid response. So we find it before it gets big, before it develops a large seed bank spread over a wide area, and we treat it. Here's Oliver Liu from the Lakeview BLM. We were out touring. He was showing me his end of the world. Pretty amazing place down there. I've got some great slides from here. And we found this Venata infestation alongside of the road. We stopped. He mapped it initially. He was back the next week. He mapped the extent of the heavy population. Before the end of the week was done, he had treated it. That's early detection and rapid response. And if we aren't doing that intentionally and actively, we will fail. I know that invasive annual grasses are faster than any of the weeds, and the broadleaf weeds that I deal with. So we've got to do that, and we've got to do it a lot. We also have to, even if we have cheatgrass, because I hear this all the time, oh, we've got cheatgrass here, it's good forage, you know, this and that. Hey, this incredible diversity, we don't want to be bringing cheatgrass seeds from one place to another and adding to that diverse pot. This is a road out towards Beatty's Butte. I believe they call it the Loop Road to be the east end. And man, what do you see? I see a propagule source like, whoa, but there's a cheatgrass all over. But I'm like, not there. You spent 10 yards off the road and you've lost that source. You see it scattered out, but this is an accident waiting to happen. Wait till this burns, because those seeds are moving already. Every pronghorn that goes across that road's taking them with them. Every coyote. So we got to get better at this. And then I'm going to stop harping on those things and show you what I hope to be a new and useful tool. You'll find them on your tables. Nice color copy. This is a project which I've been really happy and honored to work with Megan Grutzberg and Toby Maxwell on, thinking about more ways to help people do good management of invasive annual grasses. And this is our draft version. We know we're not done, and nothing would make us feel better than if you give us some really good insights into how we can make this better, right? But I'm going to walk you through a couple of these things. It's an invasive annual grass decision tree. We're going to start by asking the right questions. You ever play these marble mazes, right? How many times you go down to the dead end road and fall in the hole? Damn, let's try not to do that. By getting good, before we take off and roll that marble, let's think about what we should do and where we want to go. Maybe we'll practice a little bit with some test plots. Toby said it several times. Boy, what better way to understand what is going to happen on your ground or your pasture than spraying an acre or two instead of 100 or 1,000 and then seeing what happens. So let's play with this. Let's ask the right questions. How invaded is your site, right? Is your site resilient? What is your context? What's happening around you, right? What's the landscape situation around you? What's your distribution of invasive annual grasses on your site, right? How about resources over time? You as a manager or a landowner or a group, do you have resources to approach this problem in a long-term, thought-out way? What about the other weeds on site, as Toby so aptly pointed out? And are the perennials on your site ready to respond to your treatments, your interventions? Those are the questions we thought were really important to ask. Let's walk through a couple of these scenarios with me. We're going to try one of each of these. Well, maybe we'll just try the good and the ugly. We'll go with Clint first. I think he's the good guy, right? Is he a good guy? Anyway, so how invaded is your site? By the way, those colored boxes on there, if you look at the bottom, they refer you to sources of information, which we've been referring you to all day. I don't know, this might sound kind of redundant by the end of this, but right, you can go to the eco-state maps if you're looking at the blue boxes, or I'm sorry, the green boxes. Oh no, pink boxes, right? Pink boxes take you to eco-state maps, annual grass maps. Blue boxes take you to elevation and heat load and soils data, and green boxes take you to the annual and perennial grass maps like RAP and such. But all of those are also informed by local knowledge, right? And expertise of people around you who've done the kinds of jobs and work. So if we start out at a spot which has a low invasion level, and I guess I don't have a point. Oh yeah, I do. I'm going to show you how nervous I am now. Oh yeah, okay. So we're going to start. We're going to start up here at the low invasion, right? Less than 10% of invasive annual grass pressure. We're going to come down and ask ourselves, is the site resilient? Well, to make this quick, I'm going to say, yeah, of course. We're at higher elevation. We got deep soils. We're going to be good on resilience. What's your surrounding context? Is your site invaded? Yes or no? Well, yeah, it is. Most of them are, right? I don't know where the unicorn of the no invasion is, but we're going to drop down on the yes, and we're going to land in maintenance mode. Maintenance mode. If you turn it over, right, there's about 5 modes of action back there, or 6. And maintenance mode gives you a certain set of tools and propositions about what you might do in that mode. And you're in a different mode, you might come over on a very high invasion. We're going to the ugly now. And we're going to say, hey, we have a high infestation. We have over 30 to 40% cover of invasive annual grasses, right? Well, we don't get choices about whether or not our site's resilient because, man, it's going to be tough getting out of this one anyway. But we're going to come down and we're going to ask the question of, can you maintain this treatment process for 5 years or so? Yeah? Let's say we can because we have a good collaborative, right? We're going to come on down, follow that down, and is perennial grass robust on the site? Well, of course it is because we've been good managers even though we got some cheatgrass. So that's going to land us in a restoration mode versus a containment mode, which you saw on our maps today from the Ag Research Station. But there again, it flips you to the back page to look at and consider some different actions out there in the field. So hopefully this is kind of like putting a little bit of, eventually anyway, ready to put this in your back pocket. Maybe it's a field going guide for invasive annual grasses. What it really is, what we hope is a general primer to get you to ask the right questions. By the way, the further you go into the green, the higher your chances of success and the better investment per acre of your dollars. Again, this is the backside with brighter colors. These are the different modes of action. I think you guys can look at that on your own. And I'm going to pop into a little bit about some of the tools when you actually go to do a spray job. What do you want to think about? One of the things that's really important is how you're going to get it done on the ground, right? How's my time? 10 minutes left? Wow, I'm doing good. So first question is scale. What are you trying to treat? Are you treating the little spot on your neighbor's because he doesn't treat it across the fence and it's just an acre? Well, that's probably a backpack job, right? Or not an acre, maybe 10 feet. But if it gets any much bigger than that, it's really got to be something different. Well, let's start on the ground with the kind of equipment that people might have. Actually, this is my spray outfit these days. But I'm going to tell you that invasive annual grass treatments are not like spraying your old thistles. I can tell you pretty easily how to get rid of thistles. And actually, I can tell you how to get rid of annual grasses. It's the rest of the story that's so complicated, right? But thistles are easy, partly because of the chemicals and such. We are using indaziflam. We are using labeled for range as a Rejuvra. We're using Plateau. Maybe we're using rimsulfuron or Laramie, I believe it is these days. No, that's not right. I'll come up with it. But anyway, or maybe sulfuron, Outrider. Any of these short-term systemic herbicides that might be paired with indaziflam to have a first-year activity on those plants that are already growing and up, that have already germinated. So those take some special, especially Rejuvra, takes special application. But I'll come back to that on the next slide. The other thing is scale. So this guy can do a lot of work as long as it's not too steep or not too bumpy. I have high pressure pumps. I have different nozzles than I used to have, but it can do the work. Drones can also be really effective in some places when you get a little steep, maybe a little rocky, right? They can't get all that far from the truck when you talk about 100,000 acre fires, right? 12,000 acres is a big job for a drone. It's going to take weeks to do that. And that's happened a couple times. But helicopters are a pretty darn good option because they carry a lot of herbicide. They can get around, they can taxi back and forth, and they can do steep ground. Airplanes fly a lot faster than helicopters and fly higher and can't respond to contours in the same way. So they are less accurate than helicopters. So usually in a job of scale, a helicopter is your choice. A Huey like that can carry about 400 gallons on board. So that's a pretty good load. So when we think about spraying the actual job, I'm going to say that Rejuvra is different. I'm sorry, Indaziflam is different than all these other herbicides. Two big reasons. One, Toby prepped us. It works in the soil on germinating seeds. Where does the herbicide need to go then? Into the soil, right? Usually when we're spraying weeds, we want it to go on the plant. So it absorbs it and goes in. So this is different. The other thing that's really different is when you put Rejuvra somewhere, it stays there. It doesn't move around. It doesn't move in the soil with the herbicide. So plateau, milestone, things like that are much more mobile in the soil. So if you miss, you can tend to, that gets made up for. Rejuvra is going to tell on you. In a year, you're going to know exactly where that skip was or where you were going a little too fast or a little too slow, because that kind of herbicide will come in. So you need applicators that have used Rejuvra. You need applicators that understand very clearly rate, timing, volume of spray, pressures in their nozzles, uniform application with the moderate droplet size, which is somewhere around 350 microns. Have they patterned their equipment? These are questions to ask. You can also ask InView. They have a list of contractors that they have gone through a training program that understand how to use Rejuvra effectively on the ground. So if they don't have that, you at least need to know that they've done it before and they've got some practice and can understand these. And also, this is huge. Matt, you were talking about this earlier. How many times have I been to sites now in the last 9 months? What happened here? Why didn't it work? Can I see the track logs? Well, no. No, it's really hard to tell. And track logs are a huge way for us to see what happened and how it was applied and when. All the spray records that you have to keep, rates and timings and dates and wind, those are all really important pieces of information with this kind of herbicide. So, we will talk, so treatment goals, I think for me, wow, okay, I have tons of time. Am I talking really fast? I didn't feel like it, but anyway, so our treatment goals, when I set out to treat something, I might think about different ways that I want my treatment to have impact. They're all going to be similar, so maybe this is a little nuanced, but always I'm going to want control of my target weed, right? Every time. But sometimes that's really all I want. Sometimes I have one patch, 5 acres of Medusa head, and it's the only patch for 5 miles. And what I really care about is that that Medusa head dies and nothing else is really important. So that's what I talk about when I think about control. And these are good ways to think about what your goal is in your treatment, right? So that you can use the proper tools and timings to get what you want. The release that Toby talked about is we're going to release this site. And by the way, this treatment, what you're seeing here is a classic release treatment done in 2020. It was a juniper thinning in Grant County that was followed up by an indaziflam application. And you can see the bare ground, thriving native perennials, diverse plant community, really amazing response of the ground to this release treatment. A rescue treatment might be after fire because we know there's a propensity for those annual grasses to pop up and start going. It might not be year 1, it might be year 2, right? But if we don't dampen that response of the invasive annual grasses, our perennials, which are slower to respond, might not be able to thrive. So a rescue treatment might happen in year 1 or 2 right after that fire, and give those perennials a chance to reestablish themselves and get going and feel strong and be more resilient. Restoration treatments are, I think I can hit this button. Whoops. Restoration treatments are a little more intensive. They're a reset, right? In my mind, I'm going to reset. I'm not even sure that I need the native plant community to be there. I really just need something that's going to hold soil and keep weeds out. So maybe this is just straight crested or intermediate wheatgrass or something along those lines. But this example of a restoration treatment is a landowner who decided to take his farm field out of commission and sell the water rights and put it into native grass. And his actual 2 years post seeding, he got good germination, but 2 years post, he had a huge invasion of annual grasses. So he's having to revisit these sites and clean up. This was a skip in treatment after a Rejuva treatment that really cleaned up the whole field. But he's spending a lot of money and a lot of time and energy on this one. So I don't know that we can all do that, but that's what I think about resetting. You might even use herbicides. And then contain, if we're going to use a containment treatment, it isn't really about the site that I'm standing on. It's about the site over there that I don't want to get seed. Or it's about the site that I don't want to burn. I'm either going to contain seeds or I'm going to contain fire, right? So I might be willing to sacrifice a little bit here and have a bit of extra ground, or maybe even some other green perennial weeds that, you know, aren't what I really want in terms of desired, but they're going to give me this containment mode that I need. The other one, this is a drone treatment post-fire up around Ukiah, and you can see the striping. This is the obvious one, but can you see it here and here? And this is a plateau Rejuva treatment. And this becomes very clear. This is where Rejuva tells on you, right? More than any other chemical. You'll see it with others, but more than any other. And this is the last thing I want to leave is that we can't one and done it with these treatments. You've got to follow up there. If your goal was anything but a fuels break, you still have propagules coming out, still having a seed bed being active. You're probably not going to change this enough one time to have it gone. I had a couple more slides. Dang. So last thing is biocontrol is an amazing thing. And I'm excited to tell you that there are biocontrols being studied for invasive annual grasses. Biocontrol goes to the country of origin for a pest, which for these three noxious grasses is Mediterranean Europe, just like our goatweed. Get the agent that attacks them over there. This is the simple version. Bring them here, let them out. They attack the agent here. They level the playing field, and we get control. This is outside of Pendleton, St. John's Wort. Probably had the agent there for a few years, but without spraying, without herbicide, that plant was controlled on the site by the biocontrol agents. We didn't do anything. They're working while we're at home, snoozing in on weekends. It takes about 20 years now to go through the process of finding these and then testing them in quarantine and internationally before we can bring them here to make sure they don't have non-target impacts that aren't okay. And right now, I think we have just the last thing we have. For cheatgrass, they discovered midges and weevils. For ventonata, they didn't find anything. They can hardly find ventonata in its home range, sadly. And then Medusa ederae, they have weevils and wasps that they're researching that attack it. Some of those are new to science, by the way, in the last decade. So there's great hope in that kind of an option. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mark. Okay, just a few recapping some take-home messages here from Mark and Toby's talk, then we'll open it up for questions for them. We'll have our panelists come up. Managed annual grasses in the context of rangeland health. I think we've heard that in a bunch of presentations. Thinking about the underlying causes of invasion, really thinking about the long view. There are not one and done solutions here. Key considerations for managing invasive annual grasses include some of the things that are on the decision tree. Try out the decision tree. Let us know how it worked. Let us know your questions. Let us know your beefs with it. Indaziflam or Juvra, as Toby talked about, has really promising sort of longer lasting control of annual grasses, but beware of releasing those weed species that are perennial or biennial or deep rooted. And then, you know, we just want to leave you with the sense of there are effective tools, there are resources, there are people to support you in managing invasive annual grasses that can help you be successful. And we've heard from a few people, you know, trying things out at a small scale, monitoring and seeing what the results are is a great way to try out a treatment and see if it works. And there's lots of weed experts to help. And I'll talk about that a little more at the very end. Do folks have questions for Mark or Toby? Okay. Rory in the back. And while we're doing the Q&A, can our panelists come up and actually, Rachel, could you move some of those chairs over? And we'll have everyone at the front of the room.
Great talk, Mark and Toby. So Toby, how, or I guess Mark could also answer this, how important is soil texture with Rejuvera and some of these other herbicides for their effectiveness?
Likely important in terms of their rate of decay. Matt, you seem to have thought about this maybe more deeply than I, so I'm happy to pass it over.
Where's Matt? Yeah. Hold on.
So you can think of it in two different ways. There's direct effects and indirect effects. And obviously, there was some nice discussion. Thank you for your presentation on the stickiness of the herbicides. So the developers of the herbicides found early on that organic matter matters quite a bit. So that's not soil texture per se, but that's a pretty important thing. Clays obviously have more exchange sites and there's a lot more surface area. And so they can potentially bind things a little bit more. I think the most important thing is that soil texture strongly affects water flow. So if you have really coarse soils like sandy soils and you're applying a Mazapic, well, what's going to happen? Eventually, you know, if you have sufficient rain to push the wetting front down to 1 meter deep, I think you could expect to find your herbicide 1 meter deep at some point in time, especially with the Mazapic, less so with Rejuvera. We're actually just to the point now where we're beginning to have enough studies where we can start to test for these effects. And actually Cameron started a literature review with us on the topic to try to assimilate all these things. We're going to try to tackle those questions. But for now, all we have is just some simple guiding, you know, mechanisms to think about. There's no like lookup table or no like formal guidance out there that any of us can turn to for soil texture.
Questions?
So I'm still confused about the use of Rejuvera or Nizaflam post-fire, because the label indicates that that's maybe not the best time to utilize that product, but I've heard it a couple of times. So can someone just like set me straight on that, please?
Well, I think Matt referred to it earlier in that fires after or soils after fire can be unstable, and Rejuvera is a long-lasting herbicide that binds really hard to the soil. So if your soil moves off site, right, then your Rejuvera might be moving with it, which is well, you do need rain to incorporate it in the soil and so on, but you also need that soil to stay put. So I think that would be an adequate response, is that if you are worried about your soil blowing off site, then you definitely don't want to be putting Rejuvera on it. Or other herbicides either, right? But it's going to show up pretty well. I think would that be an adequate response? And I want to recognize that Noe is in the back here. Wave your hand. Noe's a range and pasture rep from Enview. So did I cover that label question correctly?
Yeah, like Mark said, the indaziflam is going to bind to the carbon, especially in the ash. So, and it's typically that's ash that's blowing off. If you have a summer fire that fall. So once that ash has settled and it's quit moving around, then that rejuver will stay put. But we don't recommend people go out. If you have a July fire, don't spray in August or September because that ash is likely still moving around.
Okay, so Mark, I have a question for you and Toby.
Gotcha.
If you're finished with that answer. Okay, so really quickly, I've seen a lot of we're missing some plants. We had that great picture of the cheatgrass with all the productive seeds. We're missing from just strips because we need we need to be really careful not to miss plants, and we need to follow up. But has anyone talked about herbicide resistance? If we're using the same couple of herbicides and we're even pairing them together year after year, are there any recommendations or concerns there?
Yeah, definitely something to bring, a very significant thing to bring to the forefront, because cheatgrass has developed resistance to herbicides. One of the nice things about Rejuvra is that it is in a different family than all three of the other herbicides that we commonly use on invasive annual grasses, which are group 2 herbicides. So when you switch families, you generally get out of resistance. So it's actually a tool to help, in a way, at this point in time, to help not have resistance to some of these other chemicals we have, because it's that new. That doesn't mean we don't need to watch for building resistance there. But I think, yes. So we know it happens. We definitely want to be careful. Using both of those herbicides together, 2 groups, is a big step towards preventing any resistance developing. Also, though, you need to be aware, if you treat something and it does not respond the way you think it should uniformly across a site, in particular, if you have little populations of it that didn't work and you can't explain it, reach out to an extension agent, reach out to somebody like myself, reach out to your local weed person and talk about it. And we can test for that stuff if we need to.
Okay, I'm going to invite all our panelists to sit up here at the front, including you, Cameron. Just need to hop over just a little bit. Okay, a few questions for you all. Anya, I'm going to start with you. Oh, that's why I wanted you up here right away. So how do you talked about the importance of proactive action. How do we convince ourselves and our partners to spend that time and energy in the parts of the landscape, that are in pretty good shape when other places are in really rougher shape? And do you have a thought on like what a better balance is between, spending resources on this proactive management and also responding to fires and emergencies like that and some of the places that are really rough on the landscape? Where's the other mic? Oh, you have it.
I have
Okay.
mic. I'm ready.
Where'd it go?
I did forget about this panel, but now I'm back and I'm ready. I think this is like, I call this the ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure versus the if it ain't broke, don't fix it, like standoff of folk wisdom. And because it makes sense, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it is really challenging with some of these wicked problems like invasive annual grasses that like, if it's broke, it's really broke. It's hard to fix it. By the time that you have like a bunch of people concerned about it, like your average community members that are maybe not kicking dirt as much as ranchers and range management specialists and wildlife biologists are, you have a lot less options when you have like a large swell of community members that care about it because it's now in their face. So I think to get over that, I think these sorts of forums and having the right messengers in these forums that are telling stories from their landscape, like what did my landscape look like 20 years ago? And I wish I would have caught it then. And yeah, so I do think that's kind of an interesting idea is hearing from the folks who are early adopters who really got on their phase 1 juniper or who really like committed themselves to searching out the needle in the haystacks and like not letting that one weed patch slide off of their very long, very overwhelming to-do list. We really need to elevate those stories and maybe sometimes elevate the stories of folks who are living with an entrenched problem that they don't have many options as kind of cautionary tales too. So I am a storyteller more than a scientist. So I think about the stories that are motivating. And then in terms of a better balance between restoration post-fire, but not waiting to spend any time on landscapes until they burn. I mean, we definitely need to do both. Like one is important and urgent, and one is important and not urgent. And so that's kind of just a big pitch to the funders out there to keep the ecosystem well-resourced, because it's worth it and we need it. But I do think one thing that's key that I don't think we've achieved a good balance on is our amazing federal partners need to do NEPA to get things done. And sometimes I do see a lot of our NEPA energy that allows us to put management actions on the ground channeled towards post-fire environments. And so that's a balance that I'd like to see look a little different. And I've seen the idea thrown out there of, if, not every fire year is a bad fire year, thankfully. And so if we have staffing that can be focused on restoration, there should be years where we can focus on restoration and management actions in unburned landscapes using that same capacity. So I don't have all the solutions, but those are some ideas.
Yeah, thanks for those thoughts. And if folks want to ask a question, just raise your hand. I'm going to keep pitching questions, but raise your hand if you have one. So Mark, I'm going to follow up with you because you are the one person on this panel that works for a management agency that funds treatment. What does it look like to you to really proactively fund, the type of work, the prevention work, the early detection, rapid response? What is your vision of what you want to see that look like?
I think that there's two responses. I can talk about what that might look like. I think one of the things that I see a lot is measles. I'm going to talk about it like that. I'm out in the ground and I see a really nice perennial bunch grass stand. I look out, I can see 500 acres, right? And I see 2 acres of cheatgrass scattered through the whole thing. And I'm like, God, I just want to spray that. See, there's the nozzle head in me, right? But why? Because when it burns, it's gone. Because there's seeds all the way through it. And if we don't understand that yet, we just have to have a fire in our backyard and watch those perennial grasses succumb because we don't have enough money to react properly. Down in Adel, can't remember the name of the fire, but holy moly, you can see where the treatments happen in a really responsive way and the grass is good. You can see where it didn't and they're gone. And Farrah Brummer, who maybe many of you know, was touring me around. She's like, this was really good condition grass then before the fire. I mean, when you see that change, it's crazy. But the answer is, and so getting out and doing those treatments, when you see the measles, that's when you should start thinking that I don't buy that our grasslands are really 100% resilient, even in their best condition, because look at the spread of these 3 invasive annual grasses in history. They were not here. They were not here. It's been 100 years or it's been 60 years or whatever it is in your end of the world. They weren't here, but they're coming. So that's that answer. The second part is political. I think we need to talk about, in my world, using dollars from the Natural Working Lands funds, maybe, to protect carbon reserves, right? To protect our fuels and forage, those kinds of sources. We need to talk to our legislators and our folks about really finding a dedicated fund to do that work.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Matt, I want to turn it over to you. I've heard you talk about the risks or the cost of doing nothing. Can you just talk about sort of risk and reward and in the context of post-fire restoration and how you think about when is it strategic to wait? When do you want to jump on? It's just some of the considerations. Obviously, it's very site specific and specific to the context, but love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I'd like everybody to appreciate that when it comes to responding to a fire, there is absolutely no risk that you can avoid. If you don't do anything, you've taken a big risk. If you act, every single tool that you're using imposes a risk. And this is important because this issue really comes to bear when we're talking with stakeholders and with the community of people. And there has been a lot, I mean, post-fire restoration has dealt with a lot of scrutiny over the years. It's dealt with fiscal scrutiny. Some of you have been around long enough to know when OMB, the Federal Office of Business and Management, did a study and they wanted to know, like, boy, we put a lot of money into this. What the heck has come out of it, right? Herbicides have faced a lot of scrutiny for non-target impacts and things like that. So the first thing is so this is really a communication issue. It's like thinking internally, but then also thinking with our stakeholders, the supervisors, the people that are actually paying for the funds, like, you got to have accountability to them. And then also for, the livestock permittee, they're a huge thing too. They're going to have to typically hold their cows off while the treatment's being applied, and then for a few years after, and that's a pretty big thing. So so in terms of we have a decision tree that we generally follow in the discussions that I have with people that can try to break things down and make them a little bit more structured. So is the site stable? What is the surrounding land like? Because you could put all the money in the world and have a great treatment on your little jurisdiction, but it may not matter if your neighbor is completely infested, and vice versa. I mean, if you're right up against premium habitat, it looks really bad if you're the seed source, or worse, you're the source of the ignition and the fire spreads off of your land. And we're actually working a lot with DoD right now, and this is a huge factor for them. So the risk factor usually is looking at like what's immediately around. Then looking upwind and downwind further is another consideration. Probably one of the biggest risks in the federal thing is whether or not we can stick with the plan. It's true. And that's a timely thing to say right now. SOTA was amazing because they stuck with the plan in spite of everything. Can that continue? I hope that people will look at that as a model and be like, yeah, we can do that. But if you start off on a treatment, especially one with like targeted grazing, if you introduce like intensive grazing regimes only to abandon it like a couple years after, that's really bad news. You have an area that you treat heavily with herbicides, and there's insufficient perennial forbs. So you take a risk there, thinking in your mind that you're going to mitigate those risks with a follow-up seeding a couple years after your Mazapic. If that follow-up seeding doesn't happen, you've now really blown the risk reward thing. So those are a few things to think about.
Yeah, thank you. Cameron, I'm gonna head over to you. Can you talk about, so you talked about, post-fire planning and what kind of actions you might take in your strategic post-fire plan, but what kind of management actions can we take pre-fire to, improve those post-fire outcomes? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of them are similar. I think in the post-fire environment, there are a few opportunities that you might have that you don't have in the pre-fire, but then the reverse is true as well. I think, grazing is something that I think about a lot. I think the work that Matt is doing, kind of looking at grazing or fuel treatment effects on kind of suppression difficulty is really neat, and kind of just looking at, targeted grazing for fuels reduction and kind of some of the like policy incentives that maybe we could put behind that, I think is a really cool pre-fire avenue that I'm interested in for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the context is pretty similar. Obviously, if you're designating core landscapes and then they burn, they could be core again someday, but maybe not, because you've already kind of eschewed an opportunity to manage, and you've had that fire impact. So that's something to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. All right, Toby, last but not least. Okay, so you talked about some of the cautionary notes about using herbicides, some of the potential unintended consequences. What about for seeding? Are there things we need to be looking out for, maybe particularly with drill seeding? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we got introduced to some of this in a few different talks that there's definitely erosion risk, especially depending on what kind of landscape you're on. So you're functionally tilling the soil in addition to putting seeds down. So that disturbance can have a lot of secondary effects if the seed, in particular, if the seeding is not effective. And so it's, I guess, just another tale of being sure that you have some confidence in the seeds, the site quality, and then also things like the weather patterns. So you might hope that it rains after you seed, but if it deluges, that's a huge erosion risk as well. So there's some research out there to support that. So yeah, and then drill seeding when failed can also be great seed bed prep for annual grasses. So tomorrow we'll go look at a drill seed that I think looks pretty good, but so it's not to say, I think it's important not to, when the conversation is these like non-target unintended effects, it's just to increase the thoughtfulness with which we apply each tool, and because it can have lasting effects, in particular when we're disturbing the soil. If that erosion happens, that topsoil sometimes takes thousands, 10,000 years to accumulate this really subtle and amount of organic matter that really affects its quality and ability to store water, deliver nutrients. And so if not taken care of, there can be an effect that won't really be recoverable in our lifetime. So yeah.
So we'll wrap up and love your soil, right? That's the message that you want to get across.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Let's give a round of applause for everyone who presented up here. Appreciate you guys. Okay, and we just have a couple more things here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, you guys can head back to your seats. Where's the PowerPoint? It's just on the. Oh, okay. Did not. Where? Do you mind doing that while I'm talking? Okay, so we're resharing with the Zoom. So just one more note before we move on to the next, here from Andrew about the field tour. We are going to have the slides up on the SageCon Summit website. So we'll put the slides and the recording up there so you guys can refer to this material. Test out the decision tree. Tell us what you think. Super curious to hear what folks are going to think about that. Hopefully, this gave you some information where you're maybe a little more in the middle of that action bias to action paralysis spectrum. But we will be asking for feedback in our survey. I did want to highlight the Imagine group out of University of Wyoming. That is a big group that's focused on invasive annual grass management and tech transfer around invasive annual grasses. They have a lot of great stuff on their website. And just that there are a lot of local experts at ODA, county weed management agencies, OSU Extension, other universities, cooperative weed management areas. There's a lot of folks out there to help. So that concludes the restoration panel, and we're going to head to Andrew's presentation next. Thank you all. Great. All right. Thank you, Megan, for that. That was awesome. Well put together, something that we've been looking forward to hearing about for a long time. So I appreciate all of you guys that participated in that panel. It was a really exciting thing that I was
very grateful to have Megan pull together and highlight a lot of the work that's been done over a large period of time by a huge number of people. So next up, we're going to transition over to setting the stage for the field tour tomorrow. So we are going to hear from Andrew Shields. He is here working with Terra West Conservancy, and he has volunteered to take us all out to their property tomorrow. We're going to see their mitigation bank. And so we're going to hear from him about some of the process and what it has taken to bring the mitigation bank on board. So thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Cool. Well, I appreciate the chance to talk today. As Rachel said, I'm Andrew Shields. I've been involved working with Terra West Consulting for the last 3.5-ish years. Prior to that, I worked for Roaring Springs Ranch down in southern Harney County. I was a biologist there for 10 years. And some of the planning calls that we had, it was brought to my attention that I'm in a very, very elite club related to SageCon. Perhaps John O'Keefe and I are the only ones in the room that have been to every single SageCon meeting. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm in that club with John. So, appreciate being here. I'm going to try to kind of synthesize some things, talk about a little bit of mitigation. Greg and Lee talked about a lot of that earlier. And then really kind of focus in on and give a backstory of the ranch and the fire last year to try to set the stage for what we'll go out and see tomorrow on the field tour. And I was, I enjoyed being here and hearing all the information and get a lot out of it. I was tracking pretty well until the presentation by Tam Aminogerb or something. And then that really got the wheels spinning there. But I also realize I'm the last person standing between us and happy hour. So I'm going to try to get through this. Okay, so I'm going to give a little bit of background on Terra West Consulting. They started in 2013 and really kind of started with a sage grouse focus and setting up conservation banks or mitigation banks in the western states. And so a lot of the states set up mitigation as part of their sage grouse conservation plans at the state level. Terra West saw a potential opportunity there and began to work in several states, setting up and managing conservation banks. And so, like I said, I joined the team about 3.5 years ago. We work with ranchers, landowners in Wyoming, Idaho, and Oregon currently to set up conservation banks. In Oregon specifically, we have one approved bank, which is the property we're talking about today. We have 4 more banks that we're working on. So in sage grouse habitat, there are 3 service areas in Oregon. And we are working on a bank in each service area, as well as Oregon is kind of unique because there's also kind of general habitat mitigation outside of sage grouse habitat. And we are working on 2 more banks in that kind of general habitat sphere. So the Northern Great Basin Conservation Bank, it actually is comprised of 2 properties, 2 ranches. Three Creek Ranch, which will kind of be the main focus going forward, and that's where we're going to go tomorrow, as well as the Bridgeport property. And altogether, it's a little more than 40,000 acres of land up in the Cal Valley. We really got involved in about 2021. We generally prefer to work with kind of existing landowners, existing ranchers on the landscape. This ranch, however, the previous owner did not get along well with the agencies. It probably wouldn't have been a good fit to do a bank with him on the property. And the property was for sale. It contains significant sage grouse and other wildlife values. Kind of was pretty apparent to us that it was a pretty unique property. And so we worked with an ownership group to actually purchase the property. And then that's when kind of the mitigation bank, the conservation bank kind of got kicked off is in 2021. And so on that map, you can kind of see the southern parcel, the southern property is the Three Creek Ranch. And so this is the Three Creek Ranch, same thing that's kind of on the maps, on the tables and stuff. It sits between Ironside and Brogan along Highway 26. Highway 26 bisects the ranch up there in Cow Valley. And here's a few kind of just information about the ranch. It's entirely encompassed within the Cow Valley Pack. And so 100% of the ranch is core sage grouse habitat. That first year we were out there, we actually discovered 2 new leks on the property that ODFW had not previously known about. The elevation on the ranch ranges from, on the very far eastern end, about 2,900 feet up to about 6,200 feet up on Juniper Mountain, which is kind of central southern part of the ranch. Annual precipitation averages 11 to 15 inches. And it's, I mean, it's very just typical sagebrush steppe habitat. We have juniper on Juniper Mountain, primarily on the southern end of the property. There's invasive annual grasses, mainly cheatgrass. We haven't documented Medusa head or ventonata on the property, but we do have a lot of noxious weeds, white top, thistles, mainly kind of in the valley bottoms, but other areas too. But generally speaking, it's, you know, largely comprised of eco-state A habitat, good sagebrush with a good perennial grass and forb understory, with some pockets of lesser kind of eco-states. So a few pictures. This is kind of representative landscape prior to the fire on the ranch. Got a few pictures just showing that. And then I don't know, I know at our table, when we were kind of going through the exercise, looking at different eco-states and things, this eastern end kind of piqued our interest. And so this map is showing fire history on the ranch. The yellow dash there, the yellow horizontal lines. And so most of those fires are relatively small and they're in the 80s and 90s. However, this one on the eastern end was a 2014 fire. And it was about 12,000 acres total, and about 4,000 acres of that was on the ranch. And so it's pretty interesting. It sticks out, it stands out on some of those maps as more like a state B to D habitat, and that's because of that 2014 fire. It did, I don't believe the previous landowner did anything as far as active restoration out there. It came back pretty well, very good perennial bunch grasses. The sagebrush was coming back pretty well. However, there was cheatgrass out there, you know, in varying amounts, from just kind of trace amounts up to being kind of co-dominant with the perennial grasses. So that'll kind of play into some of the things we talk about later and then tomorrow as well. So this is a picture from that area, that 2014 fire prior to the Cow Valley fire last year. So you can kind of see there's sagebrush scattered out through there. It's definitely a higher percentage of perennial grass. And kind of those eastern hills, the elk used to love going out there. There's tons of elk sign, kind of fall, some winters if there wasn't much snow, and then into the spring. So the Cow Valley fire, we've heard a lot about that a little today from ODF and other partners out there. So that's an overlay of the fire in relation to the ranch. It started up there in that northwest corner and then burned south and east. So kind of summary, I think we've heard about all of this today. Very fast moving, started the morning of July 11th. It was human caused. On the ranch, approximately 20,000 acres were burned, and that comprised about 62% of the ranch. And then I've got just a few pictures here. This is one of the homes on the ranch, the buildings that they were trying to protect, and they did protect, trying to stop the fire there on Highway 26. So then, you know, immediately after the fire, we go out there and try to start assessing, like, where do we go from here? This was a dozer line up on Juniper Mountain. So this is on top of, or high up on Juniper Mountain, looking down into Cow Valley. And that dozer line help to stop the fire and prevent it from spreading to the west. So this picture, this road right here was the line between the 2014 fire. The burned is on the 2014 burn is on the left, and on the right side of that road is unburned. So prior to the Cow Valley fire, the right side was Eco State A habitat, good sagebrush, good perennial grass understory. On the left was like that picture I just showed a minute ago, where there was a lot of perennial grasses. And we saw, you know, because of the different fire behavior, fire severity, the sagebrush skeletons were much more prevalent on that in that 2014 burn. And unfortunately, I would love to take the group up to kind of this area, but the road conditions are not great, and we're not going to be able to get up there tomorrow. So I wanted to kind of show a few pictures and talk about it on today. This is another picture from that 2014 burn area, where I feel like the fire probably burned a little quicker. There was more grass fuel, but it left the sagebrush skeletons there. A few more pictures just kind of showing immediately after the fire, just different kind of levels, different areas around the ranch. This on the right side is a pretty large unburned island. There were several of those. We'll stop next to actually a couple of them tomorrow. We have one of the leks that we discovered, the Cow Creek lek. Actually, there's like a 500-acre unburned island right around that lek. So that was a very good thing that we discovered after the fire. But most of the landscape looks like this immediately after the fire. It went from just, you know, really nice state A habitat to this, just a moonscape. And so we go out there, and what do? You know, we've got a timeline, we've got budgets, like, you know, how do we formulate a plan and put it on the ground in a timely manner? And I really want to give a shout out to like everybody that put tools together, that put groups together. You know, Nicole was here from Malheur Rangeland Partnership. She immediately started scheduling these every 2-week calls to get agencies on the phone, to get landowners on the phone, folks from EOARC hosting visits. You know, our next door neighbor, Curtis Martin, hosted a visit out there where we can just come together and share knowledge and start to think about and talk about what to do going forward. Even, I mean, these are different documents and things that were put out, but that bottom right one, Chad Boyd texted me a picture. You know, he's just scribbling notes on a notepad and sending me pictures like, hey, here's something to consider, here's something to think about. And it's, you know, those are kind of the foundation pieces of some of the, you know, the documents that have been shared today. But it was hugely beneficial from my perspective, just to have everybody come together and learn from each other and help us kind of formulate a plan to move forward. And then the tools, obviously, these are talking about the tools and the maps that are on the tables. We've heard about those today. Very good resources to kind of formulate, okay, what are we going to do? So from our perspective, you know, I'm trying to gather all the information we can. And essentially, I've got to identify specific actions in specific areas where those actions are going to take place. And so trying to consider all these different things that we've talked about today. We essentially identified 3 primary actions. Number 1 would be no immediate treatment. Those were areas that were Eco State A, that there wasn't a significant threat of cheatgrass, and it was more of like a wait and see approach. Like, let's see what happens. You know, if we feel like those areas are resilient and they should come back okay without a lot of input. Number 2 would be pre-emergent herbicides. So those are areas that were either invaded or had cheatgrass nearby or other invasive weeds. And so we need to take a more active approach. We need to put down some pre-emergent herbicide to try to tip the scales into the favor of the perennial grasses. And then number 3 was reseeding. So we didn't do a lot of that, but we did some reseeding where there were areas that were pretty highly degraded, but that we felt were important and kind of justified in putting the dollars on the ground to do some reseeding. And then, so 2 and 3 options, kind of actions 2 and 3 evolved into several variations. So under kind of action 2, we had pre-emergent herbicide fall of 24. And then we also added, so after that 2014 fire, there was in some areas a lot of thistle. And so areas where there was a lot of thistle prior to the Cat Valley fire, we followed that treatment up, the 2B treatment, with a broadleaf herbicide this spring in 2025. And then the reseeding, we did 4 variations of that. So we did drill seeding, and we used a native and non-native mix. We wanted some of the crested wheatgrass, the other wheatgrasses, to give us a little bit more certainty that they would establish and keep cheatgrass at bay. But we also threw in, you know, Idaho fescue and bottlebrush squirreltail and sagebrush in our mix, just to try to get those natives coming back as well. The larger polygons we primarily drill seeded. We had some smaller polygons that we also did around like water developments where there's going to kind of be continued pressure with livestock. We thought let's kind of use this opportunity to seed and try to get a you know, a strong grass component that will withstand some of that pressure. And then we also, this was we worked pretty closely with ODFW, with Tom Siegel especially. He's the habitat biologist here in Ontario for ODFW. And we had contemplated in our management plan for the conservation bank about doing like some secondary fuel breaks along interior roads. And we realized this may be a good opportunity to try to implement some of those. And so we flew on some forage kochia along some roadways, some roads kind of out through the ranch, with the idea of potentially making like a secondary fuel break for the future that may stop a, you know, a smaller fire that's coming through. And then one of the things that I'm pretty excited about is we, you know, aerially or just any seeding of sagebrush is generally thought to be not very successful. But I wanted to try it. I wanted just to say, let's try it in a few areas. And so I identified 4 25-acre polygons where we just dropped sagebrush seed from the drone. And I just wanted to try to create some of these islands across the landscape. And we'll look at one of those tomorrow, but it was actually very successful. So it's pretty cool. This is a map of what our actions look like. The green, that's the larger polygons, is the pre-emergent herbicide. So that's by far the biggest action that we did. The light blue are the seeding. The pink is those pink squares are the sagebrush seeding polygons. And then that red is the pre-emergent plus the broadleaf in 2025. So implementation, then you got to put all this stuff on the ground on 20,000 acres. And we started off with a bang. The first day the helicopter got out there, he crashed on the ranch. And so we split up the herbicide between the helicopter and the drone. So Dave Bunker was here, Branch 7. He's been a great partner. Those guys did a ton of work for us. And having that happen on the first day really made me think more seriously about the use of drones rather than helicopters. But he was fine. It wasn't a real bad crash. He was fine. The pilot walked away, no serious injuries. And we got it done. There was another contractor that stepped in and got it done. But on our second stop tomorrow, so this picture on the left is the drones. On our second stop tomorrow, Branch 7 is going to be out there and actually answer questions, give a kind of a presentation on drone use of restoration. Then they're going to do a demonstration with their drones out there. So that'd be really cool. So results, I got several pictures just kind of showing from this year. This is one of those kind of wait and see areas. I'm going to flip through these pretty quick because I've run out of time. Again, kind of a wait and see area. This is this spring in May. Same thing. So this is just natural recruitment of sagebrush. This wasn't an area that we seeded or anything. Same thing here. So this was interesting. These 2 bunch grasses, the crowns were, looked like they're dead, but these little bunch grasses just sprouted out right from the edge of the crowns there. That was kind of cool to see. So we're seeing a lot of insects. We haven't like gone and tried to quantify that, but we're seeing a lot of insects out there. This is a picture from one of my little 25-acre sagebrush seeding plots. It's like a little mini forest of sagebrush out there. We'll go over and look at one of those tomorrow. This is an area that we drill seeded that came back pretty darn well. Pretty happy with those results. Another spot there. This one is same thing, just drill seeded, but you can see the sagebrush kind of sprouting up in that area. This actual seeding right here, we'll be able to look at it stop 3 tomorrow. This is our forage kochia growing along the roadside that we flew on. Is it all sunshine and butterflies? No. I mean, there's obviously areas where it doesn't look as good as those pictures. And we'll see we'll see an area like that tomorrow too. And that's where I'm really interested and love kind of the conversation and the interaction from the group is where do we go from here? Right? Like there's areas like this that didn't turn out exactly like what we wanted. And that's what I kind of get from this group and looking forward to the tour tomorrow. So just kind of real quick, these are kind of on the map, these stops are on the maps and the tables. Stop 1, just south of the highway, and then stop 2, we'll kind of go around the butte there. And stop 3 is just north of the highway. And I think probably Rachel's going to talk about logistics a little bit. So I won't go into that. And probably I don't have time for questions. But yeah, we'll be out here. There's several of us from the Terra West team. Actually, the owners of the ranch, the bank sponsors are here as well. Andy Chow and Doug Hymas. Several of the Terra West team are here, and then we'll be here tomorrow as well. So grab us, ask questions. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay. We're going to do a quick recap of a couple of the things that we're doing outside of the summit. A lot of people refer to this as SageCon, and well, this is a big part of what we do. We are also working year round on a few other efforts. So I'm going to hand it over to Vanessa, and she's going to talk about some of those.
Great. And I'm going to talk very high level and quickly because like Andrew said, I am between you and our happy hour, right? But as Rachel said, SageCon, we endeavor to be more than just an annual summit. And so we have a lot of valuable links, we believe, on the website. If you want to learn more about the Oregon sage grouse candidate conservation, and they cut off the acronym for me again. So agreement with assurances. Great, we're learning today. There's a lot of amazing information there, but my favorite is probably this technical tools page. So we've done a lot. We is really the collective we here. If you just go to sagecon.com and hit those technical tools, you can see direct links to our vegetation mapping. So we've talked a lot about the landscape planning tool today. We've also highlighted a lot of the post-fire resources. So you're like, I couldn't absorb all of that at SageCon. It is really easy to access. A lot of what Andrew actually flashed up with those pictures of those documents, they're actually housed right here. A lot of that's from the research station and other places as well. We also have a lot of this threat-based strategic conservation. So Cameron really gave kind of a teaser of how threat-based strategic conservation can be used in this post-fire context. There's a lot of tools and resources on the website there as well. And one thing I really wanted to connect back to Matt's talk. He was saying, hey, science is getting hit hard, right? We need to start learning from our management. There is a group, unfortunately, Jackie Couples, amazing biologist, almost all of us know here, isn't here today, but she leads up this Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Program, which is doing just that. So if you don't know about that, or you're not, or if you want to be involved, definitely learn more from the website here. And we're going to talk a little bit more on the next slide. Of course, I don't know how to move this, and I'm supposed to be helping run this thing. All right, so a little more in depth, that other box there is music and riparian restoration. So last year, we heard from you all about what do you want to hear more about? And so we listened and we put together a webinar, which you can see the recording of this webinar, the music prioritization. But the webinar was just kind of the beginning. It really kicked off an entire workflow for prioritizing music and riparian restoration across large rangeland landscapes. And so if that's a part of your world, I really encourage you to take a look at this workflow, and then it links to all sorts of other resources in the music world. We also had a wonderful threat-based strategic conservation webinar that is recorded with all of those resources. And the table that Cameron said he took just a snippet of, that full version is discussed there. And next year, coming soon, Toby and I will be working on a soil workshop in 2026. So if that's something that's interesting to you, you have input, please talk to us. Otherwise, check your webinar, check your email. You'll be seeing dates and details for that. And I really would like you to fill out at the end, we have an evaluation, but one question says, what do you want in terms of trainings and events? Come talk to me, fill that out. We really want to know what is right on top of your mind and what you need. I think. All right. So this is, we've been doing a lot of work with spatial strategic planning and mapping. So it's a lot of that threat-based strategic conservation, but we're gonna kind of keep flying here to our quarterly newsletter, which will be Rachel? No. Who is the mastermind behind the wonderful newsletter?
Yeah, so just one more thing, if you guys want to stay in touch with what we're doing, please go to our website, sageconpartnership.com, sign up for our newsletter. Just by registering for the event doesn't mean that you're necessarily signed up. So check out the tools, go to our website. We are excited to have had you here. We're really grateful that all of you, mostly just the amount of work that goes into something like this is totally worth it when we're all in the room together. I had an amazing planning team that did a bunch of the heavy lifting on bringing the logistics together for today. We had great participation from local hosts, even though we didn't get the word out to them quite as early as we were hoping. Tremendous speakers that gave us a lot to think about, and a lot of people that traveled from really far away to be here. So thank you to all of you. I am just really happy to hear about how we're continuing through all these presentations to adopt some shared language, some shared ideas, our mapping techniques, our workshops, our system of disseminating information is just growing, and we have strong networks in all of our counties. So it's exciting to be back here in Ontario and connecting with the folks out here that we haven't had at our summit in quite a long time. This is it's been a great opportunity to connect, and I'm excited for us to continue connecting. Next up, we have a poster session out here in the lobby. There is a happy hour. I encourage you to check out the posters from a lot of students and practitioners. So we have directed people to make the posters very accessible, because we want this research to be something that is usable, something that we're able to have shared conversations with and not have to spend a lot of time squinting and trying to figure out the methods and stats that went into the background of it. As far as tomorrow goes, we are going to meet here at 8 o'clock. We're going to park over in the side lot around, most of you probably parked over there anyway, but we do not have vehicles this year, so we are going to rely heavily on carpooling. So if any of you are able to have multiple people come into your vehicles, we would really appreciate that. We're going to provide lunches, so we'll have a couple of coolers with cold lunches. We will not be having beverages, but we'll have a big water cooler, so if you bring water bottles, we can refill those for you. We're going, and some people might want to leave from the field site, which is out in Ironside. So we're going to do sort of a double consolidation. So we'll meet here. Anybody that wants to carpool from here, try to reduce vehicles one time here. And then there's a big ODOT pit out on the highway near the mitigation bank. So we'll meet there, drive from here to there, and then consolidate again, because we would like to not have 80 cars going out there. So Thank you for your help with that in advance. And I'm going to put up a QR code for our survey for the event. This is really important. This is how we get feedback from people. It is hard to know what people want to hear about. We have a really wide audience here that are interested in a lot of different things, come from a lot of different places and backgrounds. So hearing from you what was useful about this summit, what you might like to hear about in future events, future articles in the newsletter, that is really helpful. And then again, if you are wanting to download the maps for tomorrow's field tour, we'll leave this up for the next couple hours, and you can just come and scan that and have that ready for the field tour. So thank you all for joining us.
And I just wanted to say that this was quite a large lift for Rachel, who did an amazing job. So I'd really like to have a round of applause for Rachel for the lift.